Hello everyone and welcome back to the One Drop, your one-stop spot for all that's hot when it comes to PUBG Mobile. And this time we're doing things a little bit differently. We're doing a pre-event show with the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe event coming up here on May 17th. I'm Jason Kaplan, joined by Blank as usual, and this time we're bringing in Maxman as well here as our third wheel, just like it is in real life for him. Max, how you doing today?
I mean, I was doing good until now, but okay, I just got completely murdered at the start of the show. But yeah, it's awesome to be here, Jason, to talk a little bit about the teams that are going to get into the PMPL for Europe. So I'm really hyped up for this. Yeah,
Blank, what have you been up to, by the way, since it's been a pretty damn long time since we've seen you, I think, PMGC.
It has been a long time, you know, like I've just been chilling, having a good time, you know, spending a lot of time in my room, gaming, going to the shops, gaming. You know, the works, but let's bring it back really quick. You know, Max, we make a beautiful tricycle, and you are the front wheel, okay? You are the front man. You are what keeps us together, and that's the main thing. But we do have some cool teams to talk about today, Jason, coming into this event, which is quite a mouthful.
Exactly, and the whole point of today's show is actually to talk about a couple teams in particular, some teams that we're going to highlight coming into the main event, and it's the teams who got invited from their previous results from other events that happened last year. In particular, you had PMCO Fall Europe, you had PMCO Fall Germany, and depending on how you placed there and what you did, you eventually got invited to this, not having to re-qualify for yourself. So the first team off the bat we're going to be talking about here is UDR Killers, one of the teams we're keeping our eye on when it comes to PUBG Mobile in general, and of course when it comes to this event in particular. Now Max, man, I'm going to throw it to you right off the bat. Why is that? Why are we looking at this team?
Well, already because right off the bat, every single one of the players in this team is just highly recognizable in the European scene in general. Like Ulysses, Sandro, Nano. I'm sure if anyone that's watching this show right now and has watched any other esport tournament for EU, like you already probably heard of them. Their team has also got a lot of synergy. I'm mainly thinking of Ulysses, Sandro, Nano. These guys have been together for literally the longest time. I think that every time I've casted scrims, tournaments, they've been together. So I think that when you come in this tournament, they're potentially one of the few teams with the strongest synergy. And also they have Phobos, that was he's also a French player. I got to simp a little bit. He is French. But also, he was one of the few players that I think really stood out in the French scene very early on. I remember him picking a 1v4 in a European PMCO back in the day. So adding him to the mix with Sandro, Nano, and Ulysses, I think is a strong mix of a team. So I think that if they can play really good from the start, they might be a top runner of the tournament.
Yeah, Blank, I'm not sure if you want to add to that, but I had quite a bit I actually wanted to say about them in particular. I mean, they are, as Max said, like kind of a roster that we recognize just from the longevity of us working within PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like, they have been together a long, long time. I mean, these guys are ride or die, though, because, you know, they make some questionable plays, but they do it together. And, I mean, I think Max has said a lot of things that I wanted to say, so I'm going to let you jump in here, Jason, and talk about what you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, so they got in from placing first in PMCO Fall Europe, and in the grand finals, actually, of this event, I went back and did my number crunching, right? They actually had a top 3 finish in 50% of their matches when it came to the grand finals. But I will say this, that is an amazing stat to have, but what's disappointing to me is that this team has been playing together for quite a long time, and we haven't really seen them excel to the likes of some other teams out there that have like made that progress into like the PMGC, have been able to kind of make a name for themselves. They did play in the EMEA League, and they played under the banner of Unicorns of Love, which we'll talk about a little bit later on, but they placed 23rd in the league stage, so they didn't even make it into like the finals. And then looking at how they did in the Unicorns of Love x Severnic EU League that happened back towards the end of April, they failed to qualify for 2 week finals, for 2 of the 3 weekend finals, right? They had 19 points in week 1, they had 45 points in the week they did qualify, and then they took home 103 points when it came to the actual finals week where they played 15 matches versus the 8. And then week 3 they scored 40 points. So for me it's like, yeah, they're a ride or die team, they're household names, but they haven't ever exceeded like a standard level of PUBG Mobile. They haven't done exceptionally well overall, I think, in their careers as a team, which kind of worries me with all this new blood we're seeing come out to light here in PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, 100%. It is worrying. I think you put it quite lightly there when you said they failed to qualify. In my opinion, you could probably just take the to qualify out of that sentence because they had a pretty horrific run in EMEA. Obviously, then dropped by Unicorns of Love, picked up a new roster. But, I mean, you have the likes of like Bigatron have been together for a very, very long time. And you can see the synergy there. And what I can only hope is that synergy starts to shine through because there were some moments of greatness within them and they had some really, really cool gunfights going on. It just felt like they weren't really thinking that step ahead. So if they get their strategic maneuvers going, maybe they can do something of it. But there's a few more teams we need to talk about here, and namely Unicorn to Love is the one we're going to come to next here.
Well,
Jason.
no, we're going to go Team UMBRA next, actually, because that was
Team
the call
UMBRA.
you made before we started.
Yeah,
you wanted to go to thank you, Max. You have my back on this one, because we want to talk about how UDR Killers, they placed, was it 23rd in EMEA League, not even qualifying through the finals. One team who did exceptionally well when it came to EMEA League was Team UMBRA, who placed 8th overall.
I think that Team UMBRA is a team that I'm expecting a lot more than in the EMEA League. I'm not going to lie, EMEA League, of course, they didn't even, they got taken out of the entire event. So it feels good to see them back. And especially, I think that with the guidance of PRZ, he's a guy that I've known now for 5-6 years on other games beforehand. He's just such a passionate of mobile gaming in general. And I think that with also his old teammates of Talon and also ProLord, I think there's a lot of potential. And also one thing that I think is really worth mentioning, they went to PEC. And that is experience that is so valuable when you bring it back on the European stage. I think that PEC tournament that they did play, sure, it didn't go too well. And by that, I mean that they arrived 15th. So it wasn't amazing by any stretch of the imagination. But I do think that is experience that coming into this, no other team's going to have. So you could bring a few surprise tactics in the mix to try and potentially surprise a few of your opponents.
Yeah, and speaking of tournament experience, I mean, we look back to PMGC, a team like Team Zeus, for instance, who started off not very strong and then ended up having a fantastic run towards the end of the tournament there. Some might even say even better than fantastic. But Team UMBRA, that experience is going to come through massively. I was really impressed with them in the EMEA League. Like you said, there, Max, PRZ, ProLord, two guys that are very impressive players overall. Unfortunately, they were taken out, but for a good reason at the end of the day. But now they're back to show what they can actually do.
And again, to not be the negative Nancy here for us, but again, looking at the most recent event we do have of these teams on record, again, Unicorns Love, X7 EU League, they got 9th through 20th place. They did make it into, I believe, all 3 of the weekend matches that happened. Again, 15 matches a day that happened within this one, or within the weekend. But they didn't fare too well overall. And again, that kind of worries me when you have these long-standing teams like Team UMBRA, like we talked about with UDR Killers. But again, at the same time, it kind of excites me, Max, right? Because we have these newer teams rising through the ranks to challenge the likes of the old guard. For me in particular, I think of Class Digital Athletics, who was never really on the radar, but you talked about them playing in PMCO before, you talked about them rising through the ranks, and then eventually being the best Turkish team, though we can't really say that anymore for them since most of the teams actually left that roster. But we'll dive into that when we do get to it. I know the Turkish PMPL is still happening. It's not done just quite yet while we're recording this, and we'll get to that down the line when it comes to the EMEA League. But we talked about 2 of the 4 teams that we want to discuss so far today. In the meantime, right now, while we head to a short break, is we have Highland Wolf coming in. You might recognize him from casting the PMCO UK event that happened a few months back. He's here to talk to us about some teams he thinks are going to do exceptionally well when it comes to PMPL.
Hey folks, it's Highland Wolf, and I'm here to explain to you why this time around at PMPL EU West, it'll be a UK team that lifts that trophy. From PMCO UK, we're sending 3 fantastic squads to the competition. First up, Lakonostra MVP. This veteran squad is bringing the best of Lakonostra Powers, Anori and Elisio, as well as MVP Gaming's Danny and Sensor. All 2-time PMCO finalists, this team is hungrier than ever to show what they can do. Already taking chicken dinners off favourites in run-up tournaments. But from the UK region, it's not just experience we're bringing to the table. It's time for the Irish god Reeves to step aside, because Adobo is the new top dog. Joined alongside Costi, Prada and Lord, this team clutched up in the final day of PMCO UK to more than double their score to take second, smashing through their opponents in the final PMCO UK game to secure that spot. Finally, though, and certainly not least, RESQ. It's time to roll that red carpet out, because they're about to showcase team fighting prowess. Between these 3 teams, 237 kills combined in the PMCO UK final, but 97 of them were from RESQ alone. With Hyper, Tick, Blood and Coyote on the same squad, This is a team killer roster. The control over zones, control over rotations, control over team fights. Don't blame me for not warning you. This is the real deal. And although we may be a new region, the UK is sending the best to the PMPL EU West scene. So get ready, opponents, because it's a UK team which will be crowned king.
And we're back here. Thank you so much, Highland Wolf. But we do have another team to talk about that I wanted to talk about before, but I was rudely interrupted by myself on my own schedule. But we are finally going to talk about Unicorns of Love, who is the new kid on the block, or the new Unicorns of Love, because, you know, a lot of people have been picked up by this team, and Maxman knows a lot about this, and he's got some favorites on this team. So why don't you talk about them a little bit more here, Max?
I do have to fix something. They're not the new Unicorns of Love. They're the new like they've been so many iterations, man. There's been so many teams. I don't even recall how many. But I do have a lot of players that I really enjoyed. I say that about a lot of players. I have the impression, but I do really enjoy these.
Like
Specifically
nice,
two players. I like to be nice, okay, but nobody gives it back to me, especially you, Jason. But regardless, we got two players that I really like their playstyle when it comes down to the European teams. That's especially Savage X and Beg for Mercy. And I think that when you think specifically European teams, I think that those are two of the most aggressive players in the entire region. And I think that with the guidance of Aegon especially, I think you're going to have a lot of potential for this team. And also you got Ked, which is a fantastic streamer and also a homie of mine that I've known for a long time. So I do think the Unicorns of Love here are looking as a team not only aiming for really high position, I think that if they start really strong right off the bat, they could actually be at the very top and take the #1 position for themselves.
Yeah, I'll just jump in now. For me, it's nice to see that. I'm doing it right now as we speak. One of the teams that we expected to will that had that pre-qualified status, right, coming to being invited back again, is that they've been able to back it up in recent times. You know, you look at, as we talked about, UMBRA and UDR Killers, they didn't look too great in the Unicorns of Love X7 EU league that just happened, but Unicorns of Love did exceptionally well, and it was nice to see that they're a team that can put up some big numbers. They started off strong when it came to this event. They had like 50% winner chicken dinner rates in the very first week of play, and they started to taper off towards the end. But for me, it's important to see that they have that kind of level they can hit, that they can put the pressure onto other teams and really force everyone else to rise to the occasion. And it's good for me to see that there are teams being invited back that have kind of kept their solid roster core together. They haven't done these big changes. We've had a lot of teams with roster changes since we've last seen them or since they've got in through PMCOs. And it's nice to see that they kind of found like a good mesh and they feel like they work really well together and they decided to just keep the group together.
I think that's the main sticking point here, though, is roster changes, right? And I think, like you keep saying, Jason, there's been a lot of roster changes throughout the entirety of PUBG Mobile, and I think finally we're coming to a point now where people are starting to gel, starting to figure out their rosters, figure out where they want to be. Hopefully this is the last iteration of Unicorns of Love, and we don't have to anymore. And hopefully they don't fall to the wayside of the Unicorns of Love curse, you know, the Unicorns of Hexing, because they have had a weird scenario where a lot of teams have been picked up by them and suddenly do a lot worse in their tournaments. But hopefully this time is the time. I mean, I'm not Max, I'm not the cursor, so I can say that it's absolutely fine, guys. Don't worry, everything is going to be just fine. I haven't jinxed anything at all.
I just talked nicely about two teams now, so I think we already got some teams in trouble. So I'm a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Oh no, it's happening all over the grid.
Oh damn!
Don't worry, it won't happen again. There's no RRQ Athena happening right now, and there's no Miramar to be played for them at the moment.
That's true.
But that does lead us into our final team we did want to talk about here. We talked about roster changes. Well, GODSENT has been one of those teams that's been hit quite heavily by roster changes. They've actually lost out or changed out 2 players entirely. So they've kept Reeves, they've kept Marley, they've added on AZY and Pekka, who've come in from Yala Esports, coming in from basically a different region here. But with those 2 players of Reeves and Marley, we talk about the individual experience of like PRZ and ProLord playing in PEC. Well, those 2 players have some insane what's the words I'm looking for here? Insane runway into this. They played at the highest tier of PUBG Mobile you can expect. They played in the PMGC. This happened just back in December. So they have that experience of playing at the highest level. And now it's about them like diluting that kind of information and experience to the rest of their teammates to make their entire team play well.
Yeah, I think speaking of this one as well, Jason, like you mentioned Yala Esports there. And I think we had the pleasure of speaking to a lot of members from Yala Esports as far. I've done a few interviews with their managers way back when. But they had a really, really good foundation, a really good core management. So, you know, Pecco and ACY, they're coming from an organization that I can only say that seemed like it was brimming with great attitude. And then you've got Reeves here, the Irish powerhouse, and Marley as well, who both have proven themselves like time and again. Obviously not always able to get up to those upper echelons, but they were close. They were definitely close. And I mean, they were one of the teams in PMGC as well where it wasn't a case they felt like they were losing. It felt like they were really giving a good shot. There was many fights that they took where they were winning them. It was just that case of consistency that some of the better teams were able to push through at the end and make their way to the finals of PMGC. But this looks like a good team to me, and I think that with the solid core they now have, I think GODSENT's got a really good chance here in this tournament.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think the GODSENT is one of the few teams. Also, like they were Conqueror just a few days ago, and I just got now renamed because GODSENT did have a slot into this one. But they've been doing a lot of scrims. Also, they did participate in the Unicorns of Love tournament that we've been talking about quite a few times here. It wasn't as much of a success story as you might have really enjoyed. They did get 8th at the end, which is, you know, still pretty decent. You still got some prize pool from that. But I still think that as of recently, as of their recent performances in scrims and also that tournament, I think that they are still looking like they are on track. They were able to rebuild that synergy because from the start, Reeves and Marley are old players for GODSENT, and I think that adding new players can always be a little risk. It could make your team potentially crumble apart if you don't play around it properly. But I do think if they got that synergy together in time for the start of this event, I think they could be a really scary team to go up against.
I thought you were gonna just stop at old, and I'm like, what do you got against old people here? I mean, I know I'm like the oldest one out of you two, but
I would speak right in front of your face, Jason, if I wanted to say that. Okay, and not now. It's fine.
Good, because if you spoke in front of my face, you get a baguette to the face, if you know what I mean. But that's going to round it up for the 4 teams that we wanted to talk about when it came to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe coming up with the invited teams. But we do have Mustache Dave. Him and Hot Jukes are actually casting the PMCO EU wildcard event that happened as well. And he's going to talk to us about a couple of teams he thinks has an eye for the prize when it comes to PMPL.
Yo, it's your boy Mustache Dave, clocking in, checking in, ready to lay down the work right now. So thanks for having me, by the way. Thanks for having me on the show. I'm a big fan. Maybe after this I can cop an autograph, you know what I'm saying? So in case you missed it, Europe wild card, it was quite the doozy. So we had the group stage, 32 teams in the group stage. They played a round robin system. Only 16 of those teams were to make it to the finals. Now, looking back at that group stage, we had a lot of hype coming into it for the Pandas. We had a lot of hype coming into it for the Teletubbies. We saw Hate Gaming, Respect Esports. They played so aggressive. They were popping off. And players in particular that caught my eye, Fox, Shifu, and Poppy, slaying. They were slaying the competition during the group stage. So we saw those teams. They made it to the finals. They were top 16. Hate Gaming, they actually finished first place in the group stage. But then when we get to the finals, the pressure, they folded underneath that. And they didn't do too well. The teams that did well during the best of 16 finals were those teams that can get steady points. Because what I like to say, steady points equal the best points. Now that's a fact. So looking at the 4 teams, GSG, they're one of the teams that qualified from PMCO Europe wildcard. They love to play group together, and they love to gatekeep teams towards that mid to late game. That was one of their strengths that really stuck out to me. For Romanian Men, they like to get a compound real early on, hunker down, turtle up, maybe get a couple kills here and there if they get lucky. But for the most part, this is a squad consistent points. They get that compound early on, right dead in the middle, or at least close to it. They get favored all early game and even towards that mid game in their position. And then late game, they bust down the doors like, hey, they got 4 alive, and they just stroll up with placement points already in their pocket. So they just add a couple kills to that. So that's one of their strengths that I caught when I'm looking at the micro strategy, the micro level. Now, Pandas, they're not chilling in the compound. Pandas are out there boots on the ground, running around and just trying to slay. They had one game, 17 kills. 17 kills in one game during the finals, and then another game with 16 kills. So they like to play aggressive. They got a ton of kills doing it, and that is what kept them afloat through the best of 16 finals. And then finally, that 4th place spot, ScrimFarm. What am I gonna say about ScrimFarm? They got Clown. All right, Clown was slaying themselves during the finals. So they had a few breakout moments. ScrimFarm, I'm looking for them to tighten up though. Tighten up if they want to be there at the top this time around. So ladies and gentlemen, you know, best of luck to the squads. Personally, I'm looking forward to watching this season. It is going to be exciting. And hey, on the show, thanks for having your boy Dave. Over and out. Over and out.
Hi there, guys. Welcome back to the show. Thank you so much, Dave, for that wonderful breakdown there. Beautiful man, beautiful breakdown. Now, we're going to take a few more teams, just a couple of teams, in fact, who are going to be our dark horses for the run here. I'm going to let Jason and Max run you through them. So, quickly, Max, tell me who is your dark horse in this tournament.
So my dark horse team that I'm going to be aiming, I'm going to be aiming, that I think that can potentially do really good in this event is going to be Clash. Of course, you know, I'm a French guy, so I'm hoping to see a French team potentially perform really well. But I think especially with the guidance of MZ, he's a guy that's been part of the scene for the longest time. I think almost more than 2 years right now. I think that experience is really valuable. And Clash, I think, performed really well in the French PMCO. So I hope they can make good also on the Western European scene.
Okay, for me,
Jason.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna just jump the gun. That's how excited I am to talk about them, right? I think it's a kind of a cop-out, I'm not gonna lie, because I don't know much about them individually, but just looking again at recent results, I gotta say Nexus Gaming for a couple of reasons. When we talk about like regions in particular when it comes to esports, right, there's a lot of like Eastern European countries that haven't really made it onto the map when it comes to esports, but we're starting to see them shine through when it comes to a couple of games in particular. And for some reason, like seeing them have that great performance, I feel like there's a plethora of talent when it comes to Romanian scene. We have a lot of Romanian players happening in particular in this PMPL. My girlfriend's Romanian. She actually worked at Nexus, which is a gaming bar over in Romania, so I kind of have to go with that. But no, I think there's a lot of talent. If you look at Turkey, we always talk about footballs. We talk about Clash Digital Athletics now. There's a couple other teams we could talk about, but I feel like Romania, they're going to be able to push one team extremely far when it comes to this event, and I hope these are the guys to do it.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, this is a great tournament overall. We've got so many different nationalities here for the Western Europe PUBG Mobile Pro League. And it all kicks off on the 7 teams. So don't miss it, guys. Thank you so much, Jason. Thank you so much, Max, for being here with me. And thank you to Highland Wolf as well as Mustache Dave for their wonderful little videos that have helped assist the show. And we will see you guys on the next One Drop. Catch you then.
Grenade! Oh, the double! Kaboom! Right there. Let's see. 1v1. 1v1. Oh, another one! Another one! There's 2 other teams live. For mercy right between you. Done! It's going to be a good old-fashioned...
Welcome everyone to day 1 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Tournament. We got so many great teams coming at you over the course of these next 4 weeks to determine who our best teams will be representing us when it comes to the EMEA Regional Championship later on in the year. I'm Jason Kapp and I'm your host over these next 4 weeks, but I have 2 amazing analysts to help break everything down happening, and I cannot wait to introduce them because one of them you're not going to recognize in the analyst role, but it's Killer's coming in. He's no longer hosting at the moment. He's going to be providing us his lengthy knowledge he has of PUBG Mobile, and of course Max Man. But James, to you first of all, did you realize we've known each other for about 9 years? Some of them good, some of them bad, depends on who you're asking. Did you realize this is not our first show technically working together, though it is our first show being on camera together?
That is true. Yeah, that is true.
You know what the other one is?
On camera or working together?
Working together.
Ooh. It was a Heroes show?
Yeah, I was an observer back in
yeah,
Prague for you
I
when you were,
remember.
I think you were actually casting. I think Caldor was desk hosting. But Max, man, it's good to have you back yet again and back in the analyst role prior from PMGC. How you doing, man?
I'm doing real good. Feels good to be back here. You guys have history. I feel like I'm just like third wheeling on this one, but no, it feels really good to be into this one. And I mean, hey, last time we had like the knockoff version of the European PMPL. We had EMEA League, but now we got the real deal. So I can't wait to get right into it today.
Yeah, and we're going to do just that. Let's take a look at the format so you guys at home can get an idea of how this whole event does work. Because as you said before, there's 4 weeks of action, though 3 of them are basically a qualifier into our finals. So we have league play happening. And James, this is so cool to me, right? We have 20 teams, but only 16 can advance into our super weekends.
Yeah, definitely so. Everyone's going to be vying for that opportunity to do so. And then, of course, down the line in that finals, if you actually get yourself all the way to that top 3, you're going to be joining teams that have already qualified through into that EMEA regional, like Na'Vi and Unique and World of Wonders, for example, here, Jason. So a lot of good competition for these teams in Western Europe to really kind of sink their teeth into down the line if they're able to make it out.
And Max, I mean, in particular about this format, I think there's a lot of teams out there, a lot of newcomer teams that haven't experienced this format just yet when they're playing back in PMCOs and before that. I think this gives a big challenge to the newcomers that have to kind of step up and figure out how the system's going to work and how they can make it work in their own favor.
Because as I mentioned, this is the very first Western Europe PMPL action that we're going to have. So for a lot of these teams, this is their very first international kind of experience. Even though it's just Europe, it's still their very first experience. So they're going to have to get used to the point setting and hopefully not pull a footballist in PMGC where they get all the points in the qualifiers and then Super Weekend they get nothing. So it's the other way around. So you better get it right.
Yeah, well, no Turkish teams happening for us, though. We did see what happened over in PMPL Turkey. If you guys haven't checked that out, make sure you guys do just that. But now the question comes, what are they playing for? We talked about the slots you can get into the EMEA Regional Championship, but there's still a hefty amount of money on the line here for all of these teams. $150,000 in total. But we're changing things up this time. It's a little bit different in terms of how you actually secure this money. Yes, there's that portion in the finals here, but James, for me, I love the fact that you get $1,000 if you win a chicken dinner, or for every chicken dinner you get in our super weekends.
Yeah, a great opportunity to constantly be in pursuit of extra money and extra opportunities here for the EU West region. And especially given, for me, this region internationally and kind of against one another has kind of been aloof. This is going to give them a great opportunity to play against one another, kind of hone those opportunities and hone those skills to be able to push it on forward. So as you say, being able to pursue every single win here is going to be important, especially even just for that little extra cash.
No, Max, I thought he said a floof. Is that? Did you hear that? Or
I heard that as a floof. We're going to have the dog one on broadcast.
Don't know what she is.
Yeah, we're going to have him bring his dog in and do some guest analysts for us. A couple of barks here or there. But also, there is always a prize when it comes to the MVP. You get an extra $1,000 for yourself as well. All to yourself. You don't have to separate it between you and your team, though you can do that because you couldn't get the MVP without your team's help. But that's only strictly coming from the finals. So you got to make it into the finals if you want to have a chance to win that extra $1,000. But as we have been saying, in the finals, you do get a prize pool, right? There is obviously the standard money you get for first, second, third place. And let's check out what it's going to be here. And Max, 10 grand, first place. That's a nice little paycheck for you after your 4 weeks of work and gets you really excited for the EMEA Regional Championship.
I mean, since the early days of PUBG Mobile esports in the European region, this is by far one of the biggest prize pools. Total is 150,000, of course, 10,000 going for that #1 position. And it trickles down, but still really hefty. Second position is still 6.5k. So if you're in that top position, you know that every single bad game you might make might reduce your total payout of a few thousand grand. So you need to remain consistent. You need to stay on top of your game and hopefully take that 10k home because that's, as I said, that's a really big one for the European scene.
But that's the cool thing as well, Jason, right? Is the fact that not only if you're actually losing out on games, you're slowly going down, but it gives you a good opportunity every single game to be fighting for that just next tier upwards, because every single spot is effectively giving you more money. So I think that's a great opportunity. Once again, there's a lot of opportunities I'm talking about here, but this one is a really good one too, to be able to get yourself up there.
A little bit of added extra pressure for the newcomer teams as well. They're realizing, hey, if we just got that one extra point, we could be taking home like $500 to $1,000 more. But points, again, how do we even get the teams into their positions? And I almost want to keep saying the new point system because in my head, I'm still back to the 20 point chicken dinner. It's not new. It's been over a year, Max. But you can see here, 15 points for the chicken dinner, and of course, 1 kill equals 1 point.
Yeah, I think it reverts back to PMWL the moment it got inserted, and it really had that big impact in the tournament. So of course, chicken dinner, 15 points is the usual kind of playstyle you guys are used to by now. And kills, I mean, we got a lot of really aggressive teams. I'll be talking a little bit more in depth about a few of those especially. But we got some teams that they like to frag out, and they are going to go home with so many kill points coming into this one, of course. So I'm really hyped to see if they're going to continue going with the aggressive playstyle, because we saw it in the likes of PMGC and other likes of PMPL. If you do go in those games and you just try and get 10 kills, 15 kills every time, you're going to be in #1 position very quickly.
You know, I'm a little bit worried, Max. You said you're going to talk about some teams in a few moments here. And we know that curse you do have. RRQ, Athena,
no, RRQ,
back from PMGC. No. Let's see if you can curse the new team here as we take a look at our groups. Remember, we have 20 teams spread across 5 different groups, so 4 teams in each group. And one group will be sitting out every single match throughout the day when it comes to the league stage. In our first group with Group A, we got GODSENT, Lakonostra MVP, as you heard High Than Wolf talking about, Nexus Gaming, and Polar Ace. You know, Killers, who kind of stands out to you?
I'm looking for Group A and thinking, I want to see what Nexus Gaming is going to do. I know a lot of people probably have their eyes on GODSENT, and maybe Max is going to talk about them in a minute. I'm not sure, but for Romanian Men, which were previously Nexus Gaming, they stood 40 points ahead of Panda when it came to PMCO EU wildcard, and that was 4 wins in 16 games. They are scary across all battlegrounds. It's not just them getting wins on Erangel or something like that. No, it was Erangel, Miramar, and Sandhawk that they were able to put out those extreme performances. So, very versatile roster. I'm looking to see what they're going to do here.
And James, one thing I love about you pointing out in particular is we have, like you said, the Romanian players coming in for this team. I feel like that's a region that hasn't really had that standout team, like your footballs when you think of Turkey, your Navi when you think of CIS. Do you think this could be the team to put Romania on the map when it comes to PUBG Mobile?
Yeah, definitely so. I think that what they were able to do as for Romanian Men was a very, very impressive thing to accomplish in their respective region when it came to that wild card. Now, moving up and up the echelons a little bit, it might be a bit more troublesome, but they look pretty decent scrims, so I'm backing them.
Okay, Max, who do you favorite here in Group A?
Already, I agree with Nexus. I think they're definitely a good team. But the one team I want to focus on in this group, and you mentioned it, I mean, it's like we prepared this, Killers. Damn, oh my god. I'm going to be talking about GODSENT especially here. I mean, I would say in this tournament in general, not only in Group A, but for the entirety of this PMPL, they are the team with the most international experience. Swave participated in PC was to UMBRA. Same for Marley and Reeves that participated back in the PMGC. Sure, they didn't go that far, but still really good experience that when you bring it back onto the Western European stage, that can really create a big advantage point for them. And in the official PMPL scrims as of recently, I mean, they took first place. And I know it's scrims, they don't always replicate exactly coming in the actual tournament itself, but it does mean something that they are fully ready and prepared to get into these games today.
And it's got to mean something, the fact that Marlon and Reeves sticking together as well from PMGC, because we did see the team completely dissipate. I mean,
instant disband.
Exactly, instant disband. So there must
5
be
minutes after.
Two players. Let's take a look though at Group B. We still have quite a few groups to get through. We're going to take a look at the teams going to be provided to us here with Destiny, Gaijin Seraphim, Panda, and Team UMBRA. Max, I'm going to throw it to you right back to you, man, just like it's tennis. Who are you looking at in Group B?
I was really bad at tennis, so I'm maybe not sure I want to go with that one. But I'm good
tennis.
I'm not good at many things, okay? All I can do is talk on broadcast. Panda is the one that I really want to focus on here. I had the chance to talk with a manager, Veggie, and he was mentioning how this team is feeling a little bit anxious coming into this one. But I would say, and for me personally, in this entire tournament, they're the dark horse. There are many reasons why I think that they got really good personal skills. I think that the players on an individual level is really talented. And also in the scrims, they got really good results as of recent times. I mean, they got a top 1, top 5, a bunch of second positions too. So it has been working really well for them in recent times. But there's their best player, I would say, which is GK First. I talked a little bit with them, and GK First, unfortunately, will not be able to play the 2 first games of every single day. And they've been able to adapt a little bit and replace him for the 2 first games. They've been able to find some success, so I'm hoping that success is going to be enough actually entering the official games.
Yeah, we had that happen quite a few times in some prior tournaments. I'm thinking of like Wildcard in particular, where they couldn't play 2 of their players at a certain time, but when it came to Super Weekends, they put that full roster in. Killers, you got 3 teams left. Who are you looking at?
Well, there's always Team UMBRA that I am looking at, but I don't really want to focus on them right now. I know that we're probably going to be speaking a lot about them, especially guys like ProLord down the line. I want to look at Destiny, because obviously Destiny, they played under a different roster, PMCO Germany, but then picked up Phobos off the back of that. And was I impressed by Phobos during PMCO Germany? Yes, definitely so. I think they got themselves 4 wins in the first 7 days. Plenty of kills to boot with that as well. It's a big roster change overall, which is going to help Destiny here. And I think they're going to be able to step up. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to play here.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, I'm looking forward to them as well now as we take a look at Group C here, and our next 4 teams going to be put up to the chopping block and get a lot of pressure mounted for all these teams as we're just a few minutes away from kicking off our first match. But you got Black Sparks, GSG Europe, RESQ, and Unicorns of Love. Claris, I almost want to say you're going to go towards Unicorns of Love, but I'm not sure. Who are you looking at?
Well, I mean, as Maxman had pointed out in the one drop, you know, it really depends on which roster you think about with the Unicorns of Love, because there has been 738 recent editions of that roster. But beyond that, no, I'm going to go with Black Sparks. You know, I've gone for a little bit of different choices. I was tempted to go with RESQ, but Black Sparks is going to be my choice here. Vindex, obviously, previously of Team UMBRA, we know him to be a potentially strong player when it comes to this overall roster as well. But the thing that sticks out for me for Black Sparks is consistency. Rarely are they finishing in those double-digit placements. They're constantly looking to get themselves even just top 5s, just to be able to make sure that you're in decent placement points, decent placement positions, and get some kills off the back of that. Second in PMCO Germany, I'm going with Black Sparks here.
All right, Max. I'm digging what Claris is bringing to the table. What do you got?
I mean, I agree, because as you saw in the one drop, I got Luffy background everywhere for One Piece. So they got a player called Luffy. I got to go for them in some way, shape, or form. But I'm going to go, of course, with Unicorns of Love. I think that they're a team that, if we didn't talk about them, it would not be making justice to the team. They've just been doing so many good results. And when it comes, especially to the European scene, I mean, look at the roster. Like Aegon, Ked, Savage X, Fresh, Phoenix, Beg for Mercy. This is a Avenger level threat team in the European scene right now. And they also have 2 of my favorite European players in the name of Savage X and Beg for Mercy. Beg for Mercy, I think, is going to switch in and out of the sub role, but I want to see him play because those 2 players are some of the most aggressive players in all of EU. And I think that if you use those 2 players correctly, and especially under the guidance of Aegon, he got a deadly composition here. So Unicorns of Love, if they play to their strengths with this, playing aggressively, they get that 1 point per kill rule in their bank, I think they're going to be potentially going top 3. I see easily top 3 Unicorns of Love in this event.
Wait a minute. If you click your fingers, because you said Avengers level worth of roster, if you click your finger, half of them disappear and they have to change their roster again. Because
I think they make the enemies disappear that way. Yeah, we'll see. It's what they were doing in recent times in the scrims and also their tournament. They arrived like third or fourth. I can't speak anymore. Third or fourth. So yeah, I mean, hey, they could make it happen.
I'm just wondering if this 734th iteration of Unicorns of Love will be the one to stick around, the one to take home a trophy and a title. We're obviously going to find out. Let's take a look now at Group D. Again, another 4 teams coming through here with only 2 groups left to look at. We got Last Bullet, Qatar Forces Esports, Rice Gang. I love that name, and I love the logo. And ScrimFarm here. Max, what are you looking at? I
got to agree, though. Rice Gang, that's like one of the best names. I really enjoy it. Super original. But ScrimFarm, they're the one I want to really talk about here. I mean, they're a team as old as time itself when it comes down to EU PUBG Mobile esports. They've always been here. I have the impression they've been here since the game started, the esports scene in EU. Also great players in general. I mean, they got Hackshot, Spectre, Clown, Fox, Woodson, which I didn't know Woodson as of recent times, but in the recent scrims, he's been really making a really big name for himself. So hopefully he can continue down that kind of road in the event itself. And the favorite play on the side, which is going to be AWM Ditati. I mean, the guy, you give him anything, you give him a Mini 14, you give him any kind of DMR or sniper, he's going to hit a headshot. I mean, he's got AWM in his name. Like, it kind of makes sense, right? and that guy, any kind of range fight, he's going to win it.
All right, Claris. I'm kind of hoping you go Rice Gang here, but I don't know.
Don't you worry, mate. I've got you covered. If you were able to take a claw machine and take Rice Gang out of PMC or France and put them anywhere else, I would say that they were going to be like one of the better choices to actually win something out. However, here, I still think, you know, after getting a 2nd place in PMCO, not too bad with that. Sorry, not second place, but 2nd place with 4 kills, 1st place with 12 kills in those last 2 games. They're able to finish things out really strongly when it comes to tournaments. So I think they're a clutch team that can make it work for the Rice Gang.
I mean, you mentioned the claw game, and I'm thinking of, okay, which plushie would I want if I could grab one of those? And I'm thinking the one with the little bow tie, the little pink bow tie would be my choice. Yeah, bottom right, 100%. So take a look at Group B now and see our last 4 teams participating. Remember, there's only 4 of these teams won't make it through into our very first Super Weekend, and this group is stacked here. Eastern Stars, GameLord, Clash, and UDR Killers. Kalaris, who do you got off the bat?
Let me think. Yeah, a lot of French power here in this.
Yeah.
Not only in GameLord and Clash, but also elsewhere. I'm going to go with GameLord. Victor, obviously, previously of GODSENT. I think that he is going to be a bit of a powerhouse. I know that Mr. Imperium over there, he's a bit of a fan favorite when it comes to Victor. Strong flexing alone, I think, is something that is fair to say here, which opens up kind of different tactical possibilities. If you're good at a 3-1 split, for example, and you can kind of implement that strategy into your gameplay, you're pushing further and further in these games and causing other teams a lot of problems. So for me, going with GameLord.
Okay, Max. I mean, I'm just going to say it for you. Max is going to be choosing Clash here because you know what? French homies stick together.
Exactly. Like, Group E is just the French fiesta. We're going to go into this one. I mean, Clash also, as of recent times, we talked about the official scrims. There was also a tournament put together by Unicorns of Love. They arrived first, and they were the team that I voted for. Just to say, I'm not going to curse a team this time, hopefully, because they did win. Of course, with MZ also, he's going to be the one leading the team forward into that march, into the entirety of the event. I think he's just been a great leader through and through every single event I've seen him play in, and the entire team is just a very renowned roster in the French scene in general, with Trazen, Haikani, Luna also have a great execution when it comes to following the guidance of MZ. So I think this is the best French team by far. I think that also they have been taken first position with a really nice lead, so I'm hoping they can take it this one. But GameLord also, I mean, they're French homies. I need to support the homies, but Clash do seem like the stronger team out of France.
Well, I just personally hope that they can maintain that dominance coming into PMPL. Now, let's take a look actually at the maps we have for you, and they do change every week. The first week, we'll be starting things off with some Erangel and some Miramar. So when it comes to league play, we'll be swapping maps out. Next week, Sandhawk will be added into the pool here. And then when we get into our Super Weekends, they will stay the exact same order every single time. But Erangel, Miramar, you know, Kalaris, I think these are pretty much like the tried and tested maps that every team out there is going to enjoy playing.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, the thing is that for me, Erangel used to be my favorite absolute go-to, but Miramar grew on me so much over these last couple of years now that it's almost surpassed Erangel, because, you know, Erangel is El Clasico for sure. But yeah, a good opportunity for people to back and forth kind of between these two battlegrounds here, and it does provide different opportunities, of course. Erangel, I would like to say, is a bit more close quarters. Miramar really does favor a little bit more long range, depending on where you are, of course. So excited.
Yeah, and Max, I think it's so important. I think in general, when it comes to a tournament, to start things off on a map like Erangel, because it's a comfort pick for every team out there. I've never heard a team say, yeah, I don't like Erangel. I don't want to see this map played. I don't want to play that as a first game into the tournament. But I think it's so important for every team out there, especially coming in from PMCO, to have a solid first game, to feel comfortable, because this is going to be such a tough tournament. And I want your thoughts on this really quick as we take a look at the groups that are playing. I think, and I'm going to make a bold prediction here. I don't think it's that bold. We're going to have two teams make it through out of PMCO into the EMEA Regional Championship. I think it's going to be two teams we never would have expected, two teams that aren't like a staple name when it comes to PUBG Mobile. I think we're seeing the newcomers rise through the ranks.
I mean, I think that especially if you watch recent times PMGC, like, it's been proven time and time again that teams that qualified respectively in their PMCO can make it to the PMGC finals. That was back in Dubai. It can happen literally that easily. I mean, Clash Digital Athletics, boom, from PMCO. Before that, I even casted them in scrims where they were not even in any kind of official tournament, and boom, straight into the grand event in Dubai at the end of the year. Same for also the likes of Zeus that made it through at the very end. So I think that this is literally a chance for any one of these teams. They're all going to be runner-ups to try and make a name for themselves. And there you go, Thanos snap, and he's back into existence. How's it going?
Yeah, I mean, he did try to challenge on the Thanos snaps. He had to snap him out of existence and bring him right back in.
It is my
but of course, that's the trend we've been seeing, though. I like how you pointed out Clash Digital Athletics, Max, of being like these newcomers. How are you feeling it as well, Clark? Are you feeling some new teams, some new blood coming in to be the dominating teams of the event?
Ooh, maybe. The thing is that, again, I think that this is the best kind of proving ground for someone to kind of step up and do so. This is EU West, I feel like, has something to prove. Some of the top dogs like GODSENT and stuff like that, yeah, we expect them to be getting those first, second, third places. However, beyond that, I'm not so sure who's going to be able to jostle for those positions, and it's a great little lobby for them to be able to kind of push themselves forwards.
All right, gentlemen. Well, thank you so much for your insight to all these teams and everything going on with this event. But I got to say goodbye to you for now. Maybe I'll Thanos snap you out of here because I'm going to bring our commentators back in. Oh, nice. My side was on time. We'll bring in our commentators. You know them. You love them. It's John, Allen, and Blink to join us once again here for PMPL. John, you were looking bright. You're looking happy. Are you as excited as I am to get these games underway?
Absolutely. It's been a pretty long time actually since I've been in the saddle for some PUBG Mobile, so I'm excited to get going again. It's been all the way since Dubai, so that was quite a while ago there.
Yeah.
Really excited.
3 games.
Yeah, exactly. To be fair, yeah. But no, fantastic. Super excited, as I say, to get back into it.
All right, well, gentlemen, Blake, I didn't get to say hi to you, but hello, man. Hopefully you can
good.
say what you've been up to. As you guys take us into our very first match of the day.
Thank you very much. Blank, are you looking at these teams, excited as I am? Who are you looking at as your sort of favorite moving into this one?
Yeah, no, I'm definitely super duper excited here. I think Nexus Gaming is definitely one of the ones towards the top there. I think we want to see more Romanian teams here, and they've been making an absolute blast towards wherever they've been playing in their own little circuits. And now we had the EMEA League, now we've got a proper European West League, and I think proving ground is the word that QLASH used, and I think it's the most apt here for this current tournament, because, you know, this is finally where we have a very good foundation to start building on this region, which means I'm very excited for these games. We have a very decent little playing path, something very cheeky to start the day off from Very Pier up towards Saverny, so no one's going to be too unhappy. I'm just curious to see who's going to pick up Pachinki, who's going to pick up Rozok. Let's see who finds those middling center places on the map here to get a good starting point for the rest of the game.
It's that early phase of a tournament that's so sort of exciting and malleable and fresh, right? When you get a new lobby, when you get a new set of players all in the mix, and you have to once again find your feet. And that's what is so exciting about PUBG Mobile, and especially to kick things off. So, game number 1. Blank, you said it was a friendly plane path early out. It's Team UMBRA down to the southwest, and Sosnovka looks like we've got 2 contenders.
Yeah, so we got RESQ going down here as well as QF, so this is going to be not too bad, but the boys coming in hot, so they're on the western side of the island for the time being, probably work their way across. No one really heading towards Milta though, as well as Novo. Novo usually that hotly contested spot. I imagine one of these teams towards Novo is going to make their way across, and definitely so now we see this actual circle come in towards Farm, but he's very curious to see all these teams head up towards the west side of the map here, John.
Picked up, make their way out towards Yasnaya, out to even as far as Lipovka potentially if you're going for a wide swing on the top. Seems like Destiny may be looking for that, but we'll have to wait and see what these teams opt to go for their rotations. Now is the time where IGLs prove themselves, and what better place to do it?
Yeah, exactly. You've got to make some quick decisions here. I think some teams probably most likely are going to head up towards over the northern side of the map. I think Saverny's a pretty decent place to go for this. You can hold off a lot of points, especially with no one being in Yasnaya. Destiny have a very good chance to head down the roads here, pick up some vehicles, maybe hold off that bridge spot, which is very going to be hotly contested, especially with a lot of these teams heading towards Hospital. We already have death coming through on the screen. But just taking a quick look down towards Novo very quickly before we go check that out. You got QATAR forces now, I imagine, heading their way over towards Novo. RESQ just going to take up center building over towards C block, but it's RESQ here versus Polar Ace.
He's got the pump action though, so maybe not wanting to take this fight, just hunkering down behind a rock, getting some info. Yeah, there's no way they want to take this fight. This is a full disengage coming through from Itachi. He's just hiding as best he can, waiting for the pickup. I think he has 2 pump action shotguns, which is why he just really didn't want that fight. See, that one slung on the back.
Oh yeah, I mean, you pull one out, bang, pull the other one out, bang. There's no reload time. It's the best. You've got 100% fire rate going at that point. RESQ,
only when they're breathing down your neck, though.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, any other distance and you're just making a loud noise. That's about all you're doing, causing ruckus. But no kills, unfortunately. Very scary. But is it a kill? No. Unless you're in the face, which, yes, definitely a kill. At least it should be.
One would expect anyway. It was Panda who lost a player early, Blank. That was first blood here at the PMPL for West Europe. Yeah. It's going to be down to 3. It was Yiz who went down.
So we got Linear, QA, as well as XT still in the game here. QATAR forces have made their way over to Novo. We're spectating them right now, so some good loot here. Obviously, their looting time has been kind of cut in half because of the way they landed, but because they are firmly within the... teams really coming over towards this side of the map as well. I mean, they have a lot of time to pick up all the juicy loot in this area. And one of the main issues with dropping in Novo a lot of games is the fact that, you know, you drop Novo, then the playing path heads up, swings towards Severny, and you've got to get going. So you kind of have to play edge the whole game. QATAR Forces, on the other hand, they're afforded this really nice game right now where they get all that lovely loot from Novo, maybe pick up some level 3s, and then they can head up towards wherever they want to go. I think the difficulty is they will have to navigate across maybe outside of Novo, depending on where the circle goes, which means, you know, you're going to head up that eastern bridge, which is most likely going to be held down by a team like GODSENT, who are currently holding outside Milta. So you get this loot, but it does mean you have to make some decisions ahead. And decisions is where mistakes are made. Right now, GODSENT's in a really good spot just to chill, right? They can chill. They might not have the most amazing loot, but they don't have to go anywhere. And I think that's one of the difficulties from dropping on Novo is that, you know, you have to be a team, and you mentioned it earlier, John, that has a good IGL, who knows how to move forward.
Absolutely. And I just want to bring something up, by the way. Rice Gang, their names, and I spotted this during the rundown, I was like, hang on a minute, they're going to have team tags in front of their names, right? And they have two players, one called Crispy and one called Cakes, which means that
Rice Cakes.
They're
Rice
called
Krispies.
Rice Cakes and Rice Crispy.
Oh.
And I absolutely love that. That is fantastic. So best logo, best team name. What can't these guys do?
Well, I mean, we'll see if they can win a game. I mean, hopefully they can win a game. If it doesn't go well, I mean, we can really say they had it all if they pick up the chicken dinner. But if they don't pick up the chicken dinner, then, you know, look, your names are great, but does it bring you victory? Maybe not. We'll see. UMBRA now on our screen right now. This is the team we actually did some analysis for over on the EMEA region, John. And I mean, this was a great team. I mean, they were fantastic. Unfortunately, they were removed from the EMEA league. For, I think it was regional issues with the players, but now they're back in the Western Europe. But they have some very good players on the team. A lot of people counted them out, but they had some very good games. But what they did best in the EMEA League was just their positioning and overall play style around where they were located on the map. I think their actual ability to rotate and found positions on the map where they can hold down, find these little bunkers in what looked like they had absolutely nothing was very, very strong. So that's one team that we definitely cannot count down and out as of yet. We need to keep watch on them because they have pulled off some very interesting things in the past. Lakonostra MVP here. You saw Highland Wolf earlier on the one drop talking about how these guys, you know, they're one of the best. They're one of the best. Like, they're a UK team too as well, so we love that. We've got some UK players in there. I mean, we can now rep them. That's what's good about us doing the Western Europe. I mean, we've got a lovely, some might say not so lovely, British accents on the broadcast. But now we've got some British players too.
We've got, what is it? Is it four Brits on the broadcast? I think total. I think that's. I think that's what it is. Out of a team of, is it 8 or 7 of us? I can't remember.
7 of us.
I think 7. So we do have a British majority on the broadcast. I'm not counting Imperium in that, as I'm sure he would be grateful for being an Irishman. But
I mean, you can almost call Max British as well, though. I mean, I think he was
No, I can't.
born. Okay, never mind. He was born. Is that as far as I'm allowed to go? Max was born. Yeah, okay. Well, that's all you need to know about him. And then he just started causing waves within the community.
Rice Gang looking to put the steam up the back of GODSENT there. Not quite able to land too many shots. Just a warning shot there for Nexus on the Rice Gang as they try and leave from Sosnovka military base. And they skirt around on the beach. Holding the bridge at the moment. Not really. GODSENT are pretty close to it, but they don't have eyes on. They haven't set up a roadblock. And then QATAR Forces are going to be coming through any minute, if they want to cross, that is.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they're mounting up in vehicles right now, so they're getting ready to go. The pedal is pushed down just slightly, just a light push on the pedal there, so they're going to start rolling towards it. The thing with this eastern bridge is that there's a lot of capability if you are the team leaving, just to head to one side of the bridge there. And if you really want to hold it down perfectly, you need to have players on either side of the bridge, right, John? And that way, what you can do is take a fight on either side. Problem with that, though, is that you effectively split your team in half, so you need to be really confident in your positioning and not go for full team wipes, but maybe a pick and then recall the rest of your team and then continue from there. It's a difficult maneuver, and I think I'm okay with GODSENT not going for that, instead just thinking to themselves, you know what, like, they're still in the circle here. There's no way that there's not other teams around this area as well who might try and pick us off if we do that. So they're going to remain on the western side of that bridge there towards farm, just remaining in position. But we're going to circle very, very shortly on the screen. There is a plane there. Don't worry about that. That crash landed during the plane path, but it's not going to cause any problems going forward. It's just now a new addition to the map, that's all. So we have teams coming down from the north side once again. We don't go to Novo, and that bridge is now out of commission. Unfortunately, all this water towards the bottom side of this circle is now kind of unplayable zone, right? You know it's going to be out, so a lot of teams could be looking for those really nice compounds off towards. In fact, this plane works out very well for me. There's a very lovely compound just to the east of this plane on your screen, which is on the hillside, allows you to take great viewing angles off to the western side of the map and also hold off teams from the east. So a lot of teams are going to be cramming their way towards that location very shortly.
A team that we highlighted during the analyst desk as well, Nexus, are actually on that south coast. They've been there for quite a while. They should be pretty happy with this circle. They should be pretty chilled out with this. Not too many people coming in directly along that western coast. Maybe 2 teams potentially moving along that area, but everybody else is going to be crunching towards them. And now they can be pretty certain that there's not really going to be anyone crossing behind them to try and play spoiler there. So we'll see how they're able to hold things off. It looks like they've got themselves embroiled in a little bit of a scrap though. One of them has gone down early. However, Sushi swings out wide for them. Able to do the dirty, get the refrag. Now it's 1 for 1. The crash coming through. Look at her try and land the nades. Another pickup for Sushi. Very, very nicely done. And they're going to be able to find a little bit more as well, as it is going to be Nexus turning the tides of this one. However, 2 of them have gone down. They're looking to try and stay alive here on the crash.
Yeah, this is a horrific position for both teams at the moment. Like, to take a fight right now, it's good, but you need to be clean and quick because this is just central position. It's a very hotly contested spot. You know there's going to be teams in the distance still hearing this fight go on for so long and be like, look, this is a perfect third-party opportunity for us. Let's just wait for this all to die down and then we'll swing in. I'm looking at teams like Black Sparks, but they've got that really nice compound that I talked about earlier, but still those grenades flying off. Nexus finally take one more knock, but they do get 3 players back up and running versus Lost Bullets with this lovely little wall between them, providing them a little bit of cover, but now it's just those nades going backwards and forwards. I believe this is now a 3v3.
Yeah, it certainly is. They've managed to pick up 1 kill apiece. Not ideal for Nexus on the hold here. They weren't quite able to hold off the approaching forces for Lost Bullet, but
yeah,
as things slow down, what other teams are going to be looking this way?
Yeah, I mean, you've got teams just to the north and Polar Ace as well, but they found a nice position. They don't really want to cross the roads as of yet. QATAR forces could go for this position though. They are just to the southwest at the moment, southeast at the moment. The issue with this position for Nexus Gaming is downhill for them going up towards Lost Bullet, which means it's going to be very difficult for them to throw nades, much easier for Lost Bullet to arc those down towards Nexus Gaming, but they're both just coexisting at the moment.
Oh, God,
there is also a crate dropping on top of it. I love this from PUBG Mobile. Sometimes the game can be quite cruel to you, so Lost Bullet can't even get that crate, but it provides now extra cover for Nexus Gaming, as well as a fresh pair of military vests, some level 3s, perhaps even a really big weapon to try and close out this fight. Nexus Gaming walking out. There's a nade tossed over the top. Doesn't really hit anyone. Looking for them on the roof there. Maybe tickle just a little bit. Clever though. First aid kit, just 1 in the pocket. Both teams pretty low on meds right now, so they don't want an extended fight. Because honestly, like, even if they win this, how long can they stay here? Next circle, hits down, goes towards shelter. This is a very open area at the moment. You know that Black Sparks could be very frustrated with this one, especially after finding that lovely compound they now have to leave. At least they will be able to clear the area around them, but so many teams will be looking for a good spot. Towards prison as well, there's a nice spot to hide, but it's those cliff sides that I'm looking towards.
See if anyone's going to be able to pop themselves at the foothills of that. Although it's always difficult to fight in a cliff finish, Blank. It's really, really tricky to sort of play that disparity in terms of ground. And the circle can shrink around and constrict you and stop you from moving up or down, or it can be all sorts of havoc coming into the fray. But Unicorns of Love and Umbra have managed to find themselves at loggerheads on the hillside. It looks like Umbra are really getting their bonces rattled, and only one of them still standing. Talon there, as Unicorns of Love pick up at one hell of a pickup there. Umbra as well, getting taken down early. That's fantastic for Unicorns of Love's approach.
Yeah, everyone crunching in, Talon walking away, but it's Rice Gang versus QATAR forces right now. These are both the teams that dropped on Novo, so finally they're duking it out.
Seeing what they can find here at the moment. QATAR forces have 1 down. Rice have 1 down as well. but up close, they're swarming around the sides here. No one really close enough to come in and third party this fight just yet, and it looks like they're putting the pressure down to try and stay alive. QATAR Forces did get the res off onto Youssef, so it is now a 3 versus 4. Rice Gang, oh, they take a nade, and that's another knock. It's 2 versus 4 now, Blank, against the Rice Gang. QATAR Forces holding strong, but a nade around the side. Oh, damn! Youssef down again. A pickup comes through for the QATAR Forces, but they turn it around. And looking for just that one player behind the ice cream van there. Really looking shaky right now for the Rice Gang. I think they might have just bitten off more than they can chew here, Blank, but there's still 3 going. QATAR Forces looking for that res yet again, playing together, keeping it tight. Love to see it. See if they'll be able to swarm past last. And I think they might just be able to get it. They know where he is. They know the location. The nade's a little bit long. It's just a matter of time. The nade does half HP. How long can this guy survive?
Yeah, QLASH has to drop the smokes right now. Best opportunity would just be to get away, but QATAR Forces managed to make that one happen, and hilariously so, Youssef coming around the corner with a grenade duct taped to his chest, takes down one player, takes out himself in the process, but just walks backward. I mean, it worked out, and I would have never expected that someone running around the corner with a nade in hand and just letting it explode, but, you know, it gets the job done, it works, you walk back, you get picked up, and QATAR Forces, despite going for that suicide play, actually come out with 4 players ahead. We can still see these 2 teams, Nexus Gaming as well as Lost Bullet, still fighting towards the western side right now. Most teams found their position on the map. You can see ScrimFarm up towards Prison, just chilling out. Talon has managed to make his way over the northern side. A really nice little rotation from UMBRA, actually making their way into the circle. Seraphim actually in a decent position towards the middle, but again, it's this spot towards Shelter, which is so awful to play, so open. You're basically playing around trees and actual vehicles at this point. So if you've held on to any, good job to you, because you're going to have a better time in this last circle. Hopefully some smokes are still available for you as well, making sure you can get towards those very end circles. But this is a disgusting circle to start off the day, not going to lie.
Oh, Nexus are going to get eliminated there. I thought they were going to be good on the out, but no, it seems like they ran into, is that...
GSG,
not too
ran
sure
straight
which,
into them,
GSG.
yeah.
Jeez, okay, all right, well, there you go. Brutal here at the PMPL for West Europe. They looked like they were all right, but no, they are going to be the 2nd team to get eliminated, down in 15th place, Blank. No further will they go. Not able to prove themselves here on the first Erangel.
No, not at all, but here's Destiny versus ScrimFarm once again. This is the fight coming out from Prison. One player from ScrimFarm still hasn't left as yet. This is the boy that Maxman was hyping up on the desk, just waiting in the wings here, potentially. Mitchie is down, Clown looking around, trying to see if he can find anyone downtown, but not as of yet.
Kills starting to pop off left and right now, and the teams will start to thin. It's a game of keeping everybody alive, which we saw QATAR Forces do fantastically well, and now they've afforded themselves the south side of the circle for it. Destiny spread in a line on the northern edge. They haven't quite fully moved that rotation in, and ScrimFarm are going to be challenging for their location. They do have a player dropped back all the way to the other side of Prison who will have to move. They're not quite in it just yet. Plenty of gunshots going off over towards the north side. That's UMBRA getting eliminated by Unicorns of Love, finally finishing the job. And Destiny, they're taking a pounding from the back as well.
It's not good for them. They get flattened out completely. Lakonostra MVP, surely they had a nice position towards the middle, but they had a really big split. They finally took a few members down, and really no one's really been too bold to approach their position for the time being, but we've got about half and half teams towards the north as well as the south. Lakonostra MVP, the only team towards the center right now, and fair play to them as well, because these teams do not want to get towards that middle. They are so open. It's the reason why Lakonostra MVP is taking so many casualties right now, but they just need to survive, because as long as they survive this next circle, by that time, most teams will be fighting one another on the sides of this edge circle.
Now RESQ looking to try and get a little bit of ground, but ScrimFarm just denying them any sort of entry right now. They're holding these cliff faces nicely. Beautiful nade there. Absolutely perfectly finished off as well. Very, very nice coming through from Clown. Anything but funny right now for RESQ, but they're going to have to try and sneak their way on in as it continues to be a gauntlet for them. Destiny are going to get eliminated there, down in 13th place in the northern side. Not going to be their friends. ScrimFarm continue to guard things out. And Polar Ace a little bit further in, getting pressured on as well. We'll see if they're able to move on through. A little bit of a refrag there coming through from RESQ. We'll see if they can finally find their opening, but there are trades going in.
That's nice. Oh,
Clown has to fold back in with the rest of the gang and see if they can get that res. Keep all four alive. Could be crucial on this northern side.
I'm loving this coming through from ScrimFarms. I mean, this like domino effect they have going on down the hill means that if anyone gets taken down, they have immediate sight lines down to the players who have actually knocked one of the players. So very good stuff here. Currently, Datati's actually trying to find a location in the circle. He dropped back up towards his team just to try and provide them support, but now he's back out again. He went off to the eastern side, but now we're looking at a circle going over towards the west. Now, Lakonostra MVP, they need to stay calm. They need to stay safe because now all this pandemonium is going to start happening on the edge, John.
Okay, speaking of pandemonium, we've got a garage crash coming on through. I think it's GSG pushing on to this position, and they're falling like flies here, Blank. Lost Bullet, able to cower in a corner and come out the best for it. Very low HP right now. I think that's the last player standing for GSG. See if he can get some healing off. I don't even know if he has any at this stage. They're just trying to get that scouting on, peppered from the sidelines. It's going to be so difficult to continue this push, but they want to sneak inside and get these reses. If they can keep 3 alive, they have a chance here.
Yeah, Lost Bullet is being very cautious right now, especially with the fact that there's boys outside the circle
down.
who do have sight.
Let's go around the side.
Drop down. Clever found 2 so far. Andelito's the last one. So low HP though, John. Clever comes around the side, finds him, and that strategic approach. Now Clever has to get back inside, drops onto the deck. Will pick up all the loot, first aid kit immediately afterwards, but he's on the lip of the hill there, so people can't see him as long as he stays prone. The difficulty is getting back up again, John.
Goodness me. I mean, they made the play. How much further can they go? They need to try and get into that circle. GODSENT had eyes on that fight that whole time, and they continue to put that pressure down. Only 2 players for Lost Bullet, so they'll have to try and sneak their way on in. GODSENT, they're pretty happy with their spot right now. Lakonostra MVP as well, but the crashes continue with QATAR forces moving in to try and pick up ScrimFarm, but they are just getting decimated as they move. Managed to get Yusef up close and personal, sprays in through the window, but takes a little bit too much damage there for his own liking. Will go down as well, and QATAR forces very, very low. I think there's only one still standing off in the hillside. But Lakonostra MVP, they have their sights on this as well. Third-party city coming in here, Blank.
Yeah, this is exactly what Lakonostra MVP needs to do during this game. I mean, they took a few knocks early on. They realized, you know what, we cannot continue like this. We need to wait, see where the circle goes, and they played it out exactly like I thought they would. And now they're going to go for those third parties. Not necessarily completely take down teams, perhaps just participate in those third parties and just make sure that when teams do finally get towards them, they're going to be the 4-man team maybe versus the 2- or 3-man team at the end, which is going to make things infinitely easier for them when they have that additional off angle to play.
But check out ScrimFarm, 6 kills we saw there on the team. These guys have been the bulldozers from the north. Able to pick up the kills where it matters. We'll see if they can continue to do so. They're not in the best of spots, guarded out right now by Lakonostra MVP, but they have some respite. They have some time to regroup, to recuperate. We'll see how much HP they can get back on board.
Yeah, I mean, they've been flying down from prison. They've got muscles abound right now after all those press-ups they were doing over on the cliffside. So they're going to drop down, see what they can get done. Right now, ScrimFarms has probably had the best strategic play out of the lobby for me so far. They've had some really nice lineups. Their positioning is absolutely fantastic. We've not seen too much of anyone else. I think Lakonostra MVP also in the good books for me right now. I love their positioning. I love the way they play this one. Yes, they got a little bit circle look, but they played it correctly. And that's the difficulty, is that you can make a lot of bad decisions. But here's Kosti, does see Sanfor. Sanfor just slips off to the side though, and now Kosti has to drop away. Snake in the grass, or in the car as it seems, and put that tail on the trigger.
Goodness me, that is one hell of a rattle down there coming through. Can't peek up too long, knows that they have the sights on him from that roof side. And will have to fall back, not looking to confirm right now. This is smart coming through from Black Sparks. They're not overextending, they're not overcommitting to try and get those kills. They're allowing the circle to do the work for them.
Now Kosti has to drop down Seraphim. Black Sparks, like you say, it's just going to let them walk into them. They've pretty much cleared out the entirety of the western side, so it can be very easy for them to slip into the circle, go up against Lakonostra MVP, who is most likely going to be the last players in the team. ScrimFarms try and crash into Lakonostra, but they are sent packing. Now it's GODSENT Vito on the southern side. We're not seeing too much of this team, but they had a lovely little start over towards farm, and now they can start to move their way up in the circle, potentially farm out some players as they already pick up 1 kill.
Oh, that's brutal. Just goes up, goes down, gets a kill, finds a second as well. Beautiful from XT on Panda. to pick up some more points. Lakonostra, though, they're coming under heavy fire. This is ScrimFarm. As I said, the Bulldozers from the north, they keep on going. They are the juggernaut. You cannot stop these guys right now. Certainly not in this game. It is theirs for the taking. We'll see if they can continue to roll on through. See how many more they can do it with, because they're only down to 1. They have managed to get a whole heap of points in the meantime, though. Lakonostra gave them a good fight, but they were too split to do anything about it. GODSENT with 4 from the south.
Titati, definitely one of the players who has been impressive so far with some great positioning, great off angles played by his team, being able to flex that muscle power for the team there. But it's now Marley taking shots over from Black Sparks, who've, like we said before, they moved straight from the western side after clearing it. A very smart play from them, and now they have the entirety of the western circle all to themselves. This forest finish, though, will cause some problems for teams, especially if you don't have 4 players alive. You need those extra angles when clearing out the tree line.
Titati on his own behind a rock, and I think they know. Vito lobs it on over. Will that seal the deal? A little bit wide. Will get the damage, though, so they'll know he's there. And has to be a little bit scared now. Trying to sneak around the rest of the teams. We're into the top 5, so already job done for ScrimFarm. They've had a fantastic start. Yeah. 8 kills, 5th place. That's exactly what you need to be seeing.
Yeah, Black Sparks are going to be absolutely cheering right now with the next circle coming on the screen, goes straight over towards their side. They are surely down the hill, but it means that people will walk down to them. So that hilltop advantage isn't as strong anymore, because you'll be fighting down to a team that is ready and raring for you to just slip out from behind the trees and take you down very quickly. They don't have to eliminate a team as so. They just need to cripple them, cause casualties. But GODSENT, they decide ScrimFarms is not worth it right now. They need to get into circle, get a better position. ScrimFarms can take the W and take maybe 1 or 2 extra spots here if Titati is lucky, but GODSENT's going for the win.
4 players alive, and why wouldn't you? On 3 kills, you probably need to place a little bit higher than 5th to get a little bit more on board. Lakonostra MVP, that's going to bring us down to 4. They finally get eliminated. They held out for so long and got 11 points for it. Pretty decent profit on the day. We'll see what they can do in the next games, but we're down to 4 now, Blank.
Yeah, Panda's still going, though, which is what I'm most impressed by. I mean, they've had a rough time coming down from the north, constantly moving. Here's a lovely nade going on the top. They can take Black Spark's position. GODSENT's going to be a really good spot. That is the damage markers coming through for GODSENT. Vito, once again, with those nades. This could be a beautiful Molotov. Doesn't quite go far enough, though, but it does prevent Black Sparks from even trying to step up towards GODSENT's side. They have a nice little lineup over towards the tree line, so they can stay nice and healthy here. They might just have the drop on Black Sparks if they can continue around, but everyone's prone right now. No one wants to give away their position. Nade over the top, John.
Oh. Imperium, I think you're not muted. Sorry, have you in our ears, but we're going to be going on in. ScrimFarm continue to rattle off shots. They get another kill, and we'll be able to take 1, but they will finally fall. Panda able to guard that one out. GODSENT now look up to stand and strike. They will stand up, find 1, find more. 4 of them alive. They have the firing line to work with, but they lose 1 in the process. Finally taken to task. Are the Black Sparks able to move in from the western edge?
Just Panda. 1 player remaining on this team. Could potentially even ladder up here, John. Here's Tazy coming around the side, looking for that last player of Panda, but it's just 1 versus 1 right now. He has no help from the rest of this team, so GODSENT's fairly split at the moment. This could be a decent nade coming over the top, sending AZ packing. Does a little bit of damage, does stand up, tries to quickly peek over the grass there, not quite able to see it, but Black Sparks currently holding on. No one's in the circle, but Black Sparks have the best entry right now. Kwai, so close, just hiding behind this tree. AZ has no idea.
Goodness me. I mean, they should have known the nade came from that spot, but maybe they were thinking it came from down the hill. 3 teams remain. 8 kills found for Panda. 17 points, by the way, for ScrimFarm. A fantastic performance from them as we bide our time now into the final circles. GODSENT doing a lot of work. They've continuously been in strong positions, and that's the value of experience.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we go back to when GODSENT was holding down towards farm, but that's a nice shot onto Marley. Black Sparks open it up beautifully. Panda just needs to bide their time right now, but it looks like Sam4 has an idea. There's a player over towards that side. Black Sparks, they're going to push the advantage, knowing there's only 2 players alive. They have 3 up, so they have the player stop on them.
Oh, goodness me. I think they're just wary of the entire ridge, but I don't know if they think there's another team or not. Goodness. A beautiful nade over the top confirms so much onto GODSENT, but there's still one alive. And AZ holding for GODSENT right now against multiple. Panda come into the third party. I think we're down to a 1 versus 1 blank here. It's down 1 for each of these teams. BlackSparks versus GODSENT on the hillside. BlackSparks from the west. GODSENT stalwart at the top, but the nade might be enough.
Oh,
it's
my goodness.
It's going to burn them out. AZ has to push out the smoke, go for the fight, but he can't get it done. It's the BlackSparks from the west, and 25 points on the game. What a way to kick things off.
Sanfor at the end there with the most clutch Molotov I have seen in a long time. The smoke dissipates just as that res was about to go off, but the molly stops them from actually picking up the player, forces him forward, and again, that's what they wanted from the beginning of the game, is to force players down the hill towards them, into their hands. Really, really good stuff there from BlackSparks. I mean, they played at a disadvantage down the hill their entire time. Sure, this circle was on them for the time being, but they had to play it on really cautiously. I love the way they had one player as like an outreach as well there, John, making sure that they had a little bit of room to work with, a little bit of room to breathe, and they played around those rocks perfectly. Very nice stuff. But again, Panda, what a lovely ending to that game. They had to fight all the way from the northern side, and it still worked out just fine.
Yeah, fantastic stuff coming through from Panda. They actually lost a player first in that game, if you remember, over in Rozhok. So they were on 3 players to make it all the way to 3rd place, as they did with so many kills. Fantastic, fantastic performance. Let's take a look at some of the moments from that game. The first here at the West Europe PMPL blank. That was pretty decent PUBG Mobile. I mean, there wasn't any shenanigans with the circle. There wasn't any super weird plane paths. It was a little bit unfavorable to some, but I felt like we got some good action coming into the first.
Yeah, we got some beautiful action. I mean, so far, a lot of times we see at the beginning of these tournaments just teams absolutely rattling one another down, making a lot of mistakes as they try and work their way around one another. But it really does feel like Europe West has prepared like a lot here. This is very, very impressive to me from a first game standpoint. I mean, we had an interesting circle there. Lakonostra MVP had a lot riding down on them as well in that circle, because they had to play middle, they had to play shelter. It's an awful position to play, but you kind of have to play for those third parties, take casualties around the map, and survive as long as possible. And that's what they played. They played it nicely. It was kind of inevitable with the circle that they were dealt towards the end that they were going to go down, but they did what they could with it, which is wonderful. Panda, again, you lose one player early. You don't typically see a team like that continue all the way to the end of the game. They usually lose morale and then are falling out. But just like you say, John, an impressive slate of moments here. And this last fight from BlackSparks as well as Panda and GODSENT was bloody beautiful.
It's not often you see uphill nades win the day, but I feel like that's really what did it right at the end there.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to throw as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's really, really hard to land those, to hit the edge. It can really ricochet pretty much anywhere as you go forward. So absolutely fantastic play from BlackSparks. I mean, even earlier when we talked about they were in that Harry Potter tower guarding out to the west, and they got a couple of knocks downhill, but they didn't overextend. A lot of teams might have decided, you know what, we need to clear out the back so that we can push in later. They bided their time and they used the circle to their advantage. They played the time game and it came out fantastically for them.
Yeah, 100%. It was very, very strong. They took some excellent compounds earlier on in that game as well, but we're going to head to a quick break and we're back in just a second.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe, and we finished off our very first match here of the entirety of the tournament. And what a match it was, starting off an extremely crazy way and finishing off with a phenomenal team stepping up. BlackSparks taking home the chicken dinner here. Guys, what's your initial thoughts on the match?
Oof, that's an open one. Bloody hell. In terms of what we were talking about, in terms of how we kind of wanted this match to play out, very, very interesting. A lot of teams trying to take up some important positions, which obviously we're going to extrapolate a little bit on later. Lakonostra, I thought maybe they would have had a bit of a better start to this game, considering that they moved pretty heavily west up onto the top of that kind of shelter lumber mill area there, Maxman, but it wasn't to be for them. They got heavily pinched during all of that.
And they were chilling on the eastern side of the circle. The circle went their way many times, but unfortunately at the end, it got a little bit too clustered with teams, and they did get a little bit overwhelmed at the end. But I still think at the end it was a good attempt from them, and I think that they played it really well. Also, we had some rotations from ScrimFarm that we'll touch upon a little bit later, but I think Prism was a little overkill, and I would almost say we're in their chances of a really strong finish there with their man advantage.
Well, speaking of strong finishes, let's take a look at our rankings from our very first match of the day. Remember, we have 4 teams who haven't played just yet, so there'll be no overalls, but we can get an idea of how many points the teams did accumulate over the course of match 1 in Black Sparks. 25 points. I think what's important for me here, James, yes, it's great to finish in first place, get the chicken dinner, but 10 kills to back it up for me shows Black Sparks have shown up ready to play.
Yeah, definitely. And that came off the back of some great moves coming out from Black Sparks. For a long time during this game, some of those compounds southwest of where shelter is were not taken up. However, Black Sparks took the most western one and made great rotations above Seraphim when the circle shifted away from them. Yes, lost 1 on rotation, but being able to round that game out with 3 alive, gatekeep Seraphim from being able to push in a little bit more east, gave them a huge opportunity and a huge wealth of area to be able to control and bring them home.
Now, they got 6 kills super early on in that game too, especially down to gatekeeping, as you just rightly mentioned there, Kalaris. So I think Black Spark definitely understood what kind of situation they were in, and they played really well according to their strength. And if they didn't have any strength, they try and created an opportunity to find some. And then Panda, I mean, QE able to get himself just a little bit snaky at the finish there and able to secure himself a 3rd position with 8 kills too. And they lost a player so early on too, which is so surprising to me. They lost a player towards, I believe it was next to Watertown, it was Yiz, and they just took so much control in the northern side, allowing to basically gatekeep all the north and pick up all the kills along the way. And I think that Panda here, despite losing a player, did not lose hope. They played really well despite only having 3 players, and I think that is why they got rewarded with 18 kills total, 18 points total, not 18 kills. That's a lot, too much.
That would be crazy. That would be crazy for the first match. But what you're not seeing though on this first page is there's a lot of big names we've been talking about when it came into this event, when we talked about, before the match started, that we don't see for the likes of, Team UMBRA. They didn't make it through. Let's take a look at the second page so you can see what points these other teams did get in this first match. And it's a little bit worrisome. Unicorns of Love, we talked about that little bit of a curse. I will say this though, 5 points. That's a solid start. That's a solid start. 4 of them coming from kills. Next is Gaming as well, not having a strong start. Rice Gang, unfortunately, not having a strong start either. But I do have to say that at the end of the day, James, it is the first match. It's just 1 game.
Yeah, Jason, good to see the 3 of my 5 teams that I talked about during the group stages are in the bottom 4, Let's breeze over that for a moment. UMBRA, I think you were saying, Maxman, about their rotation from the southwest of the map, it wasn't really on the money here, right?
It was for Primorsk, and I think that if you see, especially that phase 1 circle, it popped really early, and it was a split towards Sosnovka Island and also the side towards Milta. You understand there's a big chance it's going to be a hard shift because of the water being in play, and they took way too long for that kind of circle to come on through, and especially when in the lobby, you have teams like GODSENT. I mean, GODSENT, and especially I have a lot of teams in this lobby that like to play around the farm area. That means that if you rotate from Primorsk and you try and enter straight in the center, you're going to encounter 2, 3, 4 teams, which is exactly what happened. They lost 3 players on the dime, and we're down to 1 so quickly. So I think that Primorsk is not a bad spot, but when you know the circle's moved heftily away from you, you must be able to respond to it really quickly.
Well, it's time now to take a look at our total damage, and I'm curious if Black Spark's going to maintain the #1 position as they got through the first place overall. And, this was interesting to me, right? Panda #1, even though they had 3 players, but also ScrimFarm, ScrimFarm, they just completely came out the gate swinging, and that's really impressive considering, I know you've said, Max, they've been around since time began.
Since the Big Bang, they've been here, ScrimFarm. I mean, really good game from them. They have not been scrim farming. They've been farming those scrims for sure, and they've been doing really good in those. And now into the actual tournament itself, 9 kills. They're almost going to be the top fragger of this very first game. And I said it, I was a little bit doubtful at the very start of ScrimFarm. I was like, I don't think it's going to work out just fine. But the Tati, he was sniping through the terrain from prison down below. He was staying hidden, and the moment he got involved, he was able to secure even more kills for his team. So despite, I think, maybe some mistakes in decision making when it came down to their rotational pathing as to where they wanted to enter the circle from, they still were able to take the fights, pick up a few kills along the way, and actually make it worth their time. So, hey, you know what? That's a +4 negative.
I gotta say, Jason, I'm extremely impressed to see Panda #1 when it comes to damage.
Yes, thank you.
Considering what we saw from them. So let's break this down for a moment. Panda prioritized what I believe to be positioning and rotation more so than kills in this game because they were at a disadvantage because they lost years early. We saw that with their rotation very early, middle to that kind of west of shelter area on the hill. We saw that when they wrapped north around against some of those teams and slowly lost people here and there. But the fact that they were able to put out that much damage whilst effectively prioritizing the rotations is extremely commendable. Great stuff by Panda.
And kind of on the other side of that coin, Black Sparks, they actually had 1,500 damage done and 10 kills. So instead of the 2K and the 8 kills, they had a little bit of a different story. But for me, that's kind of interesting to see that they were picking off kills, it seemed, or at least confirming the kills a lot better than Panda was.
I mean, they were taking fights that were so short, I think, especially. We were talking about, especially when they were fighting versus Gaijin, James, and the fight was very, very shortly lived once Gaijin tried to go for the push. The moment they pulled the trigger, the fight was already over. So that's why you don't see as much damage on their side, but the fights made a lot of sense, and they didn't take fights that really didn't have a big, long an impact for them.
Yeah, I think that's the important thing about that fight between Black Sparks and Gaijin is the fact that Gaijin was always going to be at a disadvantage. Slightly down the hill against a Wizard Tower location, which had great angles, great sidelines. You're eventually, as Gaijin, up against the blue. Like, I think maybe if Gaijin had gone south and tried to avoid that fight completely, yes, you eventually end up in that kind of scrap that GODSENT eventually cleans up down the line. But I think that probably keeps you alive a little bit longer than going straight up against Black Sparks was. So, you know, Captain Hindsight, you know.
Well, speaking of keeping you alive a little bit longer, we're going to take a look at our top 2 players in the first match of the day. And QE coming in from Panda, you know, he did a fantastic job of being the last player standing for his team. But again, I'm just so impressed to see a team, like I'm used to Max seeing teams where they're down a man, maybe down 2 in the beginning. They play super safe. They play strictly for placements, but Panda didn't care.
I don't know how QE survived that one. I'm not gonna lie. I was looking at the POV of Luffy at some point for the side of Black Spark, and he just it was not even a second, and he had him in the POV, and he just changed location right at the last second. Didn't quite spot out QE, so he was able to survive a little bit longer. I even thought for a split second QE was going to secure second spot for the entirety of Panda because it was just so close to seeing the side of GODSENT get eliminated. But Sam4, he's the main reason why it got so close in the first place. Like you mentioned many times, James, how good Black Spark were when it came down to rotation, understanding the value of specific compounds, and also gatekeeping the likes of Gaijin Seraphim.
Yeah.
I think their late game team fighting prowess was also so out of the ordinary, but also so well executed. Their usage of utility was the pivotal point for the entire day of that fight, because I thought for the longest time, GODSENT, boom, they got the high ground position, they got a wide spread, it's GODSENT, they're an aggressive team, they're going to take the dub at the end. Sam4's like, no, I got 1 grenade, I'm going to get 2 kills. He picks those up, he gets the kill also on QE at the very end, and he clears everything up. So the utility usage and the team fighting to close off the game from Black Spark was pinnacle, and I want to see a lot more of them because that was exactly what they needed to take that prime position away from GODSENT, really.
Yeah, before we do fully jump into Black Sparks, I want to take a closer look at the stats coming in for Panda. Because again, just to reiterate another time, for me, it's so impressive to see them come into this. I know we talked about them as being one of the teams to watch when it comes to PMPL Western Europe, but we can see their stats here, 2,100 damage and 18 points. I think what's important to me out of all this, Kalaris, is not necessarily how they played out the game, but to have a good first game here in the caliber of teams we have really helps build up that confidence.
Especially considering how the game started. I don't think we can emphasize that enough. The fact that they basically played this game out 3-man and still were able to scramble together, not even scramble together, just play it this well throughout the game as a total. And I know, you know, when me and Max Man are playing, he feels like he's a man down as well with me being on the squad. So he can fully appreciate what Panda had to do here, right, Max?
I mean, yeah, they were doing fantastic, and I mentioned at the very start also the fact that I talked with the manager of Veggie, and he said, no, they're feeling very anxious coming into this. I mean, it definitely didn't feel like it, seeing how they were playing, despite that early player going down. And even I said the best player on their side in my eyes is GK First, and he was not there. He's not playing the 2 first games of basically every single day. So if they can perform that well with not even what is their main roster, I think that once we hit game 3, 4, and 5, they're actually going to get into the nitty gritty of it.
Yeah. That's actually really important, though, as well, is that we mentioned it whilst we were watching this game. When you make these drops, because the reason Panda lost one person, as you mentioned, was in Watertown. They were doing a little bit more of a split. One in Watertown, a few members over towards that Rozok split as well. Learning that in game 1 of a 4-week tournament is so good, because then you're like, okay, well, we can play all of our other Erangels and not do that anymore, and we will be 4 alive. And if they were 4 alive in this game, hell, they could have even taken it, Jason.
I still feel bad for Yiz, though, because he's sitting there like, guys, I just want to play the game. But at the same time, it's like, all right, I'll die first every time if we can keep putting up numbers like that. And speaking of numbers, Black Sparks, we got to take a closer look at this team, because, again, taking home the chicken dinner in the very first game here of the entirety of PMPL is a phenomenal start for them. And we'll see the stats they did put up across the board. Again, the damage, and I think something that I want to talk about here, Bax, is, you know, we're always impressed by big damage numbers. But I feel like what's also just as impressive is, like, how close you keep that 1-to-1 ratio of damage to your kills, or I guess 100-to-1 ratio of damage to kills. And that means teams are confirming those kills a lot cleanly, or more cleanly, and they're cleaning up those fights as you put up before a lot faster.
I mean, exactly, like that conversion rate from 1.5k damage to 10 kills is really strong, and these fights that they took just made sense. They were always having the advantage point. Despite that early rotation, there was a like very last second, and they did get the compound that James did mention a few times there, that I think was, I didn't expect them to get in that position in the first place, but the moment they had the lead in that 5 versus Gaijin, they were not going to give it away. And Black Spark is a team known as for doing very small amount of, I would say, throws. The moment they had the advantage, they just used everything in their arsenal to actually win that fight, and that's why you're not seeing maybe an insane amount of damage, but the conversion rate being so high, the fights made sense, the execution was clean, and they win it right off the bat.
That's the thing as well, is that when you say sometimes the throws here and there, I think that comes off the back of risky play that could potentially get them into a game-winning spot, and I think that's what they did here. The rotation to their first compound that they made, as you see them now holding out Seraphim after they'd made the rotation north of this compound, was through like 4 teams through that compound, and they managed to get there against some of those teams. A great grenade kind of finishing off, and you want to seeing this great gunplay and awareness of the situation, going up against a GODSENT here, Max, that has a little bit higher elevation than you in this fight, and winning this out is extremely impressive.
The issue for GODSENT is also they were just back up against the wall, back against the blue zone, and they were getting actually pushed over, showing their heads over to Black Spark, and they just hit every single one of those shots almost. They spotted away the side of QE, Panda goes out in 3rd position, and that's it. The utility I mentioned earlier, they used the smokes, they're able to just clear away visibility from GODSENT, get himself on the high ground position, contest GODSENT, and win the fight. I think that is how you close off games when you don't have the advantage, and Black Spark, that was the first game, and they almost got a 30-point bomb in the very first game, so I'm just like, I want to see more, mate. That's great.
Yeah.
I'm almost going to bet you that Black Sparks were able to take that high and run with it a little bit further. I want to take a look at the schedule really quickly for you guys at home to remind you, if you didn't join us in the very first match, of what the order is going to be today. Now, we had our first game on Erangel, like we always seem to do, and it's going to be Miramar next with Group D sitting out. We'll get to which teams will be playing and which teams won't be playing in a few minutes' time, but I think it's really important now, if you are a team that had a bad first game and you get to sit out, you get that kind of refresh, that time to, like, you know, rethink things over and hopefully come back into your next game a little bit stronger. Whereas if you're one of those teams like Black Sparks who just had a fantastic game, if you have to potentially come out here in our next game of the day, that's got to be frustrating because you just had that fantastic game. But luckily for them, as you're seeing on your screen, they will be playing here. So James, Miramar, how much different is this map going to play out, you think, for these teams? Obviously, it's still early time, so I'm not trying to grill you too hard on this, but I think this is obviously going to be a much different mentality coming into Miramar than the likes of Erangel.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, Erangel, for all intents and purposes, has huge fields of rotation paths, if you really want them. Miramar is very much so more channels of rotation, and for a lot of teams, if they're willing to set up something kind of towards the edge of circles and then greet teams on arrival when it comes to that, it can be very, very difficult.
All right, well, Max, I did want to get your thoughts, but we're going to hold on to it because we want to get this next game going here. And yet again, we got to bring it back to our commentators with John on a blank. So I'll see you two after the break. Let's head to our casters now.
All right, thank you very much, Jason. We are going to be getting into things with our game number 2 over on Miramar. Blank, it's Miramar, it's bigger. Is it better? Wait and see.
I think it's better. I am personally a huge fan of the Miramar. Right? I'm also a huge fan of the players because, honestly, you guys didn't see it, unfortunately, but when we were in the lobby before the game began, we had a snake conga line going on. where almost all players were involved, and I was very happy about that. So you know what, these players, they might be going against each other when they're on the map, but in the lobby they're all friends, and that's what matters at the end of the day. That as well as prize money, which will be won and had at some point.
Come on and do the conga. We're gonna kill each other in just 5 minutes.
Well, more like 106 seconds. So that's my time, but you know, that's where it is. Anyway, we've got our plane path coming through over towards from Puerto Paraiso all the way up to El Pozo. So this is what you could call very much a southwest type of plane path, and it's depending on what kind of circle we do get forward, depending whether this is a bad circle or is it a good circle. It could be a good circle if we get southwest circle, but honestly, it's one of those ones where Torre Armada, Campo Militar, Tierra Blanca, they're all very difficult to get towards the moment. You're more relying over towards Hacienda del Patron, San Martin, as well as Power Grid, which are all very nice spots, but they are super duper risky to drop on because you're going to have a lot of teams here, especially with this being the first Miramar of the tournament. You're going to see a lot of teams dropping on one another. So we're going to have that circle head up towards the northwest, which is slightly difficult. So you're going to see a lot of these teams kind of like crashing against one another towards when they get towards San Martin or Picado, because you have these huge cliff faces, which you have to get through, which causes a lot of these little traffic jams, these little tight spots where, you know, they're like the Valley of Death, where you can have teams who are going to stop on top of Power Grid, firing down onto you. It's rough, John. This is rough.
I'm imagining that there's going to be a pretty solid eastern swing as well, a cohort of players trying to move up that sort of area, which does mean that the sort of the triangle of death that exists between San Martin, Graveyard and Junkyard, that sort of area of the map, might not be as impactful unless a team tries to camp themselves there, tries to control that area, because maybe they've read into it, maybe they've kept track of all of those drops. So we'll have to wait and see just where these teams opt to go. But for now, we're in the looting phase. Everybody's down on the ground. They're getting those vehicles, which are so important here on Miramar.
So aptly we've moved over towards Clash here, over in towards El Pozo. They're having a great time. They're currently in the circle towards the west. They don't have any teams towards the western side, so they can happily move east into this circle if they do need to, depending where it does shift next. These teams, though, that you were talking about before, John, towards making that Impala rotation up Al-Azahar and then swinging around over the top, you're completely right. That is an option to them. And I think that, you know, sooner rather than later is probably the play for a lot of these teams. Lakonostra MVP in a great position to do that. They're already moving up towards Junkyard. They see that they're one of the teams that drop most towards the northeast, so they can move up. And I think the difficulty is, where do you want to drop off? Because you can hit up Hacienda del Patron, but you're most likely going to get shot at, or you can head towards water treatment, which provides you a little bit of cover. You can also play off teams who have to rush into water treatment. You can shoot down into them from the lovely little side banks that are on over towards that compound. But yeah, things are difficult, and I think that you're most likely going to see a lot of problems occur towards the south here, where you've got Unicorns of Love, RESQ. You also have GSG all down here. Like, they're going to have a rough time coming up through GODSENT, who once again will be that gatekeeper of the circle.
Seems like they've found themselves in fortuitous spot once again. We'll have a little bit of a crack at this one as well. We've got GAMELORD now into this game. We'll see just what they're able to do. They're just over the hillside from GODSENT, so they're waiting in the wings potentially. They're pretty crunched together at this stage, but they have got a couple of vehicles. I think they are actually on a 2-2 split here, so they are controlling, again, a lot of ground on that south side. The Black Sparks obviously are victors from the last game. They are all the way down in Puerto Paraiso, which is going to be a pretty tricky rotation. They're going to be at the back of the queue, Blank.
Yeah, they're going to be waiting a while right now, to be honest with you. Like, at this rate, you're going to be in the car. It's going to be getting hot. You're going to have to put on the air conditioning. The electric's going to run out. You're going to be struggling. That's the problem. And this team will definitely sweat if they want to get into this circle, because they are right on the side of the map, like you said, John. So it's going to be difficult, but we'll check back in with those guys a little bit later. Let's take a quick check over towards UDR Killers, though, over towards Monte Nuevo. Now, this is a team that we have seen play before under the guise of Unicorns of Love before they were dropped by that team, but it looks like they have remained together, which is good. I'm happy with that. They continue to work on a few things here, and they've remained as a set team. Ulysses, Pocus, obviously you've got your boy on this team as well. So honestly, this is a good team. This is a good team. They were very aggressive, though. They were very, very aggressive, and that was what caused them a lot of problems, John.
See if that aggression can bear fruit here, or if they've changed that strategy moving in and going to try and prove Unicorns of Love wrong for giving them the old snip, and have to see what they can do here. We'll have to wait and see. Obviously, still early in the day, but with the Super Weekend format, you don't have too many games, actually, to prove your mettle in these situations. You've only got these 2 days to play in, to get ready for those Super Weekends, to qualify for those Super Weekends. And I think that historically we've seen the points boundary be in the low 50s for making it into these Super Weekend situations. So if you're playing 8 games, that means you're looking for a little bit of pressure into some of these games. You don't need standout performances, you just need to make top 16.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that plays a lot into this role. I think you can kind of chill out sometimes, especially when you have a massive pop-off game like Black Sparks just had, especially the very first day, first game, 25 points. You are halfway there. Oh. These guys are halfway towards having to get an MOT on both of these trucks very soon. But the thing is that 25 points puts you in a real good stead going forward. And 50 points, you said, is around about the boundary. We've seen sometimes low 40s depending on the caliber of the lobby. So, you know, these teams could be lucky, and it could be one of those games where, you know, everyone, there are teams towards the top who just take over this game, take over this tournament. But from last game alone, just going off that, John, I think this is going to be a very competitive lobby. So I think those 50s is probably where a lot of these teams are going to be looking to hit.
Yeah, it is definitely very, very close around those boundaries. And as you say, if those point sponges do start to exist, then it can become a little bit more volatile down at the bottom, which means that you could see some shake-ups in terms of the number of Super Weekends a lot of these teams are playing. A lot of the entries that they have here. These hillsides now for Gaijin Seraphim, they're on top, and Polar Ace just a little bit lower down. Polar Ace a little bit more grouped up than Seraphim, but some off angles potentially coming into play here. Bujo just trying to rattle off some shots. You've got to hit those. That's an open target, my friends. Unfortunate, not going to be able to do too much damage.
Yeah, this is a spot, though, that both the teams are not going to leave. It's such a nice spot in this map right now towards Crater Fields. Has some really good sight lines, nice compound there as well, especially with being so central-ish. But to be fair, being on this northern side provides you with a better scope of this field, especially when you go down towards the south a little bit and you're dead center, but you're in a valley. You're not having a good time there at all. That's a bad place to be. That is a last resort place to be. So, you know, Seraphim and Polar Ace, they're definitely going to fight for this position. But with Seraphim being uphill, they can technically hold this one out. Here's Pandas, though. They potentially might lose one player. That's fine. We know how well they do with just the 3.
I believe that's Yiz as well, who did go down first for the Pandas in the last game. And
I'll do it again!
I'll do it again. It worked out last time. It's a strategy, Blank. It's not a mistake. It's a strategy.
It's a fresh new strategy, as we see fresh here on the screen. QA over towards in the backside. I don't think he's getting away, though. He does have a vehicle. He will have to absolutely send it like a bat out of hell if he wants to make his way down.
Send it indeed, but a little bit of respite for these teams. Unicorns of Love. They want a little bit more, but I don't think Panda are too willing to give him it. GSG, in the meantime, they're sneaking on past and maybe skipping the queue on that western edge. The teams on the eastern side, you've got Black Spark who have made their way up now and clashing potentially with Lakonostra MVP on the eastern side, who are pushing in behind UMBRA. So those two teams, Lakonostra and Black Sparks, will have to try and move through water treatment, which is now occupied by UMBRA. Very, very dangerous territory.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, though, is the Lakonostra MVP have waited. They are towards the hillside, just looking down onto Black Sparks, but UMBRA, they've actually moved into water treatment, so they're down. They're like in a little ditch at the moment. For Black Sparks as well as Lakonostra MVP, they can take the hillside just outside water treatment and have a good time, but it looks like UMBRA's trying to move further into this circle, especially with just towards this northeast being such a hot spot. Lakonostra MVP at least will go down to Hamo. Black Sparks have a good position on the road here, and at least there's almost no hope for him. Will also has to make his way through and across the road, which is going to be difficult with all the sightlines that currently Black Sparks do possess.
They're warmed up and ready to fight, Blank. They're challenging on the road and making it work. Obviously, Lakonostra MVP did very, very well from position last game, but it was Black Sparks who dominated on the frags. And it seems like they're going to carry that over to Miramar. UMBRA as well have moved away from water treatment, so there is no potential third parties here. And the way is clear to keep on moving forward. But we've now got this central glut of teams around some decent territory moving forwards just southeast of Crater Fields.
Looking down towards Unicorns of Love as well as Panda, honestly, this place, this little spot here and the fight between these teams is so ill-advised. And this is exactly what I would advise teams not to do in your own games, is remain in one position so long that you take some knocks. Like, you're trying to hold out a team, but is it worth it? Is it worth it at this point? Going forward, you might get gate kept by GSG. You're almost certainly not going to get past UDR Killers at this point. You're losing meds. This is not worth it. Let Pandas go. Sure, they might be behind you, but you've already taken one player of those. They're probably not going to take a fight with you until later. Probably swing down towards the south. So this is, in my opinion, just not wise from Unicorns of Love, honestly.
All right, there, fair enough. Lessons being learned potentially as we move forward. Panda did actually lose 2 overall in their various engagements here with Unicorns of Love. I think they have got the bead on their position, so potential to try and harry them as they do move. But you're right, they've stuck around for a little bit too long. Ked just, I think they know exactly where XT is, so they've just got eyes on that building. They're rolling up. They want to continue this fight, Blank. They want to confirm these points. They want to just completely oust
fully stimmed
these guys from the runnings. And of course, fair enough, Panda did incredibly well in that last game. Try and curtail their points, potentially bring them back into striking range. XT on the ground behind the dumpster will just get shut on down. Nothing doing there. A pickup for Unicorns of Love, and now Panda's down to 1. Just quiet.
Yeah, so I think QE in the back there doesn't really want to take any shots onto Unicorns of Love. But again, now they have to move towards El Pozzo. Moving through that city, you're going to get caught up in the industrial zone itself. And then moving through to maybe UDR Killers as well as GSG. You're going to get caught up in that. And for what? 2 points? 3 points? Is it really worth it there? I think, sure, it's secured points, but like we said, you need 50 points to finish out a game. You're wanting to average around about 10 points, not 10 points, around about 7 points a game. So getting 3 points and dying is just not where you want to be, really, John.
It's not ideal at all. But, you know, it is an average, so you can earn 10 points on a game and sort of try and bring that one up. It's always difficult to sort of predict, especially this early on. We'll have to see how the lobby falls. But the circle moved all the way up north, and that's going to really be a problem for a lot of these teams. A lot of them were holding up around power grid, around that side of the road, and now they have to move.
Sushi crashes the car. She's not going anywhere anytime fast. Looking up towards Polar Race as well as Seraphim, though. These two guys, they took the nice hilltops very early on, which are going to be beautiful now, especially with how many valleys there are in this next circle. Again, teams have to make their way in. UDR, Ulysses does go down. This is very reminiscent of when they were on Unicorns of Love, just absolute razzes through zones that they have no idea that there are teams of in, but nice shots coming through from Nano. There will be a lot of damage going through on the Spicy.
Able to find some high ground, find an angle, and suppress them for the time being. UDR Killers, they lose Ulysses, but they will be able to survive with 3 and get themselves closer towards that circle. That's really what they're looking for. They just want to be in. They just want to be ready. On that southwestern side, it's not easiest to find the way through, especially with GameLord waiting in the wings, trying to pick up anyone who dare step out of line. We're tuning in with GSG now and QLASH, which is going on the northwestern edge of this circle. As QLASH try and push in, but GSG holding this ridgeline. Lau pops some shots down, but knows the rest of QLASH are further on. I wonder where the rest of his team is. Okay, they're split around it. Look at that on the map. You can see Levi with that duo for GSG. They're behind QLASH right now. This is such an odd fight.
Yeah, I mean, GSG will take 1. That's another player going down there. So, very difficult. QLASH just has to let their player go. And Delito takes a shot to the body, but doesn't go down. Unicorns of Love are on top of UDR Killers, so it's old Unicorns of Love versus new Unicorns of Love there, so an interesting little battle going through. But Polar Ace as well as Seraphim, again, coming back to these two teams. Nice positions within the circle so far. This is a very unplayable zone. There are so many valleys here, so many open hillsides where you kind of have to take these spots. And I love Seraphim's current position. They're holding down 3 compounds at the same time. You'd imagine that they are going to coalesce later in the game once they figure out exactly where the circle is going to go. MZ, once again, we heard from Maxman, this guy's leading the charge. Sees some players down towards.
Moving on forwards, GSG moving forwards. 1 second. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, Unicorns of Love trying to hold out on the western edge. Panda do get eliminated, so they do finally go down. Their last player still standing. GAMELORD up the top of the mountain will be holding out on the western edge. They're right on the lip of this crater and trying to guard out all of these teams on the south or the north of them. They're looking for those shots and maybe looking to move a bit further in with the next circle coming through.
Yep, Unicorns of Love just holding it down right now, doing their best. You'd GAMELORD over on the top side, MZ just holding it down. Some nice sprays coming through from Makashi. Not enough happening though. Spicy lobs a nade. Tries to go down the hill here. Unicorns of Love, though, holding on. This is what we talked about earlier. They're getting caught on the side right now, and it's so difficult to move through the west. GSG moving down on the northwest too here, John. GAMELORD will take down Beg for Mercy. Force to the floor. QLASH goes down next. UDR Killers trying to get something done, but that's Clash now out.
Finally, this western edge starts to pop off. Unicorns of Love caught really in a sticky spot here, Blank. See if they can fight their way out, but with GAMELORD bearing down upon them, the smokes around them really not going to go well. Unicorns of Love eliminated on the western edge, but GAMELORD now have another fight to handle. UDR Killers will have survived out the night. They'll see if they can go much further. GODSENT locked in combat with Destiny at this stage. The spray down's good. We'll be able to pick up yet another, but they've lost 2 in the process, and then there's another down. Finding a little bit more, the knocks come back their way. Destiny with the advantage here. 3 players alive and standing for them against GODSENT with 1.
Whiskey in the smoke. Smoked whiskey at this point, just trying to stay alive as long as possible. But still on ice over on that side of the map. We'll have to hold it down for a little bit longer. Michi, you can see there down by the cactuses. But it's RESQ with a full team. This is a team that I did not expect to be here at this point. They were so much on the south side towards Chupacabra, but they have managed to make their way up into this circle, albeit they are right on the edge here, John. It makes it very difficult. UMBRA holding it down, but they are so open to these grenades.
There's a lot of fighting going on, but Black Sparks are sitting pretty right on the northern side. The nades from the top from RESQ. Looking to drop right down onto UMBRA on slivers of HP. The nade will find 2, and the third to pick it up. Beautiful from RESQ to be able to find everything they're looking for. That's Destiny eliminated in the meantime as well. The nades continue to roll on down. Holding in those bunkers is so dangerous, and UMBRA find out exactly why that is.
It is a big problem here. Now just Naruto remaining. Oh, just about. Wants to shatter clone himself a few more teammates, but it's only ProLord alive, but he's down on the floor with no hope really of getting him back up again. Nexus Gaming bearing down on GODSENT. Vito behind the walls here. Again, this is an awful little circle. Look how open it is. GSG, UDR, GAMELORD all just holding on for hope towards that western side on the top of the hill, but at some point they will have to make that mad dash down.
Goodness me. So many players around that sort of area on the south side. The circle shifts out west towards terrain, Blank. Seraphim able to push out a little bit further. We have 12 teams remaining, and quite frankly, I find that to be pretty startling. We've got a lot of stragglers left standing, so I'm expecting that number to fall pretty sharpish.
Yeah. I imagine that will happen, especially with the fact that now we get that circle, and oh my god, what a circle it is. Heads over towards the western side, so these teams on the top of the lip of that hill are safe for the time being. And Lakonostra, as well as Polar Ace and Seraphim, who had such good positions towards their compounds, now are left out in the dry. And really at some point, this circle is going to center up, and all these teams will have to have a mad battle in an arena of death with no cover to speak of, other than these little plants and maybe a few rocks. Not ideal.
A couple of vehicles for RESQ, and that might be their lifeline. I think a couple of them have gone up in smoke, though. trying to bait out the shots. They'll know where Nexus are now. 4 players alive for Nexus. They are going. They're going around the sides, but they've been finally stopped. They have to drop out, and the shots are landing from every which way. Lakonostra taking the fight now over on the southeastern side, a little bit further away from them. And it looks like they are down to Danny and Will. See what they can do. The UK gang, but can they bring the pain over the top? It's Attis to shut down Danny and Will, now scarpering in the buggy, trying to make his way across open ground. Everybody looking away, but able to get away with it somehow. He's managed to make his way into the mountains on the other side and makes the crossing for Lakonostra, but everybody else now locked in combat as the Black Sparks start to chime in on the northern side as well. Everybody just pushing in from the south and getting denied by everybody else trying to do the same thing.
Yeah, everyone knows they need to get in. GODSENT finally goes down in 12th, so we'll only get 1 point for that, despite feeling like this game has gone on for so long. Polar Ace have kept it cold on the iceberg towards the northeast side of the map, but now they're finally starting to heat up here, moving down towards this circle. You can see one player has moved out. It is Caster. Seraphim still in this circle, have a nice little position to play around, but they have to worry about Eastern Stars as well as Nexus towards the southern side. But Will just about gets his way into this circle. Eastern Stars on the motorbikes move up. Sushi throws a grenade. I believe that was a smoke, and now this starts to throw some shots out of his zone. Honestly, it's UDR Killers GameLord that I'm looking at right now. GSG is currently locked in a fight with Black Stars over on the top of the hillside, and they are not looking a good spot, John.
Oh, Black Sparks looking to try and push on forwards. They're ready for the frags. They're pushing on in, and GSG are crumbling under the pressure, but the first forward goes down for the Black Sparks, but they trade it off nicely, and they get the job done. Luffy last standing. It was a little bit closer for comfort than maybe they would have liked, but they're able to close it down and stay alive on the northern edge. 3 players alive for the Black Sparks, and they're doing the work again. We'll see how much more they could do. 4 kills found so far. Nexus from down the hill, the Romanian God Squad, looking to try and push on in from the south side. They found 5 kills on the game. They weren't lucky in the first game, but looks like here on Miramar they'll find their footing. Will for Lakonostra MVP is just hiding right now, right slap bang in the center of the next circle.
I mean, look, you got Lakonostra Will in the middle of the circle, and when there's a will, there's a way in this actual game here. See how long you can stay alive. Seraphim start to move out from their compound, moving further in, and it's spicy. Takes a chili to the face there. It's not nice whatsoever, and he will go down to the floor. Pocus still on this top side, though. They have the hill to play around with. They need to get into the circle, but GameLord, they're in the way. They need to depose them.
Oh dear, a little bit too far forwards there. That's the aggression that we like to see from the UDR Killers. But what caught them came a cropper last time around. Seems like it's going to happen again. 2 players found though, 2 knocks, and from the downside it's Sebi, a sliver of HP, but that's not going to last him long. GameLord able to wipe UDR Killers on the western edge, and now they have to make their way forwards. Get those reses, get those vehicles, and get in the circle, because it's moving.
Luffy moves on down, tries to figure out where his next opponents will be. Spots one, doesn't take any shots. Smart. This is patient play. Hopefully they can catch them out, so they're going to continue to move around. There is a loot crate drop, dropping right on top of Will from Lakonostra MVP. Here's Samfordo, continue to go huge. Polar Ace, I believe they might just be out at this point. Yes, that is them eliminated by the boys from Black Sparks, doing a fantastic job. Seraphim, 4 players alive, haven't had to take too many fights, so meds are plenty. All that utility still on board too. Lakashi, what a shot there.
Huge rattle down from distance. Black Sparks continuing their reign of terror, but they do finally meet their match in GameLord. But from down the side, it's Nexus to come in on the third party. Look at these tables, Blank. It's Black Sparks and Lakonostra MVP, who both now have been in the top 5 both times. Black Sparks finally fall, but that's excellent starts for their tournament. We'll see what more they can do here for Lakonostra MVP. Will sneaking his way, point after point after point. Sushi does fall as GameLord get the bead down on her. And the rest of Nexus not really able to do too much to get on back. They need to keep on moving, getting this position, but GameLord want a better position, and they might just spot Will for it.
There's Spicy taking shots down towards Sushi and Nexus, turning him into sashimi, and now it's just Will alive in the shack, ready to go. He hasn't actually taken it from the loot crate, but these boys know. Angel Drink up, you can see him, knows he's in position. And imagine that the entire team's going to drop down here. Seraphim, though, are on the distance, and if GameLord don't take this position quickly, this 4 of theirs is going to turn nasty real quick.
God, what a performance from GameLord. 14 kills so far. Will goes out swinging. Will find 1, but that's all he gets. More than they bargained for, but gets all the way to third for Lakonostra MVP. 14 points on the game. What a crossing this guy had. Seraphim Gaijin, though, come in, and they just wipe GAMELORD out right in the final throes of it. But it doesn't matter. They might have got the chicken dinner, but GAMELORD, they've got more points.
GAMELORD, though, look, we have to say it to them. They had a really, really damn good game there, despite everything. With it being on that hillside for so long, locked in combat with so many different teams, Seraphim had a very, very different game there, John, though, because they played on the hillside, they battled back Polar Ace, and then they played compound to compound, clearing out targets as they went. Never too engaged in anything, though, and I think that was the key, right? Because we got towards the end, and there were so many teams everywhere. Seraphim decided, you know what, let's keep this chilled out. Let's try and cause teams problems, but focus on where we're going to get into the circle next. And they do a really good job of that. They know there's teams on the hillside. Eventually, they will have to come down, so they don't have to do anything crazy. Beautiful stuff from them. 100% deserve the win there, but I'm very, very happy to see GAMELORD take that second place. I think they deserve that just as much.
Yeah, such a dominant shout into their first showing here. Fantastic stuff. But the big story for me, in my mind, I think is the fact that both Black Sparks and Lakonostra MVP were able to double down on a good first game. They are really starting to bank those points here and make their way towards those super weekends. It's fantastic to see. Great stuff coming out from these two squads. I have to say Lakonostra is a little bit of a different story for Black Sparks in that game. It was Will, who I think, I didn't keep track of exactly when he was down to the last player alive, but I think there were at least 8 other teams alive at that stage. Making it all the way into third is a phenomenal showing. And they did some really intelligent pushes. They kind of sacrificed a lot of their team for position to move on forwards. Let's take a look at some of the moments from that game that may have allowed them to sneak their way in.
I think that looking at Will there as well, and just Lakonostra MVP in general, is that one thing that they've done very, very nicely is the fact that, honestly, when they make a move, they commit to that move. And I think that's very important for a team to do, especially when you're in a situation like Shelter. It's super open. They have to move in there. They come up together. They just try and live it out as long as possible. And these are the decisions that make or break really good teams, because you're not going to win every game, but you can get some good points every game. Will getting 14 points there for Lakonostra MVP in third place. As I said, it's around that 7.5 points to hit that 50-point mark towards the end of these 8 games. He's effectively got them double that in just one game, just because, you know, he thinks to himself, I might die by taking this shack, but I also might get a good chunk of points. And it's that risk to reward that Lakonostra MVP seem to... They'd have no fear of actually going for it, right? They think to themselves, you know, we can take this, we'll go for it. It might end badly, but it's a decision we're going to take and we're going to live with it. And I think that that's a nice thing. That mentality does cause inconsistency sometimes, but I think if you can pull it off 2 games in a row, I'm pretty happy with it.
Absolutely, and that's the number of points you need, really. I can't remember exactly how many they would have been on, but they've had decent showings, and that's exactly the sort of numbers you need to be putting up to get up the averages. I'm a big fan of that, obviously. A UK team, Lakonostra MVP, doing us proud. Unbiased casters, by the way, completely...
Absolutely.
You know, it's just reasonable analysis that we're doing. But no, fantastic stuff coming through, as you say, decision-making from a lot of these IGLs, from a lot of these players as well.
I mean, for this as well, I think they got 11 points last game, 14 points this game. That puts us on 25 points total for Lakonostra MVP. Now they just need to hit another 25. They're already halfway there over 2 games, just from some risky plays, which sometimes you do have to take. But again, I was appreciative of UDR Killers, though, as well. I think this is a team that we worried about, that they would be too aggressive. But in this case, John, I think they were just aggressive enough.
I mean, they did finally meet their match over on the top side of the mountain, but we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it will be the analyst desk. Don't go anywhere. Guys, stay tuned for more PUBG Mobile.
Welcome back, everyone, as we finished off our second match of 5 of the day, and we have a brand new winner as well. This is the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe, and we now have to start to break down our first game ever on Miramar. First game, I guess, in the tournament ever on Miramar. Max, I asked Killers this last time. Initial thoughts?
I mean, I think it was just a good game when it comes down to a few rotations in the northern side, because it was very easy, I would say, to read the circle. We were talking about it. The plane path, you know, went from the southeast up to the northwest. So you know where the teams are going to be clustered. You saw the circle pop, so you know the south and also the west is going to be having a lot of teams. And I think a lot of teams maybe struggled to find opportunities to enter the circle in a more passive manner. And because of that, a lot of teams, I would say, died for very little reason. So there are teams that really stood up and risen up to the occasion, and some teams that I think didn't see the opportunities at hand, and that's why we saw a few early deaths this game.
You know, I have to say, Max, looking back at you from PMGC and now, I have to say you've really never looked better. And you know what also has never looked better? Mobile gaming on the 1+9 series, the 1+9 and 9 Pro. I know it's a really bad transition. With the 120 hertz refresh rate, you get the smoothest experience possible. Add that with the 1+9 Pro's new HyperTouch technology that syncs 6 times faster to reduce display response times, and you get the most responsive gaming controls ever. Hashtag never settle. And honestly, responsive gaming controls, you're going to need that when it comes to PUBG Mobile to make sure you can hit all of these shots. Take a look at our rankings out in this last match and break down who got how many points. And Gaijin Seraphim, fantastic finish for them. Great to see them be able to pull up a victory. I will get into them a little, yeah, they did not pull the victory. GameLord guy. I thought it said Gaijin Seraphim when we saw the overlays. So maybe this is a little bit oh, it is. I'm looking at kill points. I saw the 15.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna shut up.
That's what happens when you use my looks as a segue into a sponsorship call. That's what happens, man.
Just dazzled by his beauty, yeah, blinded. Gaijin Seraphim, you're right. They got themselves 15 points for that win with the 7 kills. A little bit more of a passive play. Of course, they had a great position in this circle to be able to work with, and then moved up effectively to kind of round out this game. So pretty clean, pretty cut, pretty simple here. Not too bad.
I was really thinking, too, we were going to have a 30-point bomb in the second game. But, hey, that's twice in a row. I thought we were going to have it. Not going to be given just yet, so maybe going to be...
Caster curse.
Oh, hey, yeah, man. I mean, hey, it's the good kind of caster curse, because they're not ruining the chances of any teams, unlike James after he called out a few teams at the start. So it seemed like it switched roles a little bit.
Hey, whoa. All right, Nexus Gaming, Black Sparks. No, I didn't talk about Polar Ace, even as much as John wanted me to talk about them. Yeah, but look at it. Nexus Gaming making the recovery. I'm okay with this.
Yeah, they got involved a little bit in the southern side. I think they were able to get more priority compared to all of the teams down south. That is the main situation that I was talking about earlier, where teams didn't quite see the opportunity to avoid those close-off teams, and they could have roamed around the northwest or the northeast. I didn't quite do it, and that's why Nexus were just chilling, picked up 5 of those kills, and did have the chance to survive a little bit longer. So that's why you see they get himself 13 points total. So I think it was not the hardest kind of circle to play for them because of where they were positioned, but they played around it really well, I would say.
You know, gentlemen, I'm really impressed to see Lakonostra MVP as well with another solid finish, another solid amount of points to add to the tally. You know, we had Highland Wolf on the 1 drop where you got to talk about them and the other PMCO UK teams, and we're starting to see why he had so much faith in this team, because consistency, in my eyes, James, is always key.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I think you mean Will MVP in that little shack up on the plateau was very important. Actually, making that rotation, ballsy, bold, getting there, very important. And thankfully for him, it is up on a small plateau, so any teams on the low ground can't see that. Whereas GameLord, I thought that they were going to be the ones that would take him out eventually, and indeed they were.
Oh, looking at the second page now, and Max, you know, you highlighted this team in particular. You highlighted your French homeboys.
Oh, Max.
15th place, Clash. It was their first game. We'll say that it's the first game here in league play, but then again, there's only, I think, 8 matches in total you play until we get up to Super Weekends. But 0 points. Them and Panda, not a good start.
Hey, Panda are being taught a very hard lesson, okay? First game, they lose a player instantly. Second game, they get encountered with Unicorns of Low as they try to move away from Valdemar down southwest. I mean, they're not going to happen again. I mean, I'm hoping at least coming out from this team that they're going to be able to improve a little bit as time goes on. So, hey, you know what? It's still an attempt from Panda. You're going to have to shift a little bit those drops positions, apparently, because it hasn't been working out today so far.
Yeah, that lesson
Let's take a look.
Harder. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, there's a lot of lessons to be learned here, and you can't afford to take too much time to learn them, considering the limited amount of games you have before the Super Weekend kicks off. Let's take a look, though, at our top players, our top 5 players in this last match here. And you said Will. I don't know if he's going to make it necessarily into top 4. We will see GameLord actually get 3 of the 4 spots. But again, Black Sparks, they get Hamo in this time into top 4 overall.
Very nice. See GameLord showing up and representing here the way that they did. This is their first game as they were a part of Group E, and they take a very strong high ground position and holding off some of the teams that were coming in against them. UDR Killers, for example, I thought maybe one of their best bets for UDR Killers would have been moving north up against the Black Sparks fight that was going on there against GSG. However, they didn't. They sacrificed themselves against the GameLord gods, and GameLord get themselves plenty of kills to then rain down upon the rest of the lobby from the high ground afterwards.
Yeah. They tried to take away the shack, especially from Will. The moment they got that position, it was looking pretty good for them, but they didn't see the off angle the Gaijin were actually able to push upon. So things were looking a little bit dire for them that moment onwards. But Victor, going to be top stats in terms of damage output and also kills in that game. Not really too surprised. I mean, you mentioned it earlier, I believe here, James, mentioning that Victor is just renowned also as being this really aggressive French player. And you know what? He delivers once again. I've seen Victor play for, I would say, a year and a half now, and he's just always been able to impress me in so many ways. And that's just another one of his great performances, and hopefully the first of many to come.
Yeah, when the ability to make those kind of plays happen. In terms of like what I was saying at the beginning, in terms of like opening up like 3-1 splits, for example, didn't even need it here. Very strong coordination up at the top, full 4-man, being able to bring it on.
Yeah, I think it wouldn't be too much of a stretch of the imagination to assume that GameLord's going to be leading overall when it came to total damage in that last match. We'll take a look here on your screens. It's got to be. I mean, we talk about how well they're able to execute a lot of their kills. 2,400 damage. We had, what is it, 2,000 in the last game with Panda, and now we have them breaking through to the tops to be the #1 damage team so far. Max, it's got to feel good for them, considering that was their very first match.
I mean, they're feeling really comfortable, for sure. And also, this is a lot more top-heavy compared to what we had in the first game, where we'd have a lot of teams have a lot more damage. Here, they were really taking that opportunity. They had to fight for their position on the hilltop. The moment that they cleared it away, things got a little bit easier and unlocked themselves in front of them for the remaining part of that game. So yeah, GameLord, very first game of the day. They still got 3 more to play for themselves, so hopefully they're going to keep this ball rolling for the future. But I said it, I thought QLASH was going to be the better French team coming to this one. I mean, clearly not. They were like 15th position and GameLord take the #1. So it's still French team, so I'm not going to complain. But that was just great execution and rotation from GameLord. They saw the opportunity, they seized it, and because of that, they take 2nd position with 15 kills, which is a really banger performance for them.
I feel bad, Kalaris, for RESQ and UDR Killers. 900 damage apiece, only 2 kills to show from it. That's gotta hurt.
Yeah, definitely. I was mentioning it before about the kind of tight predicament that they found themselves in. Down a slope against where we saw a few teams kind of fighting along that ridge line. Again, eventually sacrificing themselves over towards GameLord. Getting in those kinds of positions, sometimes that happens in PUBG Mobile. Sometimes there are unrecoverable positions. If you want to try and rotate in the blue at that point, good luck. It's like phase 5, 6. You're going to get chunked down before you can do anything there.
Let's take a look at GameLord, though. I mean, the team that we saw get the most kills, 15 that last match. Take a little bit of a closer look at their stats and some of their highlights. And again, I just want to reiterate another time, like for me, and Max, I'm hoping you're going to back me up on this. It's so important to come into your first match of your PMPL and have a strong start, because with that one game, with those 27 points, as you heard John mention before, you're looking for about 50 points over the course of your 8 matches to make sure you're top 16. Well, you're already halfway there.
And the infamous bubble that John had there, they got there already almost. They're looking just really great in that first performance overall. And it was also that confidence boost. Every time I talk about esports in general, I say it's 50% skill, 50% mentality. And if you're coming into it with confidence in your skills, not scared to take fights. I mean, these are the games that are happening. You can see in these replay highlights that they were just taking every single fight. They would spot you out. They would instantly laser you down at every opportunity they had. So I think that is the mentality you want to have if you want to come out as one of the best Western European teams, and GameLord had it very clearly after that second game now.
Yeah, and I think what's so important to me is maybe to see a little bit of a difference of play styles. We talked about GameLord being really aggressive, getting kills, but we have to compare them up against Gaijin Seraphim, because as you were saying to us, Carlos, we're watching the game, they played a compound, they played it perfectly. It's not necessarily the most flashiest of plays, but it gets you into the super weekends, and that's all that's going to matter.
Yeah, and this is, so even just across 2 games, this is a small sample size, but we've already seen it 2 games in a row where they've taken up prime real estate. They took a good compound in the previous game, unfortunately got hauled out by Black Sparks, but could have been different if they weren't there. This game as well, they take up prime real estate, find themselves a great spot, and have to play up the hill. But even in that fight against GameLord towards the end, where they round out and get themselves the win, thus the extra 3 points off the back of it, they then maneuvered around to find themselves some high ground advantage against GameLord, who all game long had been shooting at people from the high ground. So Gaijin Seraphim knew how to play the compound, knew when to leave the compound, and knew exactly where to go after leaving the compound. Great stuff.
I think, Max, what that kind of shows about the team, being maybe very methodical, right, and taking advantage of the situations they're given, not trying to necessarily force some plays. And I think that's a really good sign to this team going down the line here for the rest of PMPL.
And I've been watching a lot of other tournaments, PMPLs for other regions and also PMCOs, and I see people in the chat, oh, they won because they were gifted Circle. Well, being given a Circle is the thing, and being able to use it properly is another. If they stayed completely passive that entire late game stage, they wouldn't have had the high ground position that James just mentioned, and they would have, I think, got a 3rd or 2nd position minimum. So they were proactive. When they had to, they struck hard when the iron was hot, and that's how they got the win. So they were not, even though they were being very passive, thanks to the Circle, they were just having a chill game at the very start. And then, boom, the moment they need to pull the trigger, they go for it, get the information, get the high ground, they take the win. So I'm not going to say they got the game because they got the Circle, even though I think some people would say so, but they did use the terrain that they had available at hand to actually get an advantage, create an opportunity, and win off the back of it.
For all intents and purposes, when you have those kinds of circles and you get that kind of compound, will it get you a top 5? Will it get you a top 3, as you're mentioning? Yeah, probably. Yeah, it will. But the difference between becoming a championship caliber team and becoming your 3rd or 5th place team is knowing what to do, as I said, in that final stage of that plan, when you have to know where you're going after the compound, when the circle has moved slightly away from you. And Seraphim did that great.
Yeah, speaking about knowing what to do, I want to take a look at Black Sparks really quickly and look at their Game 1 stats versus Game 2, because in the situation they were handed, with the cards they were dealt in this one, Claris, I think they did a phenomenal job of the rotations to keep themselves in the game.
Yeah, so there was, me and Max were talking back and forth about this in terms of the circle when it shifted north. Now, if you look at some teams that didn't do that so well, because of the playing path, because where everybody drops, the barrier to entry for that circle, teams like GODSENT, teams like Destiny did not have the best rotation. However, Maxman, Black Sparks certainly did, I think.
I mean, Black Spark had a great rotation. They understood they were contested by a lot of teams on the southern and also southern eastern edge, and they dropped towards one of the most southern compounds in the entire game, very close to Los Leones, and they actually just wrapped around. They were trying to avoid teams as much as possible, which is what you do on Miramar. And they're like, okay, we're getting teams clustered in this position. We know that because of this European lobby, not a lot of teams, and we see in it, especially in the scrims, drop towards the La Cabrera and all these northern compounds. They're like, okay, just gonna wrap around that position, enter from the northern side, very similar to the likes of GSG Europe, while we saw these two teams have complete northern priority and being able to actually get good positions under control.
All right, well, let's take a look at the schedule. We already quickly threw our first 2 matches of the day, and we still have 3 more to go. And we're going to be heading back to the map that you can expect to see coming up after Miramar throughout the entire day. It's going to be Erangel once again with Group C sitting out. So he's already had 2 winners so far happen. I'm curious if we're going to have a repeat coming at some point today for a team to really put their foot down and gain that solid confidence going into the Super Weekend. But I still want to reiterate this one more time. Like, this is just league play, right? These points don't carry over. Once tomorrow's done, if you get a Super Weekend, great. If you don't, that's unfortunate, but they're not going to be back here next week. So I feel like it's also important here for Claris, for teams to maybe not show everything and maybe not go too crazy out of the gate, because when you get to Super Weekend, that's when you want to bank those points.
Oh, definitely so. You can play pretty generic, pretty, like, if you're a central team and you're looking for these kind of important compounds, yeah, you can play those out. And we saw, it's weird that, isn't it? Our 2 first teams, Black Sparks and Seraphim, that actually had priority compounds, not at the towards the end of the game, but early, were able to get the first 2 wins here. So I think those kind of plays to start things off in this stage are really smart.
Okay, well, gentlemen, thank you very much for your input into that last game. We're going to take a quick little break here and get our commentators back in to kick off our 3rd match of the day. Sean Allen and Blank once again.
That's right. Thank you very much, Jason. Go put your feet up if you can find a desk that's tall enough for you. It is a pretty tricky task. Me and Blank will take it from here. You know, we know that the analysts do absolutely nothing during the games. They just eat biscuits and drink cups of tea.
Well, I don't know about that, but I have seen them eating bickies. Okay, but I would say they do quite a bit.
I'm a bicky fiend myself, so that's fair enough. No, absolutely.
Yeah, it's true.
They have incredibly valuable input. I mean, fantastic stuff coming from them, talking about how Black Spark rotated around the end there. Finally, though, we're going to be getting into a game, I believe, without them, which means that other people are going to have a chance to shine.
Without the analysts or without Black Sparks? So we don't have Black Sparks.
To not comment on that.
So we're going to have Black Sparks out in here. So honestly, we've got a lot more teams that can give it for the win. I'm looking at Panda, for instance, here. I'm also looking at ScrimFarm, who had a pretty nice game here on Erangel, and they look like quite the powerhouse until they were finally put down.
towards the end of that match. Maxman had a good point there, saying that going up to prison was a bit of a weird one. Making their way out of there was a bit difficult, but I think with the card that they were dealt, they did fairly decent despite all that. Again, we're going to see Rice Gang head down here. QATAR forces also heading up towards Novo. They have a much easier shout at this one this time. GODSENT also in the farm area. So again, this kind of blocks off a lot of the areas towards the northeast. What I am curious about is anyone going to drop Yasnaya, because it was completely open last Erangel.
What is it with the Western Plains today? I mean, I guess they got the memo. It's Western Europe, right? They're just going to lean all the way there. Everything ending up in the west on every map so far. We'll see where the circle goes. This time, we are going to go north. So, interesting rotations coming through potentially from QATAR Force, from Novo, obviously, as well as the Rice squad down on Sosnovka. And we'll see where everybody else opts to land. Georgia Pole potentially hotly contested here.
Yeah, exactly. I definitely see that. I think you're going to have ScrimFarms heading up here, so less towards prison side this time, heading up towards Georgia Pole. Destiny also looking like they're heading towards Zaki. One player at least is Michi, and the rest of the team is heading towards really that block toward underneath shooting range. So I'm quite curious. I imagine they're going to head up towards Saberni once they find some vehicles for their side, but GameLord heading either side of Mount Everest in the moment is a bit weird. Lost Bullets also heading up Hospital, and Eastern Stars with a very much western path over here. Destiny will take one knock there very quickly from Lakonostra MVP, unless that was oh no, it was GameLord as well. So most kills so far, and they're starting off Erangel once again. Bloodthirsty, love it.
Nice one. Fair enough. I mean, you catch someone unawares on the open roads. Nice one. That's what you love to see. Destiny, though, they hate to see it. They are going to have to try and carry on with 3, but we saw Panda do it before, see if they can echo those sentiments moving forwards. GameLord take up position in crates. There is a player, I believe, from Lost Bullets in these crates, in the warehouses you can see just over in the back there already, but that is the only player from that team there at this stage. The rest are a little bit further out southwest.
Yeah, so we're going to have one Lost Bullet player here. Fantastic. Like you said, the rest of the team is going to be heading down towards Hospital area. Again, like I said before, Eastern Stars on the western coast. I really like this position. There's several compounds towards there which you can kind of domino effect your way through, kind of leapfrog onto one another and find a decent compound. And I imagine that most teams are going to head up towards where Clever is currently sat, in the compound just to the west of Hospital itself, especially with it being in the circle. This circle, though, we talked about a lot of times here, John, and how the river flowing through the middle of it causes some issues, because with this circle, it's uncertain whether we're going to head towards the south of the island or the north side of the island. And in that case, you know, towards Rozok, the small island between the river there is going to be hotly contested. Teams would love to sit outside the gas station as well and rattle down teams that want to come down over the eastern bridge. It's very interesting, and I don't think we're going to see too much action until the next circle, because that will determine where teams have to move and why they have to move.
I'm interested to see potentially why nobody has moved out east from North George to go and try and take cube position, control that area of the map. It's going to be crucial. It's going to be such a great spot, and that's going to leave the door open for a team, and I believe it's Polar Ace right now, moving there from just the west side of Rozok to be able to take up the positions around those western bridges. Yeah. I think that that's a dropped ball from a lot of the George teams.
Yeah, I think so as well. Polar Ace, though, they will pick up that ball very, very happily, hold it in hand and go for the slam dunk once teams head down this way. This way they control both sides of the river, which means moving is incredibly easy. What it does mean, though, is your team fighting power is halved, essentially. So you want to keep people at bay. And with the compounds that you're afforded from both these areas, you definitely can. But if you get crashed on very aggressively, which I doubt any team's going to do this early in the game, then you're in trouble. So they will have to consider moving at some point and potentially just flipping the coin, honestly, next circle, depending on where it goes. If it doesn't go hard south or hard north, I think the most wise move would just be guess. Just guess at that point. I think there is some luck involved in PUBG Mobile, but a lot of it is educated guess.
That's what separates the good IGLs from the great ones, is educating themselves as much as they can about the guesses that they do end up having to make. It's about probabilities blank. It's about playing the odds and trying to manipulate them in your favor. The eastern side of this circle seems to be heating up just a little bit. You've got quite a few teams looking to try and eke their way in. The UDR Killers, they've led the charge there and moving out of Pochinki now. We'll be looking to head a little bit further west towards Everest location. But out further east, outside of the circle, you've got Lakonostra MVP, you've got QLASH, you've got GODSENT, you've got Seraphim as well, who are all going to be trying to move on this eastern side. And it looks like they're all opting so far to move in on the south side of the river.
Yeah, I think Gaijin Seraphim, as far as I can see, they're probably hitting up this very eastern bridge outside Yasnaya, hopefully taking the towers as well. So they're going to have both sides of the river afforded to them. I mean, with the way they're currently split up with Kosti as well as his buddy in tow behind them and Tony heading up first towards the second tower, that makes the most sense to me. So I really like this from Western Europe so far. They're not afraid to play splits at the moment. Over towards Polar Ace, they have regrouped towards Cube. This might have been because they saw the UDR Killers flying in from the south, as well as teams like Panda moving in from the eastern side. So I'm okay with this, but this is a very early guess.
See if they can get any dividends for their investment of position. In the meantime, we'll hop on board with Panda, who is still over in Rozhok. They haven't had to leave too much. Sorry, over towards just north of apartments, sort of around that area of the map. They're sort of spread out actually pretty far across the majority of that area. No one really challenging yet, which is interesting given the number of teams that are out further to the east flank.
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of teams are kind of unsure where they'd want to be at this point. Rice Gang very close to UDR Killers at the moment. GameLord continuing to stay up on high. But here's Nexus. QLASH so low, still goes for that kill though. That is very bold from him.
Getting the first aid off as well could be crucial here. Nade potentially threaded through the door. That's perfectly timed, but puts the pressure on. And QLASH only takes a tickle from it. The rest of the team from the Rice Gang coming in and coming in clutch as well. They do trade it 1 for 1, but they're already at the advantage. And that's Nexus eliminated the Rice Gang, able to put the heat.
Put them on the boil there, John. They come out nice and sticky at the end of that one. Happy to continue on forward and get slopped up into those rice balls that they were destined to be. Here, though, Nightmare moves forward. We'll pick up a couple of utilities. Crispy, though, will get taken down by Ulysses, and they've come up from the side of Pochinki. They're very much on high at the moment, so Rice Gang can kind of pick him up. They know they're not in any immediate threat. QLASH is just going to throw some shots backwards just to keep them at bay.
We'll soak up a couple more meds from the Rice Gang as well, but on the south side, they'll be okay for now. Unlikely that the UDR Killers are going to want to crash this, but we know how aggressive they are. Potentially looking to take the advantage, but with a knock going over their way, maybe that takes the wind out their sails. Now, let's take a look at these rotations. You can see two teams have opted to go north around Yasnaya here. That's QLASH and Lakonostra MVP, whereas you've got QATAR Force and UMBRA, who started in Primorsk, by the way. They've swung all the way out to the east, going in from this southeastern edge.
Yeah, so honestly, for UMBRA right now, I think they're paths into the circle just aren't as aggressive as I'd like them to be. I think they're maybe overthinking a little bit at the moment, and that's causing them to get into traffic jams and get in the way of other people's rotations. Like I said, coming from Primorsk, they had a very easy, just northeastern approach into the circle, but instead they're like, oh, maybe if we swing to the east, we can get something done there. The plane path wasn't over that side, sure, there's no one there. But as we know, like, there are a lot of teams who'd like to take space on that side, and with the circle that was afforded, there was no immediate pressure to move into it immediately. A lot of teams could loot up, like GODSENT in farm. So honestly, yes, I think overthinking can also be a big factor in PUBG Mobile of what causes problems. So UMBRA, though, they're playing it safe for the time being, haven't been taken down. GODSENT as well as QATAR Forces look like they're more preoccupied with getting a good spot within the circle, but should be fought over very soon, I'd imagine.
Speaking of positions getting fought over, I think that QLASH might have unfortunately been cut off from one of their players by Lakonostra MVP around the eastern side of that lake, the northern flank. So potential difficulties here coming through for Kalamos, but still alive for now. We'll have to wait and see. North George still occupied, by the way, by ScrimFarm. And Polar Ace still holding it down here in Cube.
Yeah, there's no real reason for ScrimFarm to move as of yet. I'm curious to see
where this circle does go, because we're again having this problem, and this is what I was talking about before, where things become tricky for a lot of these teams and decision making is difficult because we don't have a real decision on the circle, whether we're going south or we're going north. We still have this cut between the middle, so we might even see a bit of a marine finish where, you know, we have players in the water, we have nades been thrown in, been thrown out of the water, God behold. So honestly, it is a weird one, especially this circle. And I think as we get further to the end, we should see an exciting finish, that's for sure.
Excitement ready to pop off here. We're still at 15 teams blank, with only Nexus getting eliminated in that fight with RESQ that we saw early on, and really not much more than that. I think only one other player has died overall in the lobby, and that is a player on Destiny. That was the player we saw run down first over towards the river near South George. So really not too much action so far. We're only 11.5 minutes in though. We're only on Circle 2, and everyone's finding their footing.
Yeah, coming back to Daddy, who's going to keep him nice and safe, it would seem, over from Lakonostra MVP. Kalamos cannot say the same for him. They lost track of him like a kid in the mall, whose parents have just gone. But in this case, he will regroup with the rest of his team over with Clash underneath Severny. So good job to Kalamos. Paul Blatt sorted him out. More cop here on the old Erangel. Erangel cop it is. So happy with him. Good stuff, good stuff. But now they control a lot of this northern side. But as you can see, next circle should be coming in very soon. This is going to be the real definer for this game, because if we get a marine finish, what will most likely happen, we'll have one dominant team coming out from this one, and then them just picking up the pieces at the end of the game. And really what a lot of these teams will be playing for is second place. There it is. That is a cheeky one. So luckily, this actually works out very well for a lot of these teams. Clash is really the only one who has to struggle, because most of the teams playing very close to the circle, very close to the water, getting ready to cross if they need to. ScrimFarm's probably got the most aggressive push into the circle ahead of them, because they need to get rid of a few teams. Gaijin Seraphim here on the edge side. They have taken one knock, so ScrimFarm's in a good position to try and take this position and then move down the coastal side.
They roll on down, and they have taken a kill. Look at that forwards position now coming through from GODSENT to try and gain terrain, gain ground, put the damage down, and force Gaijin Seraphim to make some suboptimal position rotations. In the meantime, Polar Ace, they've skirted all the way to the other side. They've left Cube entirely, a very fast rotation from them. We've seen that now twice coming through from them this game, which is very impressive in my mind. But ScrimFarm still looking to push on forwards. They stayed in North George for such a long time. Will they be able to make it work for themselves?
Yeah, medkit coming through. He has to heal all the way up. If it goes through before this nade goes on, he might just live. Oh. That is a very clutch little medkit there coming through, but he still has to get his player back up again. DRT, once again, this guy doing fantastic work for his team on ScrimFarm. Finds a nice little off angle.
QLASH have moved all the way across, though, Blank, over on the northern side, and they're coming in potentially behind here. If they spot this fight, they might just be able to pick up the Scragglers. See what more they can find. Oh, trying to get away with the buggy, cresting the ridge. It's Titati able to get the shots. And it's GODSENT to get the knock. They'll be able to find that. And Seraphim lose yet another as Bujo falls to ScrimFarm.
Bit of a problem there. ScrimFarm finding the better of them. Clash again, though, still not taking advantage of this. They don't want to fight really at all. They're being quite quiet this game. I think they just want to get some consistent numbers through, it would seem, from the way they're playing. But really, it's this fight underneath Everest, which is quite the big one. Destiny just trying to take out players coming through from Rozhok at the moment. They've played around this area for a long time. Lakonostra MVP falling down to that one. Again, we can see the two rotations playing in tandem right now. Clash is very, very passive rotation over to the western side, which has kept them nice and safe. And Lakonostra MVP, who are much more aggressive, trying to find position within the zone. They've already taken a knock. So I think you can see who's playing out better right now. I respect Clash's rotation.
I mean, speaking of rotations, I highlighted it a little bit. I think Polar Ace have been fantastic this game. They heads up, early rotator towards Cube. They've moved south, and now they've taken a decent position in Ruins, which is going to be very, very useful moving forwards into these circles. Very difficult to push onto their position. I think Polar Ace have had some fantastic positions this game.
Look at this from RESQ, though. I do really like that. Almost a four-man split there. They are quite close to one another, but they're holding down all edges of this compound. Imagine they're going to come back together, you know, spring back into action once they do spot a target, but they have eyes out onto pretty much a 360 angle. Ooh, that is disgusting. Goes up towards the northwest side. Polar Ace are absolutely laughing, though. This is wonderful for them. They can just hold it down towards ruins, start shooting down from the tower tops. ScrimFarm, though, they could also make their way down. And especially with them being right on the back of the blue, they know they're safe now. They can play this one out real slow.
God, Polar Ace are cracking the champagne right now, but for everyone else, it's without the sham, unfortunately. This circle is nasty. We'll have to see just what they're able to get on in here as the fights do start to move forwards. This puts pressure on. UMBRA just sailing straight on over the top. The UDR Killers, they're in the shadow right now, and they will fight in the shade, it seems. The UDR Killers, though, seem to be similarly averse to sunlight, and they will continue to put the pressure down. UMBRA only losing one so far, as they manage to make their way in around the pillars.
Talon gets his hooks in, drop down, quick smoke here, keep him safe a little bit longer, perhaps move out, but where's the rest of his team? Nowhere in sight, it would seem. Nade goes over the top once again. Talon knows he has to move away from this one. Polar Ace currently holding down a 2-2 split at two high ground locations, so they're still safe despite being in that 2-2 split. Very nice, and they know that a lot of teams will be fighting one another. They'll be getting into their own little duels and contests as they move up towards Polar Ace's position, so they're absolutely fine for the time being. Again, though, I'm looking at ScrimFarm. They have a really good shout here. Panda, though, versus QATAR forces. All 4 members alive. Yiz is not dead. This is a good sign.
Southeastern side of the circle, this is looking out to just the side of Sunken City. We'll see if the push can happen for them. QATAR force trying to push on in. They're on the outside wall. You can see Satan has taken a knock there. And they're trying to cross back to the rest of their team. They will get spotted. Tuning back on in with RESQ on the south side of the circle. That's the UDR Killers going to be guarding them out, as well as the fight with UMBRA raging onwards. QATAR force, in the meantime, they do go down. They do get eliminated there, I believe. Maybe still 1 or 2. I have to double check. Still going. But as we continue on this southern edge, the RESQ, all 4 of them alive. They've done pretty well so far, and the UDR Killers have managed to find themselves a guarding spot against them. The QATAR force do have 2 players still alive. I did just double check on that.
Yeah, GameLord, they're down to 2, but ScrimFarms will take out QLASH on that northwest edge. Again, very good for them. Now they're fairly confident they own this space, and they own the hillside. They can look down. This is a great scouting position going forward. Beautiful stuff from ScrimFarm at the moment. Nade's going to be flying over the top. Molotov goes down. RESQ have already got a knockdown onto UDR Killers, so they know they have had that knock return back up. And now UDR Killers try to move further in. In the meantime, UMBRA are staying alive. Sebi pops up. Nightmare not quite able to pop the cap, and will have to drop down into crouch position.
Biding their time now. Everyone's got a little piece of this circle. Southwestern side maybe a little bit less, and there finally goes, and that's from the QATAR force. Yusuf in the river right now, trying to stay alive. Aqua gameplay engaged there. On the mini islands, you've got GODSENT and Destiny, and they're really going to struggle if the circle doesn't go their way.
They really are. It's a bit of a problem for them. I mean, they're most likely going to swim. I like that GODSENT are just driving around the moment, trying to find players. Mitchie on the floor, and if we remember right at the beginning of the game, it was GODSENT who actually ran down one of Destiny's players, so does history repeat itself? I don't know. Vito's getting shot in the car. Destiny not happy about that one. They have 1 player in the water, so they're effectively a 2-man unit, so GODSENT could take advantage of that. Circle heads right down to Polar Ace once again. So, you know, this is a happy time. This is a happy time for Polar Ace. There are a couple of happy polar bears. They're spread their feet. They're happy to go.
That is definitely a wolf on their logo. Pretty sure. Or an Arctic fox, maybe. I'm not sure. We'll have to get confirmation from them. But GODSENT take a knock to a nade, and Mitchie lobs one over. Nicely placed. Marley trying to get that res, it seems. But another nade might just be a little more than they bargained for. The vehicle's taking some beatings. There's the smoke as well. They're looking for more. Just really not able to find too much more as well. They have to move. This has to be pretty quick. Whatever's going to happen, it has to happen fast.
Marley moves forward, 1 player behind him does go down. In the meantime, ScrimFarm have finally made the move down from the northwest side. They're going against GameLord. Whiskey stands up. Vito tries to take some shots from behind the tree. Victor, you can see him off in the distance fighting against ScrimLord, but Vito's taken so many shots, and that's GODSENT now down. Now, the boys from Destiny, they have to move across the water, but Polar Ace, they've got eyes on, but they take a knock in the meantime, so Caster is down. This might be the opportunity the Destiny need to make a move.
They do lose a player as well, so they're only on 3. No rush for the res in sight as they start to push on through. ScrimFarm wipe the area, and it's GameLord who do get eliminated in the thick of things. 4 players still alive for ScrimFarm as they have 9 kills already, Blank. These guys are on fire. They've had such a good run on these kill counts. We'll see if they can continue to get a little bit more. With 4 players alive, I don't expect them to have too much trouble with it. Destiny making that cross, Blank. They're trying to move on in. We'll see if Bardo can guard it out. Has the high ground, has the vision. The question is, do they spot it? Not quite in the right spot to get that vision.
Right now, Polar Ace being super duper courageous with the 2-2 split. ScrimFarm's coming in though. They do find their first initial knock. They have 1 player in the back, it's Tatati. This guy has been absolutely phenomenal, but it's only 2 players here, so ScrimFarm can effectively run them down. Sure, they take 1 knock. Nades are now in, but they have to clear this area. Still, with Tatati in the background, moves in now, and now potentially they can take this compound with Polar Ace not regrouping. This causes big problems with them not being able to take more than 2 players.
Not to mention Destiny coming in on the back as well, maybe causing problems for their off angle. Could be pretty tricky. Polar Ace, they've had some good rotations so far, but now they need to use it. That's what Max was talking about on the desk. First kill finally confirmed onto Clown. That's the knock they found. Sorry, no, hang on a minute. That's the second knock. Nade's starting to rain out from the church as well. It's coming through from Destiny. It's a third party coming on in, and I thought it might prove to be difficult for Polar Ace to deal with Destiny, but it seems like ScrimFarm are having their problems as well.
Yeah, I mean, Destiny, they completely took that moment I mentioned that said that, you know, they got GODSENT down, they saw a knock through onto Polar Ace, and they knew they had to move in that moment. Beast is just throwing nades at the top. Daddy is bleeding out on the backside. Elise, oh, what a nade as well, and Danny will fall too as he was knocked. Destiny having the game of their life right now, despite being alone on that island. ScrimFarm back with 4 players though, and Polar Ace with no chance at this point of regrouping. It will be a 2v4.
They settle down just a little bit. They don't really want to push on in further. The circle out west, and Polar Ace are going to have to regroup. Potentially looking for the breach here, Blank. Onto Itachi. The nade is good. They might want to push in straight through the smoke here. They've managed to get all 4 of their players back up and standing. Doesn't matter that Woodson went down on the cross. They were able to recoup that, holding off from the other side as well. They stopped the hillside being a problem. And they get 2 knocks. 2 players try and step up, and 2 players get sat down straight away. Fantastic stuff from ScrimFarm to be so heads up in their situation. Right on the walls there. UMBRA taking fights with Panda as well as ProLord has gone down. PRZ looking to sneak his way, but there's 4 players from Panda. But only 30 bullets in the chamber. Will it be enough for the Scar? XT is there. I don't think they know. Oh, they pop over the top, and they will be able to find it. Team UMBRA eliminated.
Again, ScrimFarm still going large here, taking fights onto Rice Gang. These players are popping off, and the Gunners are in season. God damn. Hollis still alive though for Polar Ace, but ScrimFarm's firmly towards that northwest side. They have played this game perfectly so far, and for it, they are gifted a loot crate, fresh level 3s. It was almost imperative earlier they got that knock and that wipe onto GameLord so they could refresh their utilities, refresh their meds. Now they have a good chance, but Panda dropping down the smoke train. They know they have to move across. Without the vehicles, they're going to have to make the mad dash for it. Another smoke comes over the top. UDR Killers, I don't know if they know. They're tunnel visioning on ScrimFarm right now.
Potentially getting caught unawares. They should see all this smoke and think something's going on. It feels like they finally flicked that switch in the brain. We'll be able to find 1 knock, but the rest of the 3 Pandas have moved on forwards. Make that 2. As one gets rattled down, up to the wall they go, and looking for a little bit more up over the top. I don't think they're lasting too much longer here, Blank. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Ulysses doing the work there, and Pandas really come a cropper as they try and make that cross through the smoke chain.
Yeah, they did the best. I respect that move from Panda, but with this kind of high ground that UDR Killers are playing around, Panda's chances were almost nil there. How are they even going to get up? GK first just has to drop the meds on top and try and live as long as possible with this chaotic circle as well. It's going to be hard. Circle heads down towards the south. So UDR Killers actually in a really good spot for it. JK first actually moving forward, gets into the circle. This is incredible.
Are they going to be aware of it? I think they know that there's still 1 player from Pandas left. They will have spotted in the kill feed that his teammate did go down, so maybe they aren't aware that he's exactly there, but there's the molly. I think they're just zoning it off. Destiny continue to be pretty strong in this game, Blank. They made that crossing. And the nade's finally going out towards ScrimFarm. 3 players for Polar Ace still standing, but ScrimFarm continue to move on forwards. They have to go south. but it's such a treacherous road.
UDR Killers, their equipment is shot, but they're in a less worse spot than Polar Ace with no first aids or meds to speak of, and that's because they dropped into ruins and they've remained there. They have absolutely nothing because no team's crashed quick and far enough onto them that they can pick up their loot. ScrimFarms, on the other hand, they have to move on down, but Destiny, they're fighting their destiny today. From being stranded out on the island to being here in this final circle is incredible.
Eastern Stars getting eliminated finally, and now they can start to make their move. Polar Ace trying to shimmy their way past the watchful gaze of ScrimFarm, but it's so difficult. Oh dear. Ditati able to do the work. Polar Ace really struggling in this spot. UDR Killers putting the pressure onto Destiny as well to try and guard them out as they make their way on in. 6 teams still standing blank, but Destiny finally getting it taken
Oh my god, this guy's insane!
Huge. ScrimFarm able to dethrone Polar Ace. They had such a good set of rotations, but they weren't able to hold it down.
First?
Panda,
No
sneaky.
way.
There's only 2 players, three players up for UDR Killers, but he's still making his way in. If he gets spotted from across the way, potentially, UDR Killers moving out in front. Could be playing the guard there, but Destiny's still going. 1 player still standing. Lost Bullet eliminated. Whiskey out in the zone will get eliminated as well, and I think that's Destiny out. Somehow the Pandas have managed to crawl their way in. It's the Panda solo special, Blank. We saw it on the last Erangel. It's going to happen again. The nades might go long, but ScrimFarm are dominating the plan to the skies.
The disrespect on this man.
It's projectile warfare.
ScrimFarms.
Love to see it. And there's a knock. Able to find it onto Ulysses. Woodson with a little bit of a vantage point here, potentially devastating. ScrimFarm are going to use
Still
that.
waiting.
They're going to push forwards. They are waiting on the back. That's Pandas still just biding their time. Molly over the top to zone them off the rock. And UDR Killers down to 3.
Jeez Louise, Panda in the bush right now, just waiting. He knows that ScrimFarm are coming out on top right now, so he's just going to wait it out. This is the patience that you look for. Ditati going down right now, GK first. Definitely has a saying to this one, though. I can't believe he's still here. Takes one down, there's Pocus. And now Ditati also goes down, picks up another one. Will move around the corner. Woodson almost going down. These sprays are unreal.
He's looking for it. He's looking for more. Up on the top is Woodson on low HP. He might just be able to get it done. Oh, but Clown has the off angle. He draws the attention away, and Panda finally going down. ScrimFarm with a hard-fought victory there. Another 15-kill game coming out from these guys. Absolutely nussy, but Panda sneak their way in. Get that 2nd place.
8 kills for GK first. What an incredible game for this guy. Maxman tied him on the descent. He couldn't play the first 2 games, but he could be in for the last 3. And he's already making a showing on his first game of the day. What an incredible game from him. And also, look, Pandas are lazy, and that's fair enough. He lazed around for most of that game. But when he came to it, he really stood up and shone for that team in the end there. Beautiful stuff. I think even if he got that little spray that he tried to get onto Woodson, took Woodson down, there might have been a chance there. But oh my god, GK first takes the 2nd place, and that's all you want. Pandas, you cannot count them out ever.
It's more than you can ask for. I mean, the UDR Killers didn't clear their back, right? They maybe didn't know that that's where the Pandas' remaining player was. Maybe they were unawares of that. But they were fighting up against a 4-player team, right? They were fighting up against a 4-player team as ScrimFarm. So they should have been aware that there was another player around, because they know that how many players they are. They can see the players remaining, so potentially should have been aware of that and maybe check their angles a little bit better.
Yeah, maybe. I think that in that moment, though, you're so focused on trying to get forward. And UDR Killers were on such a rush as well. They had so many kills that game. I think it was fantastic stuff overall from UDR Killers. The way they played that was that, and I said it before, they're just aggressive enough. Like, they play to advantage, which is they have this very strong play style, and they're very present in fights. But there at the end, they just get completely run over because they might not have thought about that last thing. And I think that's probably just the adrenaline running so fast in those last moments. You're looking for that kill. Last time you played in a league like this, you just didn't have the greatest of time. And here, oh my god, 3rd game of the day, we're almost getting that 1st place. It's crazy. Again, though, let's run it back, John, because let's talk about ScrimFarm. Their play style, their game, it was immaculate, that game. Like, it honestly, squeaky clean.
Yeah. Absolutely. They had phenomenal presence. Let's take a look at some of the moments from that game. Of course, with the first 15 kill chicken dinner, that's going to be the first 30 bomb on the tournament. What a way to kick things off for ScrimFarm. They've been so dominant in every single fight they've been in so far today.
Yeah, honestly, it's watching this team has been incredible, and I think that it's more than that because their team fighting ability is ridiculous. But more than that, their rotations are really smart, and less so sometimes just when they stick around. And when they're not moving is very smart, especially towards that northwest edge. As soon as they saw the circle come up to and the blue behind them, their entire focus was let's remain in this position, let's see who comes up from the south, let's take them down, and then once we're there, we can move down and try and take the compound just outside ruins, which most likely Polar Ace are in. Polar Ace obviously not regrouping fast enough, I think was a mistake, especially when they regrouped like almost immediately to Cube in the beginning of that game, but then when we're right at the end, they're like, we'll play a 2-2 split. I found that very odd, but honestly, ScrimFarm moving down, very, very calculated, and it was so smart. They weren't looking for all the kills in the game, they just let them come to them.
Absolutely, they made it work, and they played with the circle perfectly. I mean, if you're going to take fights, you need to make sure they are the right ones. And if you're getting 15 kills, that indicates to me that they are the right fights, right? It just sort of speaks for itself. Overall, that's probably likely. Maybe one or two of them were going down to mechanical different. That's nuts, right? That's one of the fights that maybe I wasn't talking about. But in general, they make good heads-up plays. They choose their positions and fights very, very well. Potential of a scuppering coming through from the final player, GK First of Panda. But they were able to shut it down with two of their players. Woodson up the top and obviously Clown around the side, drawing that attention. So very, very nicely done to be able to move out, spread out. If they'd have been in a line, there's potential there for just a quick spray down coming through from GK First. But we're going to head back over to the analyst desk for a quick break. I'm going to go and get my bickies. Actually, I think I've got some cash or something in the back. We'll have to go and have a see. But we're heading over to the analyst desk after this quick break.
My God, Baby Godzilla is one of the cutest things ever. I need to get me one of those. Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe, as we've now finished 3 matches so far today. I feel like it's just gone completely by. It's so fast. But one thing that has gone by so fast is the performances from these teams and how well we've seen them perform time in and time out. Let's just jump straight into this this game we just had happen here, gentlemen. It was fantastic to see at the very end, GK First almost. I mean, we got Imperium, talking to us during this. We all thought he was going to pull it off and pull up the clutch.
I mean, they're definitely the team that I thought was also going to be having some good results. No, first game they did really good, but GK First can't play the first and second game of every day, unfortunately, because of the timing of these. And he comes into the third game and pulls off a big surprise, just steals 2 kills away instantly in the finishing moments. We were tensed in the green room for a second, like, okay, he's maybe going to go for the entire win here. Unfortunately, was not able to go the entire way. But it was a really powerful show up, I would say, from GK First, and the first game of many to come throughout the rest of today.
Yeah, pretty impressive.
Sorry, I was like, green room. Where are you going, Max?
I don't know, the green chat. I don't know, man. Green something.
All right, well, let's take actually a quick look at our map rankings real fast so you guys can see how many points the teams did get in this last match. And we're starting to see some consistencies break out here, Colors. We're seeing the same teams perform generally the same kind of level. ScrimFarm in particular, you can see the first 30-point game we've had so far in the tournament.
Yeah, definitely so. All our top 4 teams actually did something fantastic, of course. ScrimFarm, 30 points. Amazing stuff. Panda, GK First. You don't even need to make any point of it. UDR Killers, they threw a pan. And Destiny came in from across the water. Brilliant.
I think the pan is very important to mention there for UDR Killers. Hey, didn't quite connect. Hopefully one day. I haven't seen a competitive pan kill yet, so I'm still hoping for that one to come on through. Polar Ace, still 8 kills. I'm not going to go against that too much. We're looking at about, I think it was Blank that was mentioning it upon one of the first few games here, that you want to try and hit about that 10-point average per game to try and make sure you can qualify for the very first Super Weekend throughout this qualification phase. Polar Ace, they're getting those points, they're able to catch up a little bit, but I still think that they could have got way more kills, because I thought they were going to kill Destiny as they were trying to roam in, but Polar Ace, it seems with that 2-2 split, they were not as confident in their capabilities as I was initially expecting, and I think that they lost steam a little bit later on.
It's important to know as well, off the back of those points that are eventually qualifying you for that Super Weekend, is that when you look at Panda, they have had a great game 1, coming into game 2 as well, 22 more points. And you've got to also realize and emphasize on the fact that they know this terrain well. Game 1 on Erangel, they tried to go for the drop on towards this location.
Flashbacks.
Didn't work on out. But this time, them having that kind of little bit of essence incorporated into the game of knowing this terrain before, they know how to enter that ruins location and survive alongside for it for a 22-pointer. Very nice.
I do want to mention to you guys here, that's something that's really important when we get into the Super Weekend or get ever so close to that happening, is how top-heavy this is in points. 30, 22, 21, 18, and then a massive drop down to 8 with Polar Ace, which is kind of really scary for the teams who are below that threshold, considering, every 1 point you get could be the meaning between qualifying to the Super Weekend or not qualifying.
Yeah,
I think that especially that's due to the fact that we had so many teams that were very close to entering the circle, but it is ruins. And we were talking about it earlier when we were looking at the game. I mean, who likes fighting in ruins? If you like fighting in ruins, you might want to get yourself checked out, because it's not a very enjoyable kind of position to play from. I think that not a lot of players in general really enjoy that position. I'm mainly thinking of Rice Gang that took a long period of time to move away from the southern side. And they lost a great position that I thought was going to facilitate an entry point. They didn't go for it. They died. So the teams that were in the circle in the first place did tend to have priority, and that's why it tends to be a little bit more top-heavy here.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right on the money. I mean, the circle, looking at it, although these teams, you said they might want to be checked out, but any teams trying to be checked into that circle had to go through those top 4 teams effectively, and it was a killing field for a lot of people.
I'm having flashbacks, Max, to I think it was PMGC here, where teams would take the chicken dinner, would take first place in a prior game, and then the next game they would get nothing. Gaijin Seraphim, 0 points at the bottom. That is unfortunate for them. Clash as well, I'm going to let you go on this one. Another unfortunate start for them as they have 0 points in total.
Max.
But Nexus Gaming, to me, a team that we talked about coming into this event, they are having quite a big struggle here, Kalaris, and I don't necessarily know what's going on with them.
Yeah, I mean,
exactly. That's all you needed to say.
The funny thing is I'm looking at my notes and thinking to myself, like, how could they have worked things out in this game? And I'm looking at the pictures and like the screenshots of what I've taken of all the teams entering the circles. I can't see them all. They were just dead. I don't know. I honestly, it was not an easy time here for them in this game. Not Erangel, at least.
Yeah. Well, GameLord again having a rough game with 2 points. GODSENT as well. I can't say rough game again. This is the first time they've had a rough game. Yeah, exactly. GODSENT with only 1 and Team UMBRA with 1 as well. So we're seeing some of the teams that we expected to put up like the biggest numbers. Again, GODSENT for me is one that sticks out. Team UMBRA in particular. And this is what I said before. I remember I made the prediction. I made the bold prediction that we're going to see 2 out of the 3 teams that qualify into the EMA Regional Championships be teams who came in and were kind of unheard of. And we're starting to see some rising through the ranks here. So we're going to take a look now at our top players in this last match. Our top 4 players. I don't know who it's going to be, to be honest. It's pretty much going to be a big switch up. But JK first. Yeah. You know what? 1,200 damage, son. Yeah, you deserve it. 8 kills on top. Well done.
Hey, living up to his name, I'm not going to surprise. Hey, no assist too. He's like, no, those are my kills. Like, I'm not showing whatsoever. I mean, he was the last surviving player too, so it seemed like it's somewhat a trend for Panda. Like the animal's a little bit extinct. He's always going to be the last one remaining at the end. So GK first standing strong. Really thought he was going to get that chicken dinner, but not quite able to close it off in the finishing moments. Ulysses, I don't remember. Was it him that threw the pan? Maybe a lot of damage from that pan, man. They're hurt. Is it Pocus?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. But on the other side, Clown was doing anything but joking around. I mean, 999 damage here. Very impressive stuff coming out from ScrimFarm across the board. Clown especially, really one of the standouts there, as they were sweeping from that northwest corner against teams like GameLord, etc. And being able to take out those kind of big powerhouse teams whilst you're making those moves, very impressive in an area like Ruins.
I could hear in your voice there that you've definitely lived in Germany for quite an extensive amount of time, saying 999 with his damage in there. I don't know. I still have to live with that. I still live in Germany. You're in Poland now. Anyways, let's move forward into our total damage and kills as well here in this last match. And I almost want to expect to see Panda be towards the top yet again. I think what's interesting for me is that they actually had all 4 players left alive moving in towards some of these final zones, where previously we've seen them have only 3. But what? Okay, sorry, I was looking at my camera and I looked down. 3,000 damage for ScrimFarm. We've been getting better and better at top damage every single match so far. And QLASH, that is definitely not messing around.
Yeah, no, it's not just the 15 kills that they're able to convert off the back of it. It's also the impact that they've had on the lobby across everything else, shooting at other teams that they may not have even killed off. I mean, coming down from that northwest side, they have like a decent high ground advantage across a lot of that ruins area, and that opens up those lines of sight against, you know, probably Polar Express. Sorry, Polar Express? What am I doing? John, screw me up. Polar Ace. Where did even Express come from?
I know, it's a slow one.
Train? I'm done. Go on, Max.
Yes, good joke. I think especially on ScrimFarm, the fact is that most of that damage actually came out in the very finishing moments. Sure, they did get himself the squad wipe in Gaijin on the top side. They're the reason why they had such a bad result in the second game. But ScrimFarm, they were just chilling and really completely were laid back in the northern western side. And the moment they had to get involved, the moment they had to go for the pushes, they didn't back out at any point in time. So I really like that kind of mentality. We were talking about it with Imperium beforehand, while the game was happening. He says that they're known as a really aggressive team, and they really showed it here. Because now we're going to have a little bit of an overview of these finishing moments. And this is the moment. We thought GK First could get it, and he stole a few kills away. Gets Nano, takes down Pocus. Ditati right after on the right side got eliminated. It was damn close here, James.
Yeah, it definitely was. This is as UDR kills, even in these moments where you're like, okay, we're really focused on this other team, it's a 4v4, you know at that point that there is a snake somewhere. Gotta be checking every single angle, because if you're not, then this is what might happen to you.
So an incredible play by him to be able to secure those kills. I do wonder if he didn't try to go for the finish and he maybe played for the win, could have been able to pull off that 1v2, but you know what? We're not going to be able to see it happen this time. So now we're going to turn our attention towards another team who has been playing stellar. ScrimFarm, we saw their 3,000 damage done, and we want to look at their average stats across the 2 games they have played so far, because this team, as you mentioned before, Max, they've been as old as time itself. They have been putting up some solid numbers. If that's correct, that's average damage in 2 matches, 2,500. That is insane.
Average points of 23. So we said about the point bubble just being about 50. They're just underneath. Because of that, they just need now half decent games, and literally tomorrow they can be like, hey, we can die first, it's fine, we can go play some TDMs after back in the lobby, it's okay. ScrimFarm really looking as this dominant threat. I think they were seen, especially as many other teams, as one of the few teams to be really careful about when you do get close to their position. I mean, they dropped literally Northern George Pole. I was talking about it with you, James, and throughout the scrims, they always drop Northern George Pole, and no teams want to contest it, because it was contested in the past. You had like 2-3 teams in the scrims. Now, no one. It's just ScrimFarm. That is how dominant the team is. It just installs fears in their opponent's eyes, and no one wants to deal with ScrimFarm at any point in time.
Indeed. It's a good spot to play from as well. I mean, considering that there's a lot of kind of fighting going down in kind of crates sometimes, etc. But Ditati was able to put in a lot of... All these guys looking so buff, wow. But he was able to put in a lot of work coming down from that kind of northern position that we were seeing. And, you know, when you've got that prone position, you're able to do some work with like DP28s, for example. You can expect it when you're coming down off that northern spot against teams like Polar Ace.
I mean, I think it's impressive to also remember, or to remind you guys at home, is that in the first map when we're on Erangel, he was playing like kind of by himself towards prison, right? And he was the last player left alive, just getting those extra placement points and coming through. He had quite a few kills as well, but it's good to see you could have that like solid player on your team, that backbone, consistently keep you through and keep yourself going forward. Now, we did want to talk about another team here. I think you in particular were talking about it quite a bit, QLASH, when it came to Destiny and the rotations through in towards the later zones.
Yeah, there is, in my mind, there is no world they should have got to where they did. But let's talk about what they were able to do in this game, aside from the other games that they've played pretty well as well. So, playing from this location here on Rozhok, then moving towards the island location after getting some kills, then somehow being able to get across the water where Polar Ace was to potentially hold them out, then somehow sneaking in through the eastern side, which I think some other teams could have maybe taken advantage of that position. But the fact that they were able to to do all of that whilst killing big squads like GODSENT, etc. and stuff like that is unbelievable stuff. So a lot of work in very trying circumstances, Jason, that they were able to pull off there.
Yeah, and again, it's just so important. Every single point you get right now just gets you one step closer to the Super Weekend where you can win $1,000 per chicken dinner. And of course, we didn't mention just quite yet, the points you get in Super Weekend in the finals carry over into PMGC. They get you into a potential qualifying spot into the biggest event of the year. So very important when it comes to the Super Weekends that you do step up huge. Let's take a look at our schedule though, so you guys at home can see what group won't be playing and of course what map will be coming up next. And if you guys were here throughout the entire broadcast, first of all, thank you so much. We love to see you guys sticking around. It's going to be going over to Miramar this time with Group B sitting out and not playing. Remember, we still have another match to come up, and that's going to be Group A's time to sit out. So for here, it's Group A's final game of the day, and last chance for them to put up some big numbers here in this one overall. I'm pretty happy so far, Max, with how this day's gone. We've seen some like new names come into the top ranks. We've seen the teams like ScrimFarm, who've been grinding out consistently, be able to get themselves up there towards the top and prove putting all that work is going to pay off.
Yeah, I just love it when you have teams with a little bit less recognition on the international stage actually showing up to the party. Like here you have 3 chicken dinners from teams that I knew were strong, and especially ScrimFarm then, the finishing game, but I did not think it would start off that well. I thought we were going to start with the likes of QLASH, Unicorns of Love being really strong at the very start, Nexus also. But you know what, I love it, and it goes to also implement the fact that you got teams like Zeus did so good, so really anyone can really take the championship spot and can qualify for the next stage.
Okay, well, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me here and talking about that last match. We got to bring in some commentators, though, to bring all the action to all the viewers at home who are ready to get things underway. And it's 2 new casters coming through. It's no longer John Allen and Blank. It's Banks and Imperium. We're going to bring them in and say a big hello. First of all, Imperium, you're looking happy. You're looking ready to go. How you feeling today, man?
I'm feeling really good indeed. The first 3 games have been a bit of a surprise, but it's the first day, so it's a little bit to be expected.
And Banks, it's good to have you back, man. You were doing PMCO Africa not so long ago with Max, I believe. Now you're here back doing PMPL. It's great to have you here, and I can't wait to hear you guys' commentary going into our 4th match of the day.
Thank you very much, Jason. Yes, we are moving into that 4th match, and it is going to be a banger. And Imperium, what do? We get to start with my favorite map. We get to enjoy the madness that is Miramar and watch it all go down. You ready for this one, brother?
I am absolutely ready and raring to go. This is a second Miramar game of the day. We have that playing path which is to the western side, and I gotta say, James, the playing paths in my eyes for the first 4 games have been pretty frustrating for the teams. We haven't really seen any kind of central diagonal playing paths. They've all been to one side or the other, but then again, that is part of the game. You got to be able to adapt. You got to be able to recognize that, hey, playing path is on a certain side, there's a higher chance teams are going to be rotating from that side, and adapt as the game goes on.
Oh yes, you got to deal with the cards that you are dealt, and sometimes they can be very unfair, but we'll have to watch and see how this all pans out. Now, we had the pleasure, right, of obviously before coming into this tournament, looking at some of the pro scrims, and GODSENT was a team that stepped up and gave us some many magic moments that I would say delighted us. But how are you feeling now when they're stacked into something where it's a different environment, mate? Do you think they can still pull off that kind of performance?
Yeah, of course. They are doing what I unfortunately have known them for doing in the past, which is have one good game and kind of crumble afterwards. That lack of consistency has shown through. However, you know, like I kind of mentioned with Jason, it's the first day. I am expecting a little bit of awkwardness in teams that will do well when it comes to the Super Weekend. I'm expecting teams to maybe shine that might unfortunately not shine coming into week 2, because at the end of the day, this is the competitive setting. The teams may be familiar with each other, but there's that nervousness, right? And nerves causes issues.
Oh, it does, right? It's one of those things where you go in there, you may be super confident early on, and if you start to drop off a little bit earlier than what you expect, you know, you start to become a little bit more rattled, and then you start to think, well, wait a second, I've got a lot of catching up to do. People think, like, when it comes to like the points you can grab and stuff, the opening couple of days you can always rebound, but there is a mental fatigue that you need to get over and how you look at it all, right, and how you understand it. But we got not too bad a circle, you know, we got up towards the northeastern side. I'm not going to get one of my lovely island finishes, you know, if I get one throughout the whole season, I'll be high, and I'm all down for it. I've only ever had one in all of my commentary, Imperium, and I'm just down to get another one.
Definitely. I'd also love a Valdemar /
Players would hate us.
Finish would be will be absolutely wonderful, but we're not going to get it here. Indeed, this phase 1 is once again kind of complementary to what we've seen in the first 3 games so far, where it's just the opposite end of the playing path that should force teams like Clash, GSG Europe, who are in that kind of western side of the map between El Pozo and Crater Fields, to take their time rotating, right? Maybe wait for the flurry of teams to rotate towards the eastern/mid side of this phase 1. It will give them automatically more space to rotate in. We do see Unicorns of Love on our screens, and let's be straight up. This team have had a disappointing start to the PMPL. I don't know whether it is the curse of the Unicorns of Love but I know that they always believe in the team that they have on board, and the team should be believing in themselves. Brush off the poor performances they've had so far in this day 1 and look to solidify themselves just a little bit more easily in the standings in this Miramar game.
Yeah, and the thing is, I'm glad you touched on the Unicorns of Love there, because we saw this, right, previously outside of the PMPL, where you looked at them and the first few games were a bit shaky. It almost looked like they need some time to warm up. But maybe if they don't across these next 2 games, considering there's only 2 more left before today, right, if they can't do it now, then we're going to start to think, well, wait a second, guys, you know, this is the point where you need to have been able to get going a little bit earlier. You need to start off strong. And obviously, sometimes, like you mentioned, things may not go their way in terms of the way the circles pan out and what they're able to do, but they need to be able to at least pull it up a little bit so far, because right now they're down in 15th.
And one pattern I've noticed so far in the first 3 games is that in game 1, we had the bottom 3 teams with 0 points. In game 2, we had the bottom 2 teams with 0 points. And in the last game, we had the bottom 4 teams with 0 points. And in the league stage, where only the top 16 make it to the Super Weekend, James, it's cliche, it's stereotypical, but every single point counts, and you've got to make sure that even if you have a poor performance, that you're able to eke out that little point here, that little point there, whether it's a kill point, whether it's a placement point. It just makes that game worthwhile a little bit more.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you go into an early engagement, right, and it becomes unfavorable, say a couple of your squad members die very early on, you maybe just decide to get one player and say, do you know what, you go and disappear from this. Try and stick around for as long as possible. And maybe you just turtle up a little bit, right? You just look around and you decide, okay, it's better to just chill for the moment. I'm not really going to get involved in any fights, maybe a potential third party if I directly run into someone. But ideally, anything you can grab, because we've seen how many times does it get to these bits where, like you're saying, the top 16 can qualify and there's like 1-2 point difference. And that's why the decision making here in PUBG Mobile is so key, and it's very underestimated, I think, when people look at it from the outside and they're like, oh, it doesn't matter, they can quickly come back from that. It's like, no, it can really come as close as possible there on very magical moments for these guys.
Now we are getting into the blue zone of phase 1, starting to close in. We're nearly halfway through. We're seeing a few teams really utilize the eastern side of the map on their rotations. Love Nexus's rotations away from Los Leones on towards the Minas Generalis area. We're also seeing Polar Ace make use of their rotation on towards the northeastern side. Rice Gang, you know, their team that in the last game rotated very nicely in the early part of the game. However, they stood still in the kind of mid parts, and that ended up going against them in the late game. I do think that's a little bit more familiar to QLASH IGLing. I'm very familiar with his level of IGLing from previous teams, so hope that does improve and adapts a little bit more as we go through the PMPL. But for the time being, the rotation is in this Miramar game is very good.
Yeah, when you're talking about the rotations that'll be going on, right, one thing I'm noticing just from looking down onto the map screen a little bit here is that we've got Unicorns of Love. They're staying right down south for the moment. They seem to be taking a longer time. Now, we saw actually Clash here. They were the ones going up and taking the initial shots against GSGE. You saw a lot of damage done, but no knocks coming their way. Now they've ate the bullets back on towards them. And Hakoni's going to find himself knocked down. Hopefully they'll be able to get over to him and revive, but it is a risk. He's slightly separated from the rest of his team there. You can see they're just on the hunt. They're also on the lookout to see where these players may sit by. Yeah, 3-1. Never ideal.
even just the timing of it, in my opinion, because, you know, I said that teams like Clash and GSG Europe should be aware that maybe waiting until the very end of Phase 1/Phase 2 would have been ideal. Yeah, okay, you can't always know the timing of the other team's rotation, but when Clash should be aware that there's automatically going to be one team very close by, in this case GSG Europe, I feel like that rotation should have been left a little bit later, and I expect better from them going forward.
Oh, Lakashi a little bit further ahead than the rest of his teammates, pushed on up. They've got some cover fire going on, but it is going to be a struggle for him. It's Nexus dealing with it well so far. Now, they did have the house to fight from. They had more cover to play off the back of, but this is not a fight that GameLord are coming out top on. Nexus dealing with this very well. Zero problems at all for him. Straight elimination, 4 alive with it as well. That is a beautiful start for them. Not only to take down a whole squad, to get the extra loot as well at an early point like this. And they do sit very nicely within the circle right now. And they can sit back and wait for a lot of these teams to come at them. Now, look, this is the point I was on about Unicorns of Love. What I love from them here is they will tank some of this damage. It's very minimal, but they're allowing the other teams to go and fight for this more central location.
Exactly.
If you're a team that's further behind, I love it when they will take a longer rotation, take some extra damage, and they can wait and see how things pan out. Because we see so many people like to camp on the very edge, right, and wait for you to come through. So they've got the option for a sneak attack here as they want to make their way up, coming up into it.
Phase 2 sent it off quite nicely. That does put a little bit more pressure actually on RESQ, because I totally agree.
Yeah.
Waiting until later. However, they're going to be going into circle with a lack of information, and there's automatically, because of that centralization in Phase 2, there's more teams around them. Lost Bullet now looking to take shots onto this side of Nexus. On a side note, Buna and Shefachi, to all Romanian supporters out there. I know there's a strong Romanian community supporting Nexus and Eastern Stars in these games. I know Nexus had a very good Miramar map in Game 2. They are known to be quite strong, so I wasn't really surprised that they ended up taking down GameLord in that engagement. It was the fact that they took him down without suffering any casualties. That was, to me, the most positive part of that engagement.
Yeah, that's always the way you want to see it go down. And it also says to players not overextending or getting too confident with things like that. More often than not, we can see one guy just kind of rushing a little bit too far, try and take the kills, and then find himself in a bad spot. We saw this earlier. GSGE, they were the ones to at least get the opening pick here. They haven't dealt with the rest of Clash. They've been here for quite some time, but right now they're on the edge of the circle as well, and they know the GSG are going to have to come to them. So Clash want to try and even up the numbers. They want to try and take this. And they're heavily pinned down right now. You've got 2 players behind 1 rock. Okay, it's very unlikely they're going to get some grenades off that kind of far distance. But you are going to have to move. And I can tell you now, Clash, they ain't moving with this one. And look at this. The Mini 14 can do some serious damage as well.
It might though allow Clash to suffer later on into Phase 3, because as much as I get it, you kind of want to eliminate the team behind you. Don't get tunnel visioned, Clash, right? Don't get subjected to the later game, because even though Calamos has gotten a fantastic knock on the Levy, they're not able to do anything with that. So unless they're able to confirm the kill, which it seems like they're able to do, in my eyes, Clash should actually back off and play for the rotation, preparing for Phase 3, because in my eyes, they've done enough to slow down GSG Europe, that even if they move away, they'll still be able to gatekeep GSG coming into Phase 3. So again, Clash, don't get tunnel visioned.
Yeah, it at least seems like they're occasionally checking behind them, right? I agree with you. You don't want to be too far focused on it all. But I'm guessing they're thinking right now that these are some easy picking points for them to find. They won't have the information when they have to push back in, right, on where these other teams are starting to rotate from. And then obviously from what we saw, they may have not had too much information elsewhere to look at. RESQ only just now starting to make their rotation into the circle. You mentioned it earlier, they were the other team alongside the Unicorns of Love trying to work their way in. But they're on a slightly harder fight for these guys here, because they're going up towards the northern side, and that is heavily, yeah, here we go, you can see it up on the map. It's heavily more contested than when where the Unicorns of Loves were coming from. And there you go. And
I think...
Oh, look, it's gone the other way now. Another Clash player's found himself knocked down. Headshot delivered with it as well. So they're still fighting, they're still waiting it out here.
That's pretty hurting Clash. I just don't get it, right? They're down to 3 players. They got a kill. Should move away. Great rotation for RESQ. The next circle has popped up. It's gone up northern east. It's an El Azahar area within the center of the circle. And one team that have been very impressed with the early game rotation has been Polar Ace. They've reacted extremely well for the first 2 circles. And now on phase 3, it's that southern El Azahar hill. It's quite hard to hold on to because it is relatively out in the open. But because they've been there for a while, hopefully they'll be able to push teams back, Banks.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be about. Holding them back, getting up some extra kills. Starting at this point, I normally say like it's phase 4-ish when you get to it, where you start to see more of these kills go down. Can be 3 depending on how smaller the circles are getting, where it cuts off at. But it's for me where you want to now start coming alive a bit more, you know, start taking some of these picks and pokes out there. But there is still 15 teams remaining, considering how far we've gone into this. This is kind of the shift that we're going to see, where more will hit the ground and bow out.
Now, Rice Gang looking pretty good on their rotation as well. They've been not even slow, but they've just been fair on the point within these first 3 circles. Lakonostra MVP, a little bit similar to Polar Ace on the northern hills of El Azahar. They're going to have to deal with Eastern Stars and QATAR forces who are on their own little battle along with Lost Bullet. Who's going to send it into El Azahar first? Who's going to take that risk, Banks? I think it's too early. Wait for phase 4 circle shift as Athos gets knocked.
EST need to be very careful here. Plenty of the grenades going up, but it's just back and forth, throwing them. Nice amount of damage being done. And EST, well, they are eating the grenades back and forth. Lost have come into the party as well. They've joined from the side to fight into it, so everyone has to be careful at this point. Now with this shift, it's been the west and the south that's more heavily contested for all of it. And this is great for Lost. They can pick apart QF the further they move back. EST actually have a chance now to get away and try and keep their players in a good spot for this one. The battle between GCSE and going up against Clash is still there. They're still finding themselves knocked down. Or Nexus, they've been fighting. We already saw them take 1 squad wipe. Can they do some more damage here? Gonna try and run round the corner and get the damage done. He will be able to find it, but he's not going straight in for the confirm. Dexter, he needed to be careful there, and that is less than ideal for him. Good damage being done. Nexus go down. They're overwhelmed and overrun, but only 1 player lost in that engagement. Not so bad for him. But Nexus, that was just a little bit awkward on the last player there. Dexter kind of ran out, didn't actually realize that player was going to be pushing him, even though his teammate had just gone down, so maybe a slight miscommunication on how close he was.
Just to say Sanfor, king of the pre-fires. In the game 1 where he got the chicken dinner for his side, the pre-firing was integral on the last kill onto the last ScrimFarm player, and of course against GODSENT. And in this fight, it was that pre-fire that allowed him to get the squad wipe in the end onto Nexus. Phase 4 has shifted. It's gone over to the east, and we talk about the exit potential away from a position in the early parts of the game. Rice Gang timed that to perfection. So did Unicorns of Love, right? Unicorns of Love stayed away from the likes of the UDR / Lost Bullet battle. They stayed away from all of the pain, and now they're able to rotate into phase 4 absolutely beautifully.
And just look how well RESQ have found themselves now pushed in. We saw them going from this western side, the last team after ULL to rotate in, and they found themselves already in a good spot here. They can potentially be starting to fight as Clash. You said they stuck around too long, mate. They've gone down.
Maxman curse. Maxman curse.
You're going to take it over instead. While he's on the desk, you're going to be cursing him instead. Now, GODSENT, we already spoke about them coming up into this game to see what they could do. You already mentioned that maybe not getting the start that they would have wanted here. We know the talent that this team have on their hands. Can they now try and take on Polar Ace, who's just up in front of them? They're still going to find themselves in the circle, and they've got the vehicle to try and do it. They'll be able to move on forward. I just come back to watching, we were watching the pro scrims, right? And Vito, the god mode of staying alive, he somehow is able to dance around bullets, get knocked multiple times, and then come back with full force. It's like you knock him down, he just gets back even stronger. Will it happen again as we've actually seen him just get knocked down? He's picked off the bike. Oh no, they've run straight up into it. It's Black Smart's going in for the fight. Got good cover from the vehicle. The team have come round to back him up, but they can't save Marley. Zanfor will go down. Oh, they got picked from the side.
Like, no, GODSENT, that's not what you do. GODSENT are a very aggressive team. They will switch up the strategy of taking a fight when they're outside the circle, whereas what they did there, Banks, is that they tried to play passive, they tried to rotate, but because they did it too late, teams were already solidified there. They were going in blind. Vito was the first to get knocked, and it just crumbled down from there. I get it, trying to hook the side of the hill, but if you're going to do that 30 seconds ago, a minute ago. A little bit poor from GODSENT. It's only day one, but I do expect better.
Yeah, this puts them in a rough spot now. But for Black Star, it's even worse for them because they've got Polar Ace just chilling, throwing grenades on down, trying to catch them. They got a bit of smoke for cover. It's going to be very hard for them to deal with this. They're just seeing the grenades drop around them. Zanfor and Luffy are just alone here. And they've got to try and survive the barrage as much as possible. Now, interesting as well, UL now have the entire south side to themselves, still uncontested, but I don't think they've been fighting as much from what we've been seeing on the kill feed. That's not really been there. EST losing one man. Currently, though, we saw them battling, but they decided to disengage from the fight that was going on earlier. They've now found themselves inside the circle, but there's plenty of teams around them.
I feel like the teams in El Azahar have made their bed and they're going to have to lie in it, to be honest. Banks, although that circle has shifted back over to the west. Talk about a ping-pong move. That puts Polar Ace in a little bit of a controlling spot because they do have two players on the high ground hills, and then Bardot is inside, and he's going to be able to kind of maybe creep around, pick off a kill here, pick off a kill there, and also grab that vital information. If Polar Ace can get rid of Black Sparks, that's going to be integral to them probably finishing minimum top 4.
No, I completely agree. I feel like they're in such a good spot now. As long as they're making sure to provide some cover fire to Bardot, they're not going to be in a bad spot. When we talk about bad spots, it just goes worse here for EST. Yeah. More of them getting picked apart. Now only 2 alive, and they're just spending their time kind of running away from fights here. They don't have the ability to battle back in one like this. And they're now going to find themselves just hoping they can sit back and grab as many placement points as possible. But look how close so many of these teams are right now.
We're getting our city finish for our first game of the day. It kind of seems like that's the case. Banks, and honestly, I don't mind what Lakonostra MVP did. They went for a 2-2 split inside the city, but kind of opposite ends of it. Kind of trying to prepare for any kind of circle shift. They lost one, they still have 3 players up, but Daddy, who is the IGL of their side, able to maybe feed a little bit of information, but for the time being, the 2 players are core inside this phase 5 circle, is in a little bit of a heated battle against Lost Bullet. I really like Rice Gang's position on the far eastern side of the circle. Unicorns Law maybe being a little bit too safe on these rotations where they look a bit fearful on entering into the circle, and it might get to the point where they're going to get gatekeeped.
And this is so crazy now. EST still under fire, still trying to hide and gain themselves some cover. Imagine, look how many teams are up in the north. Imagine if this shifts anywhere down south. First of all, Polar Ace are just going to be living the dream. They're going to be so happy. But it is stacked right now. And many of these players, I don't think are going to be ready for a hard shift at all. We can see Polar Ace even getting the blown up onto one of the lost players in there. Big cargo's boom for now. As UL, they have literally gone from the far south all the way down now up to the north, coming back in. Again, little information, like you said, it's a big risk in what they're trying to achieve here. I'm just surprised we still have 11 teams considering where we are, just because there's so much cover that these teams can find themselves in.
Now, Luffy could be the Panda of this team, to be fair, and kind of, as Anas gets knocked down. Okay, Unicorns Alive, you take a little bit of time to wake up, but that's how you put on a little bit of makeup and look to shoot those bullets in towards the area of QATAR forces.
Yeah, I guess that's the benefit, right? When you've taken that much time, you still had all your utility to throw on forward. The grenades did pay off for him. UF now are just going to be sitting back, trying to hope that no more grenades come out towards them. No mollies land at their feet.
Thanks, look at that circle shift though. It's gone up north into the city, and you got a couple of roads splitting these teams apart. Now, Polar Ace, because Bardot was inside down in the edge of that city, he is the anchor point for his side, while Lakonostra and Lost Bullet are in their own little battle.
Well, let's see what the Unicorns of Love can do from here. Already found themselves with 2 kills on the board. Lost Bullet going out now. And they've got a standoff here. They're both able to just stay where they are for now. They've got some time on their side. Polar Ace have done very well to get down and group back up, but they need to be careful of this. Alicio's looking out for him. Took the initial shots, but couldn't quite make it connect. QATAR forces, I do not fancy their chances. You got the smokes to fire forward. You're trying to hope you can get a nade knock and be able to push on the back of that.
Exactly.
This is a bit of damage done. No player found. He's being smart though. He's checking through the smoke, but more bullets coming out back towards him. Gonna have to pop the first aid instead. Oh, played right on the edge. It's beautiful. Positioning on point. He's got the vehicle for some extra cover as well. They may be able to push round, but he's got protection from his teammates at the same time. He's running on forward, jumps in through the window. Still trying to land the shots, but there's so much smoke covering it all down. And beg for mercy. Well, he's not going to get any mercy. He's going to find himself going down from the side. It's Rice that get involved. The third party in full effect. And there's just so many bullets being shot out here.
Nice by the rest of his team. They are looking for the revive on the fresh. Ked trying to hold things down, doing Ked things across the board, keeping QATAR forces down to just that one solo player having to move out. He's going to dodge, duck, dip, dive, dodge. He finds one, but Nightmare comes in. Nightmare is able to get the third party, but Ked cleans QATAR forces up.
Rice are loving life for that one, though. They were able to jump in from the side. They're down in the south right now, and they can just see these guys open, taking the shots. But now they've got to deal with Polar Ace, and, well, they have been on point today. They have been looking good. Oh, it's just the spray through. You got the extra bullets, why not? You know they're around there. Don't want to give them any chance. And just constant use of the grenades now. There's smoke down, there's not much cover. You think they're out trying to make a move across. Take the throw and see what you can make happen. Danny, he's got some good view to look out of the window here. Has to keep dropping down. That doesn't leave himself exposed for too long. Just 7 teams remaining now, though. Yes, I'm surprised the ST is still in it. They were down on 2. They were fighting. They seem like players all around them, but they may not be up for long. RESQ going to go get involved, and straight away, Octavian, he's down and out of it. Eastern Stars not going to stand strong in that one, just as we see him. I know, I was like, whoa, they've managed to achieve. Nope, oh, rip. Sorry, boys. Man. My bad.
And with this circle shifting on up, it does have the road split in the middle. That's going to benefit ScrimFarm. They've been very aggressive in the games that they played so far, but with 2 players left up, Clown and Woodson, it's important that they kind of stay a little bit safer, play a little bit more passively, and then wait for the time to gatekeep teams coming in from the northern edge.
That nade looked like that was going to do some serious damage, but it was just in front of the wall. RESQ know what they're dealing with in front of them. Nice. So Unicorn loves. They're spraying it out, getting it done. And there's fights happening everywhere now. It's all these small engagement. Unicorns of Love need to be real careful of how that's being played out. Now they see the car straight away. Fresh is on top of it. Gets the reload on. He's got another player pushing him who doesn't have too much health, but he can't win out the duel. He gets finished off. I was sure he would be able to have that. Now Ked, he's waiting for them to make a mistake, but the flames are at his feet. He's burning and has to drop the first aid kit straight away. And Wilderload, he's like, yep, come on, poke through. But he's also going to have to move now. He doesn't want to take too much damage here. He looks to just heal himself up as much as possible. But he knows as soon as he goes through, it's going to be problematic. Unicorns of Love, they're out of here. It's not going to work out for them. A 5th place achieved as RESQ, ScrimFarm, Polar Ace and Rice Gang are still up in it. And already 9 points for Polar Ace anyway. Not bad at all as Wild alone. Well, he's managed to, so far. Not much further. Clown is ready and waiting for him. ScrimFarm pick up another one. RESQ out in 4th place, and Clown from up high is able to see from afar and able to get the damage done across. And they can play this so well from here.
But Rice Gang, they've been the third-party masters, but QLASH goes down. They're down to just 1. This could be the 2nd chicken dinner in a row for ScrimFarm, the first team to get the double chicken dinner in their PMPL EU West.
Well, Polar Ace out now, but still, They got a monstrous amount of kills across the board for this game. They're not going to be too down about that one. The Clown now, he's just looking for pixels to move across to see who might poke out in front of him. It's a tough one for him, though. They may have a good position, but it's Rice with the numbers, and that's what they've got to try and make work for him. Thing is, they're not going to be able to pick up QLASH by the look of it. He's stuck trying to crawl away, but the moment he pokes out, there's no smoke covering. He's just going to be sprayed at. Find himself going down very easily. And I like this from ScrimFarm. They're chilling for now. The circle's benefited them. It's Rice that have to make their way across. Will they expect Crispy, though? Crispy could do some huge damage if he's able to kind of cause a problem and jump up when they don't expect it.
Good.
Nexus down to the play zone. Crispy spraying on out. Some nice shots landed. If he can pull this off, it would be absolutely huge, but he can't quite get it done. Rice Gang get eliminated, and ScrimFarm, they do it, and they do it in style.
Man, coming into the PMPL EU West, I was a little bit worried about ScrimFarm in the preparation for it, right? They looked a little bit lost, a little bit kind of confused, if anything, a little bit disconnected with how they were playing as a team. But when it's all said and done, you can struggle in preparation as much as you want. When you come down to the game day, when you come down to where it matters, ScrimFarm show that they are a team to beat. They are a force to be reckoned with. A very, very different game, to be fair, in terms of the last game that they won, where they did go into El Azahar at the right time and they played that safe mode. In the day, they used that higher elevated position on the roof of the building, which, let's be fair, James, that was not easy to contain. They could have been swiped from multiple angles, but they just played it so perfectly, and it shows that their communication was on point right until the end.
Yeah, like you were mentioning, right? Often when you're on top of a building like that, you find yourself open and exposed from multiple angles. It's not like you can kind of peer around the corners. Yeah, high ground is great to use, but it's not an easy place to fight from. And especially, I was really worried that Crispy was going to be able to come around the side and just cause them a nuisance, but they were on top of it. They understood what was going on. I think they'd be very impressed with that. And what you were saying in terms of like the games outside, right? And they've maybe not been doing as well as what you would expect. Yeah. Actually, when you're not, you're probably learning that much more, right? You're putting in the extra work to say, okay, we know what we need to change up here. When things are going all well and hunky-dory, maybe teams take their kind of foot off the pedal, just a small amount there. But for them, right now, they're going to be sitting very pretty at the top and going to be very comfortable with what they've managed to achieve here. And more power to them, right? Especially considering that was a 2v3 at the end.
110%. And team we really have to point out as well, James, is Rice Gang. Right, they played on the eastern edge of the circle. I talked about in the last games where QLASH have maybe slowed down the rotations from the team coming into mid parts of the game. It was completely different in this Miramar game. They reacted to every circle shift perfectly. They also knew that they couldn't go too deep into the edge of El Azahar. They had to play on the outside, but they threaded that needle fantastically. They picked off third parties left, right, and center, and they deserved that second place.
And I think we have to give a mention to Unicorns of Love because, okay, maybe not the best performance they would have wanted from it, but considering their rotation, that's what you're going to be very, very comfortable with because they didn't just go in with no info. They waited it out. They were scouting around enough to give themselves an opportunity to look at it all.
Yeah, exactly. But I do think there's a little bit of a disconnect at the end where Fresh was doing so much work on his own, and the second Agon got knocked, Kedge should have joined up with Fresh because, you know, at that point in the game when you're stuck in a warehouse, being separated does absolutely nothing. Kedge knew he was being put under pressure by ScrimFarm. ScrimFarm knew exactly where he was, whereas if he had it joined up with Fresh, they would have gotten a squad wipe onto RESQ. Might not have allowed them to survive against ScrimFarm, but it would have been an extra placement position and it would have been an extra kill.
Well, we're looking back over some of the highlights that we did get to see here. This was the Black Sparks attack when they came onto the Nexus team, and they were able to get the pre-fire going early on and upset Nexus, who had started off pretty well. I know you were not really a fan of this from GODSENT, bowling on forward, a Vito going down early, and then they got stuck, not only shot out by Black Sparks, but it was Polar Ace on top of the mountain, able to look down on them and cause them a world of hurt. And then towards this fight here is where Unicorns of Love came up, rotated all the way around, and no one expected them. I think that was the benefit for them in a position like this.
And I really like Unicorns a lot of positioning at that point, right? You know, having that 3-1 split, it made sense. Big from Mercy was always going to be at the risk of being a sacrificial lad, but at the end of the day, he did enough to slow down QATAR forces, put them at a stop, at a standstill, and Rice Gang came in third party. But Fresh, right, you know, we haven't really talked about him. He's been preparing for this moment for years. He hasn't come of age, but now he has, and now it's his time to shine. It didn't work out his way, but I don't think that was his fault.
Yeah, it's never down on one player, no matter what it comes down to, right? The team game and the communication, the chemistry, the synergy that these guys have, that's what you always got to look at when it comes to it. And that's when we come back to our winners of this, right, with ScrimFarm. It was that communication and when they wanted to poke out, how they wanted to use this position to their advantage. And you can see, look at the precision and the speed of Clown there. Took the first few shots, doesn't stay up for too long. He's got cover from his teammate as well. And this is why they walked away with the win despite having to go up against 3 players there. They managed to deal with the 2v1 very well. And just the last minute decision from Clown to jump up into that smoke, that's probably the bit that helped them kind of understand what was going to go down next.
Yeah, and just one real quick thing. I do think Rice Gang could have used Crispy a little bit more by sending the 2 players that were on the other side of the road as a distraction point, and Crispy could have come in on the sidelines. But because he didn't, there's only so much Crispy was able to do.
Well, let's see what they can do going forward, because there's still loads more games to come across the next few weeks. But for now, we've got to head to a quick break. But when we come back, we'll be back with Jason, Kylaris, and Max.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you see my lovely torso here as we talk about everything that's happened in our last match, you can see clearly I've been working out just like Max and James have as well. So you know what? Let's not even see our faces. Let's just go straight to the map rankings here as I clearly knocked my camera over trying to move my lighting. But I have to say, I look fantastic, very tan, very good. Just like ScrimFarm are looking fantastic here in their first day of games.
That was the best torso I've ever seen, man. I'm not gonna lie, Jason. You've been working out recently a little bit there, but you know what? At the end, we're gonna be sitting in the first position. It's gonna be ScrimFarm with the very first back-to-back chicken here. They're gonna be taken home with 22 points coming to their name. I mean, yeah, they've basically already done it right here, James. They're qualified. They're good to go. They can chill, but we know that when it comes down to ScrimFarm playing the game, they're not gonna chill. They're really gonna go for it once more.
No, indeed, especially to be able to kind of round out the tricky situation that they found themselves in there. They bombed towards the warehouse, losing people on transition, and then being able to round it out in that last moment as well against the Rice Gang. Very impressive firing and even good understanding of when to come off that building and how to kind of smoke up in that area as well. Very nice.
Yeah. Also, Polar Ace, there you go. They've really gone the Polar Express for that one, for sure. They were getting really involved in the finishing moments. It's not mine. Sorry, I appropriated the trick. It's yours. I'll give it back to you. Sorry. But Polar Ace, I think, especially compared to last game, we were a little bit critical about them, you know, not gatekeeping the likes of Destiny, not holding on to the high ground position to actually try and capitalize on opportunities to grant themselves more kills. This is a complete opposite. It's a complete 180 coming out from Polar Ace, and it's a good approach, right? They understood, okay, our third game, it didn't quite go as planned. They knew what they had to try and shift away. They got full control of the high ground position down south of El Azahar. The moment that happened, they had all the information they really needed to know exactly what kind of game plan they wanted to go towards. Sure, it didn't really result in a chicken dinner. It only got, well, you still got a third position. But the kills really show that they had that shift of mentality that worked really well in their favor for this next game.
I mean, Max, you could have gone full steam ahead for Polar Ace. You could have done anything and it would have worked out beautifully, but yeah.
I think it's important to note, I mean, sometimes all you really need is that one good game to get yourself forward, if not just to the Super Weekend, but to get your entire team ready to go. I do want to point out, Lakonostra, again, being consistent as ever, 10 points for them. Unicorns of Love finally did have a standout game at 10 points, and Nexus Gaming, a little bit of change for them as they do pull themselves out 5 points, all through kills, which I want to say is quite important because they seem to have quite a big struggle with some other teams out there. As we take a look now at the second page here, I want to see a couple of names that were seen quite consistently, unfortunately, at the very end. We're seeing GODSENT down here. We're seeing UDR Killers, QLASH again. They at least get themselves the 3 points, and I think keep themselves out of last place. But GameLord for me here, Max, a little bit unfortunate for them because they had such a strong showing in their first 2 games.
Now you can really say they get another bad performance. No, compared to earlier. Now they actually get
right?
yourself 2 bad games back to back. So yeah, GameLord, I mean, you get yourself a big game earlier, second position on Miramar, then you back it up with 2 0-pointers. Not really what we're looking for, I think, that we can very easily say. So hopefully they can try and step it up and rise up to the occasion in our 5th and final game of the day, because GameLord's been a little bit topsy-turvy, I would easily say. Same for QLASH, you know, well, not really same for QLASH. They've been on the lower end. So the French home is not really showing up as I would have really expected. You know what, they're just going to get into it very slowly. We did have one of the other French team do really good, so that was RESQ, and especially with Class, you know, they were getting involved in good ways. So we got one of the French teams actually making it really high up here.
Yeah, I feel like we need to see a little bit of an increase in power out of the team. And funny enough, when it comes to power, get your game on all day when the full day's charge in 15 minutes, courtesy of OnePlus's unique 65-watt warp charging and warp charging wireless 50 available on the 9 Pro only. Hashtag never settle. Make sure you guys check out this lovely, lovely phone on your screen because it is phenomenal. And maybe GameLord need that time, that 15 minutes to kind of regroup and get things ready to go, though I think they might be done for the day of today's games. Let's look maybe at our top players now, our top 4 players from the last match, and I'm wondering if we're going to start to see some consistency happening with some of these players. We do have Clown yet again here. Kalaris, you talked about him not playing around, and he's done it yet again with another 2nd place.
Yeah, no whoopee cushions this time around, my friend. He's 700
pies to the face.
That's right. None of that. But Caster beats him out up towards the top. And Polar Ace, considering what they were doing, we kind of set this kind of rule for quite a while now of like, if you don't think the circle's going to end in a city, don't go into the city early. And I think a lot of teams fell prey to that. Caster and Polar Ace certainly did not. They were farming up on that high ground position alongside RESQ on the eastern side for the most part. So good stuff by Caster to be able to take that #1 spot.
Yeah, able to get a little bit more involved here, and I think that Clown especially was able to create a lot of situations for ScrimFarm in the first place. I thought personally one of the players I was expecting to be here, that I'm really surprised is not the case, is actually Crispy in that finishing moments versus the 2 last players of ScrimFarm. I really thought that off angle that they had, that the proactiveness that they had in their mind to send a player over the roadside to try and create that little off angle to try and stop teams to cross and being able to get a little bit more leeway in their favor was really strong. Unfortunately, he was not able to convert it in as many knocks or kills at the end of the day, so we're not going to see him in that top 4, but I still think that it was a good showcase of Crispy and this team to actually go for that kind of ahead of the time play. It didn't quite work out for the win. It did go the way of ScrimFarm, but I think that Crispy also deserves some respect for how he tried to take the end game in his own hands.
Yeah, actually, I think this kind of maybe turns our attention out to the total damage done in the last game and see where it just put his team here, more importantly, compared to the others. I'm also curious about ScrimFarm, as we talked about before. I think there was only 2 players left alive to really carry that game out for them, and we're not going to see them putting up over 3,000 damage this time, but we will see Polar Ace getting the #1 position with 1,750 damage, and I think that's what we've been talking about for them. They definitely had that change in mentality, going for more kills and more fights here, Kalaris.
Yeah, the high ground position was fantastic, and they worked with it pretty well. It gets a bit dicey when they have to come off of that high ground down towards the bottom. All these hard shifts were brutal to deal with in this kind of city or urban ending. And when they came off the high ground that they were in, unfortunately for them, sometimes when you come off that high ground, you've got maybe a building to work with if you're just a little bit more west or a little bit more east. However, all they had was like some ruined vehicles, kind of a bit rubbish cover, I think is fair to say, about that area, Max. And you got to expend smokes, try and deal with it. You got to be proning a lot in that spot. So a bit unfortunate. Maybe they could have made more happen elsewhere.
I think especially with the information they got from the high ground, they were able to know exactly where to rotate into, and they were just like, okay, we're maybe not going to go for the chicken dinner, especially then the circle actually ended up right on top of the road, so he knew he was going to get pushed away from that dip. But before dying, they got a few extra kills to try and, you know, pump up those numbers a little bit, because those were rookie numbers at the start. And I think that they used the information well to try and, you know, reduce the damage they were going to take, and still really good points, I would say. 19 total, definitely a banger in my eyes.
Well, another team that's been able to step up, like the likes of Polar Ace, is actually going to be RESQ. And we wanted to look at how they did in this last match compared to their other games, because we need to see these turnaround in some teams. Yes, I understand, you know, getting top 16 out of 20 teams in theory isn't that difficult, but you don't want to miss out the first Super Weekend when there's only 3 in total. I mean, it's a chance to win extra money, and it's a chance to get points accumulated up to PMGC. But as we're seeing here, that damage was insane this last game compared to their past results.
I mean, RESQ more like third-party gang. They were just ganging up on everyone in that final circle. They just hold on to the entirety of the northern side and also the eastern edge. I think there was GODSENT. There was also the likes of QATAR forces. They did also slow down that 4-man rotation coming out from the entirety of ScrimFarm. Reason why they only remained as a 2-man crew at the very end. There was with Tati and also Woodson. Reason why it did work out just fine for them. So I think the RESQ gang here actually had a really strong position, just like they did in the game before that back on Erangel, but they actually used it to get a little bit more presence in the map, and by doing so they got the third parties, and that typically if you third party you're going to convert into kills. Exactly what they did this game.
Yeah, it's an important position that they entered the city as well, right? If you think about it. Like,
yes,
everybody was not going east at all. Everyone was coming in south, north, west. East was very open. RESQ gang utilized that to the best of their advantage that they could, and, you know, were able to make it work from there.
And then taking a look at a team we talked about earlier on, Polar Ace, I kind of wanted to go over yet again maybe some adaptations to their play styles, or take a look at some of their stats, because this team, I think it's one of the teams we expect to be able to qualify through top 16. They maybe necessarily haven't shown it up till this point until we finally have this match here, but you are seeing, you know, average damage across 4 matches, 1,100, 1,200, that's really respectable.
Yeah, over 1,000 damage average over 4 games is really a big shot. Of course, it did make up a little bit for maybe the more lackluster game we had earlier back on Erangel for game 3, that was. So yeah, definitely, I think that they're definitely finding the few little issues that they are trying to iron out. It's only the first day too, but I think that when you have, you know, these strong results, especially, they some already qualified their way. They're very close, not just yet, but they've already qualified for the Super Weekend, so a little bit more effort and they should be able to jump ship.
Maybe a start.
Well, we're going to be going to our final stark contrast indeed, and hopefully for their sake they can carry that over when it gets to the Super Weekend, but they still have to qualify to get there first, as we now look at our final match of the day, and we're heading back to Erangel once again, but this time Group A is sitting out. Group A is done with their games. They get to sit back, relax, and ideally get to prepare for what's coming up tomorrow, because again, if you're not one of those teams that's in the top 16, you don't want to be missing out on a chance to get the money, get those Super Weekend points, get those points towards BMGC, and get those points, more importantly, towards the finals for the EMEA Regional Championships. So we can see the teams not playing here. I want to ask you guys, you know, pretty bluntly, and I'm expecting some pretty blunt answers. The teams that have topped the table so far, in particular ScrimFarm, you know, did you expect these teams to be the ones to be at the top of the rankings, or were you like kind of surprised by some of the results we've had so far, Claris?
That's a good question. Because I think as we started at the start of the day, you know, there are some big names in here that maybe not have struck out the actual wins themselves. For me, Black Sparks, I did have that spark of hope for them coming into today, as we kind of started at the beginning of the show. But ScrimFarm, I'm surprised that they got, especially the second win here. It was looking a bit barren, I think, considering the situation that they were in. But yeah, kind of impressed.
What about you, Max? You did talk about ScrimFarm at the start of the day, but Clash, another team you talked about, having the opposite result.
You just had to bring that in, didn't you? Get him! I mean, yeah, Clash is very unfortunate. They start a little bit slow. Hope they can make it through. ScrimFarm, I mean, I were expecting them to be top 5. They're there. That's great. And Panda, they surprised me. So they got to keep it going now.
They're just pulling a power AAA KPS, right? They're going to come up big at the final day. Thank you, gentlemen, very much. We'll bring you back for the last game of the day to talk about everything that's happened in Game 5. We're going to bring our commentators back in once again to bring you that final game with Banks and Imperium.
Thank you very much, Jason. Yes, it is the final game of the day already, and it has gone exceptionally fast. But maybe we can get an exceptional result if ScrimFarm grab themselves another chicken dinner here, Imperium. Do you think that could be on the cards? Do you think they go for 3 just straight off the bat and go kill it?
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised, to be fair, James. They've been overall very phenomenal across the games that they played so far. They're a force to be reckoned with. The teams I am focusing on, though, to be fair, James, is the bottom 4. You got UMBRA, you got QLASH, you got QATAR Forces, and GSG. Luckily for those teams, they have this final game to, suppose, end on some form of a positive note coming into tomorrow's games, and if they can climb into the top 16, I'll at least, you know, give them a little bit of a pat on the back coming into tomorrow.
A pat on the back, you know, a little bit of redemption there at the very end. That's what you got to hope for sometimes.
Exactly.
You know what? We touched on it earlier, but obviously now the fact that GODSENT they've done their games for today, sitting down in 11th place, I just got to say I expected better, mate. Especially from what we saw from these guys.
I was too, but I know for a fact that they're a very experienced team. They're not really going to be fazed by this too much. They will discuss, prepare for tomorrow a little bit more heavily, and I'm overall still relatively confident that they'll make it through to the first super weekend. And you know, at the end of the day, the biggest surprises I feel like we've seen today so far, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but Lakonostra MVP. I know they're not playing in this 5th game, but still 4 fantastic, well, 3 out of 4 fantastic games for them. As you do see the playing path, we do see the phase 1 circle, and this is definitely a lot better for this final game.
Yeah, this is one we're not going to complain about too much, you know. Pretty easy for everyone to get to. But again, obviously we shift over a bit more. Depending if it shifts all the way western side, it can become problematic for some teams, but in general, they should be happy with this. They should know what's going down. And I'm going to keep a close eye to see what RESQ can do throughout this one, because I remember we got to enjoy some of their magic moments before coming into PMPL and see what they were able to deliver.
And one thing that I really think is going to be a big, interesting test is seeing what teams have been able to prepare when it comes to knowing what teams aren't playing in the game, right? Because, you know, with no Polar Ace in this final game of the day, the Watertown Ruins area is a lot more available for the likes of Panda to rotate, to position themselves, and it's a strong part, especially in this game, of phase 1 that is very clearly open.
Well, RESQ putting themselves nicely up on some high ground to scout ahead. I'm just going to look on forward and where they want to go from here. You need to be careful, you know, those rocks can be dangerous. I do love to see a big fumble of the car early on, just to give us some enjoyment, some laughable moments.
I'll give that driving a good 6.5 out of 10. 6.5 out of 10.
Pretty generous, pretty generous. Feeling nice early on?
Only because of the car, because I absolutely love the coupe. It sounds so nice. It's only a 2-seater, but because it goes up to 150 miles per hour and it's very fast on the acceleration, it's become an automatic favorite for these teams. So that's the only reason why I'm giving it a 6.5.
Okay, so there's slight bias with it, you know. So realistically, it's a 4.
Yeah, realistically. No. Like, it's the first day. I'm sure we'll see a lot worse driving. Trust me, James. Like, you know, this isn't our first rodeo in the world of PUBG Mobile casting, so I'm sure we'll see a lot worse.
Yeah, I've lost my mind at a few interesting driving decisions that can be made. It does make me ponder decisions they make. You know, when we just see 4 in a car, never a fan of that. Never want to see that. Always a big risk.
Oh my lord, oh my lord. Okay, so teams that are positioned very decently so far. Automatically Panda between Rozhok School for the time being. Unicorns love, I love the fact that they've kind of automatically joined up a little bit more together as a team, because they do split drop around the Gaka / Chopsticks area, and when it's pretty solidly inside the phase 1, it's very important that they join up together, so they're not kind of picked off as teams rotate in, and it means they're possibly going to be able to manipulate the traffic of teams rotating in. UDR Killers have disengaged away from Pachinki at least 2 of their players, one of their players, Ulysses, very early on to be on that kind of hillside in between Ruins and the Gaka area, so getting a lot of core information for his side. And you know, the adaptability of quicker rotations that we're seeing in the first 4 or 5 games, I think is pretty good.
Well, this is not ideal here for Aphis. 2 players chasing him down. Oh. He's got the Vigrusi to try and spam away with. Able to get 1. If he gets the 2nd, it's beautiful stuff. Oh! How he managed to pull that off. Great positioning. They did challenge him 1 by 1 to give him that chance. Now 2 more players are going to run up on him. Can he do it again? This time he's going to have some backup as well. Bazzy's joined up into the fight. The shots paid on off. Bazzy, oh, nicely done. Lost her in a world of hurt. And Aylash, he's all alone. 1 player left alive. They're going down. No chance at all. And a 2v4, although it was split up into a 1v2, then into a 2v2, it's something I'm going to be very impressed with early on here. Dealing that with the Uzi in hand is not bad at all.
Eastern Stars just really banged their way into the PMPL. Gotta love the, you know, the calmness of that 1v2. And yes, there was a mistake from Lost Bullet. Let's be straight up. It was one of the poorest engagements I've seen. But the composure with the Uzi in his hands, the pre-fire on point for Eastern Stars. And it's just a sign of what they can do as individuals and as a team. And hopefully that will give them a lot more confidence coming into the rest of the game, because one of the biggest things that teams often talk about is how an early couple of kills can help their mentality coming into the mid and late parts of the game. It can build their confidence, it can make them feel just a little bit more comfortable, and this could be a big sign for Eastern Stars' final game of the day.
And especially the way that engagement went down, the fact that he probably thought he wasn't going to be able to do that. Like, the one thing you don't do when you're going up against an Uzi like that is go 1 by 1, because that's where he can thrive. If you both pushed him, it's like, cool, okay, even if he knocks one of us, he's not going to be able to finish it off because he's simply going to run out of them bullets too quickly. But they allowed him to have that chance. And now Black Sparks find themselves with a chance here against the Unicorns of Love. Grenade battle back and forth. They've got the rocks providing plenty of cover for them. And the Unicorns of Love this time around find themselves in an engagement slightly earlier on than what we saw on Miramar.
And this is a very central Everest position, right? They could still get breached from either side, either team. I'm not surprised with the position of Unicorns of Love. They do favor maybe going on to Everest spot, but I am a little bit surprised with Black Spark's position. I thought they might have maybe played a little bit more just to the eastern side of the South George crates, but I know based on how Black Sparks were able to push RESQ away from the South crates drop spot, they're not afraid to take a team on early, and they're not afraid to win out that fight.
Well, right now, both teams don't want a mistake sat on top.
No.
They're going to be just dancing with each other. Popping their heads up and down, seeing who might be able to take a shot. The risk versus reward factor. They're getting close, aren't they? Nearly.
Yeah, but James, like, a lot of utility being used.
True.
In my eyes, somewhat needless utility, right? What's it worth? What is it worth? Because now, for Unicorns of Love, they have GSG around them. They might have Eastern Stars. They could have even RESQ. You gotta think, is a fight worth it? If it's not worth it, disengage. We see phase 2 pops up. It centralizes quite nicely. Everest is very heavily in play, but that could be that false sense of security for both of these sides, and it allows that compound just shy north of the river to be an integral part of this phase 2.
Now we see Black Sparks wanting to disengage. They play it smart. Okay, both teams wasted a fair amount of utility, like you mentioned. I completely agree on that side of things, because especially with grenades and playing it off the top of Everest like that, with there being so much cover off the rocks, mollies can be very useful there. But grenades, unless they're on the money, they've got many ways to hide and find enough cover that they won't be going down. Now, ScrimFarm. 2 games in a row, currently up at 69 points, you can see at the top of your screen. They have had a great opener here to the PMPL. But can they end by just achieving one more? Can they go huge, Imperium? That would be an insane start.
Here's the thing, though. I kind of don't want to. Because it's a little bit of a thing. Now, even though ScrimFarm are known to be a very solid team in the European scene, they are very aggressive, and teams are aware of that. When you do show up on this kind of stage and you get 2 to possibly 3 chicken dinners in the first day, you automatically become a bigger target. And even though even though within the game you only see what team or player from a team has gone down when it's been a confirmed kill, there's going to be that level of targeted research on how they rotate. So for ScrimFarm, in my eyes, they kind of want to have a bad game. It'll keep them just a little bit off the radar.
So you want to keep them grounded a bit, not allow them to stretch their legs too far.
Like
you know, just like don't get another really good win, then you become too menacing to deal with.
Not like, I'm not saying I want them to have a bad game, but I'm just saying it wouldn't, in my eyes, it wouldn't actually be a bad thing if they did have a bad game. Now, I'm curious to see who's going to commit to the North River, who's going to commit to the South River, who's going to be slightly in between. Panda have rotated to that core compound that I recommended. And, hey, I know it landed on its wheels, but I did say we were going to see worse driving, James.
Yeah, that was, I don't even understand how he managed to pull that one off, but he recovered, so we'll take it, you know. I love it that, like, somehow we always get these moments, like the observers are just on point, we catch the guys just
I know, right?
getting around, having their fun.
Oh, man. Okay. UDR Killers. Their position is valuable in phase 2. If the phase 3 shifts up north, there's a level of blindness on how they disengage, but for the time being, it's really important that they push back the likes of Gaijin Seraphim. It's going to be difficult because they can only utilize the roof of that building to give a slightly higher elevated angle, but that roof play is open. It can leave them to getting knocked down from a third party. So just be aware of that, UDR Killers. It seems like they are. Black Sparks, they did disengage away, but what I find weird, and I know it's only phase 2, is that they actually went right back into the crates of George Pool. Depending on this phase 3 shift, that could kick them in the face.
Yeah, this next shift can be a very telling sign on what these other teams are going to do, and we're still going to be split across the river. So, okay, a lot of teams are going to have to work their way in from down towards the south and the western sides, but this becomes an interesting guessing game on who wants to take what risk and where they want to go. This is always such a tough one for the teams to decide on because it can really make or break your entire game.
It just takes away so much kind of ability to predict what's going on in this next circle. There's a lot of luck involved based on how these teams do position themselves. Nice reaction by UDR Killers, but they're opting to stick to the sniper tower. That might go against them. However, they are going to be sending it around. If they can push back Gaijin Seraphim, that'd be very healthy indeed. A Lush goes down. Sanford gets knocked. Nice play by Ulysses.
Works out really well. Can they capitalize on it as well? Poker's finding himself being knocked down. It's Luffy to return a bit of fire. And it's more of this. Do we want to stick around and get this done? Poker's out in the open, but is having some smoke cover him. Oh, they pop out. Oh, Luffy taking plenty of shots, and he's able to connect a good amount. Poker's still down on the ground, and they can't get close to him.
Such a desperate rotation from UDR Killers in my eyes. I get having one in the sniper tower, maybe two, but not really the whole squad. They could have gone a little bit more up north and onto the edge of the river. That holds its risks, but you can be the bridge trolls across the board. Spicy from GAMELORD gets knocked out off an M24 headshot from the players of RESQ. Sorry, actually, Gaijin Seraphim, my apologies. So, Black Sparks looking pretty good. Their reaction on that circle shift was very valuable, and you see in the little bit of a domino effect as that has allowed RESQ and UMBRA to come in onto the crates of George Pool. However, like I mentioned with Black Sparks, it might kind of kick both of those two teams in the face because I don't think they should be there. So
Poker's just got picked up. Nano then goes straight back down. Luffy lands the shot. It's like, we're still stuck here, guys. Maybe another smoke, if they have it, would be ideal at this point. Luffy just wants to chain off shots towards him.
Come on. Nice whiskey. Nice play. Nice play with the M4. He's been a player that can show up. He's been former player of Polar Ace with the rest of the Unicorns of Love crew in the past of the MEA League, so he has the experience. Now he's going to have to make it work against the Romanian Eastern Stars.
The Whiskey's in a good spot, but the pressure is now being applied to him. Nade damage done as well, but he's still standing for now. Beast coming up alongside it. They can hear the footsteps, but it's getting ready to take that fight. Octavian now, if he could win this one out, could potentially pick up 2 kills swiftly. But Whiskey, he's still pulling it out the bag. And they are under a lot of pressure right now. Eastern Stars, they can't stand up and take this fight. They'll be the first team eliminated. As Whiskey, he did so much in that one.
He did so much, but there was also a disconnect
I
with
know.
the players from Eastern Stars. Acapulco, as he's known as, really failed to capitalize on that side angle and shoot Whiskey down, and the rest of the team crumbled in around him. RESQ still inside the crates of George. UMBRA have gone for a desperate down into the river shift. We have seen the circle go up north. Destiny now, after taking down Eastern Stars, can sit back, relax, and enjoy the fun around them.
All of these teams now are going to be so stacked. If you're a team that can set up quite nicely and just look across the bridge, you might be able to do some serious damage. We're seeing ScrimFarm still pop up, but they've already had Watson knocked down. Oh, and QATAR forces, one player left up in it. If they can deal with him, then ScrimFarm can put themselves back in with a good amount of points, but also a nice position to fight from. Specboy spraying through the smoke, can't quite make it connect, but he's got the grenade pinned and ready. Yusef may not be ready for this one. He's starting to move away from the side swipe. He's not going to be losing out to it. Damage being done as well. And Specboy, he wants to continue to push on this. They want to try find it, but Yusef, he's patiently waiting. Will he expect the next player to try and push onto it? But they're going for the revive. Clown's going to have to provide the cover fire. He's only just about getting in position.
That makes sense. He knows there's one player left. They can't go for the revive. It did make sense. Plus, with Woodson in the back line, that was good decision making, but a nice grenade.
Yusef, if he could do this, it would be huge, but straight away, he will find himself being pulled back down. Still, though, keeping 4 alive here for ScrimFarm. They're looking like they're in a good spot. And they're from the least contested side here, Imperium.
Oh my god, RESQ gonna have to deal with Clash. Clash have failed to show up, but now in the final game, they have to make something work. A nice side angle engaged by Coyote.
Coyote looking to turn it around for him. RESQ already up at 3 kills. They've only lost Wild alone so far, and they just back away from this. Dealt with very well, but there's still so many more teams just desperately trying to get across the bridge here, and it's painful. So many teams from different directions able to take the shots towards them. Trazen trying to shoot from the water on top of the car, trying to play it a bit cheeky. RESQ, though, the first battle they had, okay, that was good, well done. But now the fight is going to be ridiculous. And look how far Tick is away from them.
Unicorns of Love are eliminated. They go down, and 13th, 12 teams left, 31 players, James. What I find very interesting is that Rice Gang didn't actually opt to go for a rotation around the blue zone into the northern side of the river. They've actually opted to stay on the southern side. Short term, that makes sense, but long term, I really feel that will end up going against them, and they're going to hit that brick wall of the teams on the north side.
Yeah, completely agree. It's going to be very hard for them. For now, they can pick off a few players, sure. Get themselves some extra kills in there. But the long game is what you want to be playing for. Their position is good, though, in terms of the cover. They've got smokes around them. They're watching it all go down. But GameLord, they're not going to be letting them out their sights no matter what. They're going to keep a good view on all of it. More teams start to fall, and now they start to quickly learn how badly this shift has been for a lot of the teams here. Still, though, ScrimFarm now under heavy pressure, and they're going to go down. You're watching it in the kill feed. It's Destiny. That's 2 squads they've been able to wipe now. And they are controlling the whole north side of the circle that is left.
This is what Destiny can do. Led by my baby boy, Mihi. Him and the rest of the team able to work wonders on the northeastern side of this phase 4. Coming into phase 5, which did center out quite nicely, Panda are also looking pretty good because they have that kind of hillside which protects them against GameLord. They can maybe push Destiny back around and create a little bit more space, and I could see Panda actually coming out on top in this game. I know GameLord have the cover of the compound, but I feel like they're going to be more targeted because of that.
And that's where you have to be careful when all eyes shift towards you. Now, XM are a bit split from their position, but they've got a good crossfire going on for now.
Exactly.
That's something they can use to their advantage. Rice, we were worried about if they would be able to make it across. So far, so good. But GameLord, like you mentioned, they can chill here. Maybe they won't pick up as many kills, but they can keep everyone at bay. That's what's going to be massive.
Fair. That's exactly what they can do, and they're going to have to deal with both RESQ and RESQ. RESQ've done a great job of coming out of the South George crates as Whiskey gets a knock on the Lin. Nicely played. Destiny taking control. You might even say they're controlling their own destiny in day one of the PMPL.
Oh, they really are. And the positions they have, Beast was slightly further away. Whiskey was able to take a bit of the high ground just off what was left. And now they're in a 2-2 at the moment. But they know. They've been over all of the northern side. And I think that's what Beast was doing, just scouting out ahead. But there's no one close to him. Everyone is down south. Everyone is fighting down there. And Destiny can just look back with no problems of watching what might sneak up behind them. That's just a beautiful thing to have.
But also, let's be fair, Panda have been way too passive. They've been way too quiet. They allowed Destiny to come onto this hillside. I talked about Panda's fantastic position, but they've given the control over. They've allowed Destiny to overtake this area, and they're certainly doing that right now. Whiskey's thrown out a nade, looking to hit into the direction of XT. Hamo's still alive, could get the backstab onto either of the Panda players as QLASH knocks down Blood.
This fight, Destiny, they want it. Panda on the back foot. XT's taking a lot of damage already. Tries to get the grenade out, but Meaty's just running on forward. Kayla's providing fire as well onto some of the RESQ players. Destiny are going out, all guns blazing onto everyone. They eliminate Panda. They picked up 11 kills, and they are sat strong. And they are not just standing where they are, right? They had the circle. They're in a great position. They're running around the circle. They're looking for fights, and they're picking everyone apart.
They're like being mozzarella. They're stretching themselves up across this circle as it has shifted in their direction. And that's the one thing I worried about GameLord in terms of being inside that compound. They do have the very edge of it. If Spicy finds Nexus or Rice Gang with a fantastic grenade, they're looking for their second chicken dinner of the day. And they're certainly putting it in the palm of their hands.
Rice Gang now. They can't step forward. The smokes around them are fading, and this is a problem. Nightmare just trying to play the heal-up game as much as possible. Ooh, some nice return fire coming out there. Black Spark's going to be out next. 3 teams left. The Nightmare, well, he's on the heal-up game. Just chilling for now. He's going to use as much as possible. Bide his time. Maybe some more fights will go down. Maybe he can jump up in it. But GameLord versus Destiny is going to be the one to keep your eyes on. GameLord, they are now having to move forward into the circle. Victor, he's taken the forward position. Lakashi's coming in as well. Maybe this will cause some sort of a distraction here for him, as Destiny now need to be careful. They don't have eyes on the prize all around them, and it's more of a split now. We can see this 2-2 split playing paid out. GameLord, if they can make this work and force Destiny out into the open, they could take some shots at them from the side. Nightmare.
Absolutely right, but Nightmare could be that little bit of a third party. Look for a shot, finds the backstab. He's a thorn in the side.
Oh, he doesn't want to stand up there for too long, but now this makes a big problem here for GameLord. Destiny got a full advantage in it, and they can just go on the hunt. They know with players going down around them. The GameLord are going to be running out of numbers here. 13 found already, and they're looking for the cleanup duty. The teamwork is on point. They're firing from a distance, and Whiskey, he just doesn't want to stop. This is so good from Destiny. You can say, okay, yeah, the shift when it did finally go up towards the north of the river may have benefited them, but they went out and took all these fights. They were not allowing the other teams to just be able to sit back and deal with the rest of the game themselves. Destiny took it all into their own hands. Now, playing from the house, they are taking a lot of damage.
No way,
It's gone
Mizzaro.
straight in.
What?
I'm confused. I don't understand. Why?
Don't throw this, Destiny. Do not throw this. You had the body advantage, but now it is automatically a 2v2. I kind of get it from Mizzaro, but you only push in if you know your teammates have the actual targets to get that bait on through on your side. But now as the circle does shift into favor of Destiny, they have the advantage. But for how long? For how long can GameLord claim their second chicken dinner of the day?
The problem here, even with it now going into a 2v2, is the GAMELORD are the ones that are going to have to move. They're going to just escape through the smoke as much as possible. Beast well aware and he can hear it. It's Spicy trying to provide some cover fire to allow him to get over. Oh, there are grenades still in play. I thought they might have used them all by now. This is where he has to be so careful. He's low on health. The nades are getting close and he will find himself going down. The teamwork. It reigns supreme here in Destiny. They claim the win. Beautiful stuff here for the final game of the day.
So good from Destiny. Like, they deserve that game. They automatically deserve that game for how they controlled it. Yes, the circle shifting up the north of the river definitely helped them. It put so much pressure on the teams that were kind of on the south side and allowed kind of GAMELORD to hoover up those you know, manipulative moves from the remaining teams around them. But at the end of the day, we saw that Destiny didn't take that for granted. They took out Panda, they took out ScrimFarm. They were the kings of the north coming into the right final moments of the game. Slight mistakes, but at the end of the day, cannot argue with the value of that result.
Oh, what was not bad at all, right? And considering they were not sitting back, many times we see them get a good position like that and they might just kind of rock it and say, okay, we'll wait for the other teams to fight out and then get involved. They were actively hunting. It was when they decided to go around and split. They did the 2-2 split. They put Beast up towards the north, right? But the other players down on going towards the south and east. He was providing some cover fire. But what they realized is they scoped out that the whole northern side was clear. They had all the space.
Exactly.
And I think like they couldn't believe it probably. They're like, wait a second, so there's no one else here. We dealt with ScrimFarm, and now we've got a game on our hands where we can take all the control we want. So really smart plays from them for sure. I felt a bit bad for Rice because, like you mentioned, had it just been a bit earlier, they decided to go across the bridge. They were trying to pick people off as they were going across and then trying to find the safest route through. But it just felt like they were so late to come across that by the time they were there was nothing else they could go to, right? The circle was really too small. They didn't have a spot to hide in.
Yeah. But I still think Rice Gang had an absolutely fantastic game and they deserve a lot of credit because when they opted to kind of rotate from what was a southwestern outside the ruins area to go into that southern edge of the circle by the bridge, I thought they were going to go out in 5th, 6th, possibly even 7th. But credit where it's due, they picked off players here or there, they moved across the river at the right time, and they got 3rd. Bringing QLASH into the mix as late as it has been for Rice Gang clearly has added a lot of value with his experience, with his knowledge, and with his IGLing.
It certainly has. I'm going to have to see how it pans out across the rest of the week. But we're kicking it to a break. And when we come back, we get to delve into everything that just happened on our final game and see the overall standings and where we've got after day one.
You know, I'm really hoping that I can be nice enough and PUBGMOBILE can be nice enough here to give me one of those plushies. Give me the King Kong, give me the Godzilla as a plushie. I would love to have it. Claris, I know you have tons of plushies and gaming assortments. Max, man, you even showed me some the other day. We just need a little bit extra more, right, guys?
I have 100 gaming-related plushies. I stopped collecting, Jason, back in 2016 because it got out of control, all right? Maxman doesn't even know this, but thanks, Jason.
I'm a rookie, yeah. I've got like 5.
Wait. You know what else is out of control, by the way? The 1+9 series, which has the next-gen Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 chipset for the most graphic-intensive gameplay, alongside some heat dissipation that keeps your phone cool enough to play on max settings. Hashtag never settle. That's awesome. You know what's awesome? The fact that we've also had another great game here to finish off our first day of play. Let's take a look at our results here from this last match. Our Game 5 here of day 1 of many to come, but only 1 of 2 to happen within our league play for this week. And we're going to see here off the bat, Destiny take home the 31 points, the most we've seen so far.
Hey, 2 30-point bombs today. I'm not going to complain. Love to see it coming on through, especially from Destiny. I mean, they played a really good northern side kind of positioning for themselves. So, of course, that's going to reward them with a big chicken dinner, as the circle did go their way a few times in a row. GameLord A, they had 1 really good game on their first game of the day, 2 relatively bad, very poor performances, and they closed off with another banger, 19 points. I think they had 2 really good games today, were both 19 pointers, so able to really show up twice today at least. So they're getting really close to qualifying. I think to just a few decent points tomorrow, and they already secure their spot in that position. And Rise Gang, that's great. Also back-to-back performance coming out from these guys. So it seemed like the teams that really needed to try and rise up, especially the likes of Rise Gang and GameLord, to make sure they can make it to this first Super Weekend, really did show up in this final game.
Oh, sorry, Max. You said that there were other teams in this game other than Destiny. I estranged that because this was the Destiny show, all right? Up towards the top, north of the river, killing off everybody, gathering all the information. I'm sure we're going to talk about it more in depth, but 31 points. That's just amazing stuff, Jason. What a game from them.
Yeah, it's also great for me to see, like, there's so many consistent names we're seeing in this first page of our results, right? We're seeing ScrimFarm here consistently. We've seen Panda here quite consistently, Black Sparks, even RESQ we've seen be up on this front page quite a few times, even having some players in the top 4 overall of those matches. But let's take a look now at our second page, and Max, you know, I'm trying to tell myself here, I shouldn't do it.
I'm ready there, Jason. You got to stop.
Get him.
I mean, yeah, Clash, not what I was really expecting coming out from them. Of course, you know, how I started the show with them at the very start of the day. Hopefully they can bring it back into day 2. Like, they can still pull it up, but it's not been a great performance from them. And, well, James, I want to talk about this team a little bit here before we start talking about the big plays that were fun in this one. Last Bullet. Oh, yeah. What was that early fight in Gatka Fields? They took the weirdest fights. They were in a 2-2 split. They lost already a 1v2 versus Athis of the side of Eastern Stars. Already that was a great play from Eastern Stars, but also a very poor execution on the aggressive nature that we were looking for from Lost Bullet. And then they pushed the 2 other players thinking it was going to be another 1v2. So they were really pushing their luck. And then you have actually Bazzi that joins and turns into a 2v2 itself. They win the fight. Yeah, Lost Bullet, you got to rewatch this VOD today, and you got to understand that if you want to go for the push, you got to do it at the same time. You're giving multiple 1v1s to Athis, and he's very easily going to pick them up.
Yeah, definitely. That's what you can't. You have to press some kind of advantage, and Lost Bullet had a few times where they could have all rendezvoused with all collectively. They didn't do that. Eastern Stars with the 4 kills off the back of that, with no casualties as well. Maybe a little bit of trading on you know, some utility in terms of, you know, vest durabilities and things like that. But that was so impressive by Eastern Stars. They may have only got themselves 4 points from those 4 kills, but what a way that they were able to do that. Very impressive.
And I'm wondering, as we move into our top players, you talked about Destiny and how were there really any other teams on the in the game, in the lobby? I'm wondering if they're going to take the top 4 spots, and actually they won't be able
not quite.
to. But Hamel's there again here for Black Sparks, which is great to see.
Yeah,
he's always lurking, man. He's always going to be up there trying his best to keep his team in consistent regards. He's always going to be in a good position. Though at the end, still 3 players of Destiny. Not a 4-man present in our top players. Maybe tomorrow. I mean, we've had a few opportunities where we had 3 players in this top 4, but Whiskey, Mitchie, Beast, I think they played it really well. I got to give a lot of props, especially to Mitchie and his scouting, getting some really good control of high ground positions up north, and I think it did unlock a great amount of opportunities in a few of their fights, especially versus the likes of GameLord and also the likes of ScrimFarm. So I think the Mitchie is definitely the entire MVP of this game.
I mean, information converts to satisfaction for Destiny. If you look back at the 3rd game of the day, the 3rd Erangel of the 3rd game overall of the day, they used information to get across that river when Polar Ace had gone away. Destiny are north of this river, top of the high grounds, the most ridiculous split, considering that there are 50 players alive, the most ridiculous split up there, but they had so much information, knew that the only fight that was going on near them was northeast of them, eventually dealt with ScrimFarm that came in, and throughout circles 3, 4, 5, they had 60% of the control of these circles based on information. Information, satisfaction, love it.
Well, now the question for me to you, Kalaris, is do you think we saw Destiny break through our top damage throughout the entire event so far, where ScrimFarm had it with 15 kills, I believe?
Ooh, I'm going to say no.
Okay. Max?
I would say no too, actually, because seeing the amount of fights they took, I think that they were still able to get some good damage, but I didn't think over 3k. There you go, 2.5.
Well, the reason I say no is because they were so quick about their executions with the fights. Apart from the one towards the end against GameLord, everything else was like quick, decisive actions. That usually converts from closer to 100 damage per kill compared to like your trades off of like 150 damage per kill, like you saw with the ScrimFarm one.
But looking at Rice Gang, Max.
Oh,
Okay,
sorry.
well,
Rice Gang too. We can talk about them too. I mean, yeah, third party galore.
Okay.
There you go. We're gonna go with Rice Gang.
I think what's so weird about them is that they're like consistently in like our top 8 in terms of damage, but their kills are generally a little bit low. I mean, you can see the ratio of the like almost 1100 damage done to the 4 kills. I feel like they've been really struggling to like confirm kills, it seems, but they do put out so much damage.
I think the thing with Rice Gang we've seen a lot is that they're not a team to take control. They like to find opportunities from the sidelines. They like to take fights from a third-party perspective, and that's what worked out for them greatly in our 4th match over on Miramar. It worked out here a little bit more on the southern side, but the issue is that kind of strategy is that you're not going to be a team that is going to have a big chance of securing those chicken dinners. Almost happened in Miramar, don't get me wrong, but it did result in them actually losing a little bit of presence later on into the game. So I think that it's a playstyle that's been rewarding them. It's going to be enough to qualify to make it back into the Super Weekend without any doubt in my mind, but is it going to be enough to then make it into the finals and make it into also the EMEA League finals? Hopefully so, but I think that they need to try and be a little bit more controlling, very similar to the kind of feedback we gave to Class Digital Athletics that got themselves some really good consistency in terms of points. They were never able to close off the games. That is what I need to see from Rice Gang. Doesn't have to be tomorrow, but hopefully on the first Super Weekend.
Well, one team it comes to when we have to talk about closing out games, at least here in the final game, it's going to be Destiny. And I wanted to bring them up because we talked about earlier in the day how they seem to capitalize off positions. And in Kalaris, we saw on one of our earlier Erangels, I think it was towards Ruins, they snuck their way through. Yep. They kind of got themselves set up nicely here. Is this them just making the right moves at the right time, or are teams not punishing them for the movements they're making?
Again, I think it comes off the back of having the high ground spots when they need them to accrue as much information as possible, or understanding when they can move. There are a lot of situations where when you try and make a move, sometimes you're greeted by a team that is just going to be able to gun you down. Taking this fight against Eastern Stars here up towards the top, as they were kind of absolutely in a unfortunate and unwelcoming position. Being able to push on ScrimFarm here when they knew that ScrimFarm didn't have full information themselves, right, Max? When ScrimFarm were coming in, they thought, oh, okay, Destiny, there's people here. Maybe we can just take this fight alongside them, but are there 2 people there? Are there 4 people there? ScrimFarm was hesitant in taking that kind of fight, and that's why Destiny won it out.
Yeah, I was even a little bit judgmental as to that split in the first place, but they let them get a little bit too close, and then they struck while the iron is hot. They struck when they knew they had the better advantage. They surrounded it. They sent, I believe it was Beast up north to get that extra off angle to make sure that not only ScrimFarm could not fight back, but also they could not escape if they were looking to try and maybe tank it into the blue a little bit. And then they pushed into the secondary fight that was versus Panda. And I want to talk about Panda a little bit there too, because they were the team that I thought had the best position in that circle, but they were just so focused on Black Spark in the south. And from a distance, you're going to have Destiny. They hear that. They know exactly what's happening. They go for the third party, they pick up the kills, they eliminate Panda, and then the mountain is theirs to play and do whatever the hell they want with it. And because of that, GameLord stand no chance. So I think that we've been seeing so far the Destiny, a few little hiccups from time to time, but in general, they got the good idea, and they just got to take a little bit of time to iron out the mistakes to, get even more consistent. They're already super strong, but they can do even better, I would say.
I was a little bit afraid, actually, for Destiny. The fact that they did send a man super aggressive up against GameLord, which is a team we're going to be talking about now. Yeah, I was like, what are they doing? Like, you can just wait in the zone. They're going to come to you. They almost gave them like a fight that they could take. But GameLord, like they shown, even though they were on the back foot in this situation, Kalaris, they still almost took that game.
Yeah, they definitely did. And also, I think something to point out about that is they made the best of a compromising situation. What do I mean by that? Well, as you say, technically Destiny had the circle in their favor. GameLord would had to have moved first. Great utilization of smoke chains to be able to try and push up against that. It can be fraught with danger to push across that kind of field, but smoke chain, boogie on through to get up close against them. I think that was really cool by GameLord. Just didn't quite work out in the end there.
Yeah, it did take a little bit of a hard time for them to try and make that push happen, but now we're going to go over a few of the highlights of today, and we're going to start off with their very first great performance. It was on Game 2 of Miramar. They had the high ground position. They cleared all of the western side of the mountain. The moment that was working just fine, they put their focus into the center of the circle. They went for the push. They actually were able to secure that compound away for just some small period of time, and this is the run over that happened. We didn't quite see on camera, but it's Victor that got it on Mazzaro, and then the entire team tried to come and save it, but they picked it up. So yeah, GameLord, 2 really strong performances. Might just be their golden ticket to make into the finals.
Maybe Mazzaro just wanted revenge for being ran over. Maybe that's why he actually did push up against GameLord.
Oh, I see you.
Yeah, I got the buggy this time. Who's afraid? And then he gets knocked, and then he got killed off, unfortunately. Let's take a look, though, at a recap of what's all happened today. Who won each of these matches that we had happen? Of course, some stats behind that as well here. And you can see Black Spark starting things off strong here with a victory on game number 1, their first one to debut themselves. You see Gaijin Seraphim getting themselves a victory on map 2. But ScrimFarm, that 3,000, almost 100 damage done on Erangel was ridiculous to me, Kalaris.
Yeah, definitely so. Very impressive stuff by ScrimFarm overall so far here. Black Sparks, we mentioned them at the beginning of the day, and I said that one of their keys is going to be consistency. Getting away from those double-digit finishes, getting up to those top 5s. They started out with a win, and I would say they were relatively consistent throughout the day. So it's a small sample size here, but I'm happy to see it.
Yeah, and I just want to
Gaijin, I think that they had a good one.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Oh, go for it.
No.
Okay, I was going to talk especially on the Gaijin. I was talking about Gaijin in the second game back on Miramar. I think that they are a team that's able to capitalize very heavily on when they find some opportunities, and I think that that was the moment where they very easily took control of the ridgeline. They got the advantage on GameLord. So I think that they are a team that I would like to see maybe try and find those situations a little bit more rather than just let them come their way. And I think that if they are a little bit more controlling and they're looking actively for those positions, they could maybe try and increase their positions in the rankings a bit more.
Well, speaking of that, Max, funny enough that you said it, we do have our overall rankings for you guys to see where all the teams are currently standing. Remember, John Allen did say earlier on about 50 points. He hasn't calculated out to the exact point like he did for PMGC just yet, but he expects around 50 points to be the threshold to break through to top 16. And you already have quite a few teams breaking through that here. ScrimFarm with their 2 chicken dinners get themselves up to 74 points overall. Kalaris, you know, Max, I think he had them on his list, on his radar. I personally didn't, but it's so great to see that, you know, teams who have been grinding out, who have been playing ever since, you know, years ago, have been able to at least get themselves through to top placing at the moment.
Yeah, definitely so.
The grind being rewarded.
Yeah, you ain't going to call yourself ScrimFarm without doing something in scrims to bring that into what we're seeing here in the actual tournament itself. Brilliant stuff. Great individual skill that we've seen throughout the day as well from them. It's not quite, you know, you don't even have to look to just Clown or someone like that to be able to kind of put these performances out. We're seeing a lot of great individual plays coming out from them, which makes them a very strong contender down the line if they're able to keep up this consistency.
Yes,
exactly.
Okay.
With the points that they were able to get so far, with the points they're able to get so far, I think that also we've got to keep in mind that these are points that are not going to be going forward to your Super Weekend. You want to try and make sure that you're able to convert these kind of results in the Super Weekend setting. So hopefully they can try and get just very similar performances from them. That should be just fine to go. We're looking at this entirety of this top 8. If you're top 8 on day 1, the odds of you making it in our top 16 to make it into the very first Super Week, they're relatively high. So I'm not going to be too scared for this top 8. I think that they're already there. They just need to make minimum kind of good performances tomorrow. And if they do so, they should be completely fine hitting day 2 to make in the Super Weekend.
Yeah, but you did hit a very good point, Max, and that's a point we're going to reiterate as well. Just because you can perform in the league play days doesn't mean you can perform when it comes to Super Weekends. Flashback football, that's when it came to PMGC. So hopefully for them, with them knowing they're already through pretty much now, they can kind of keep some things in reserve and maybe test some things out as we look at the second page. And at the moment, if we did stop here, our other 8 teams that would be qualified through Colors.
Yeah, definitely so. One thing to be concerned for me about is the fact that despite getting themselves a chicken dinner, Gaijin Seraphim weren't as consistent throughout the other games. You were seeing at the other side, you know, 2 wins, 1 win, 1 win for our top 3, but then Gaijin Seraphim kind of falls by the wayside here. That is sometimes a symptom of when you get a win off the back of having a decent compound and then being able to run with that compound, especially if you're a team that puts heavy focus on that kind of style, because sometimes the circle does not come your way. So maybe we're going to have to see Gaijin Seraphim change things up a little to get higher.
I'm going to hit you with some stats real quick. They scored 22 points in that game that they won, and they only got 26 overall. So in the next 3 matches they played, they got 4 points. That's not going to be enough to get you through. I mean, at this rate, if they don't win another game tomorrow, they actually might fall out of top 16.
Yeah, that is...
Just got to aim at least for a consistent result, or you can also just result for another one to come your way. I think that that's going to be the end that they're going for tomorrow. Hopefully, just a little bit more consistency. That would be the better outcome for them. But Gaijin, they proved it that if they got a good situation, they're going to seize that opportunity. They just need to be able to seek those a little bit more actively. And they're on the bottom side of this top 16 now. We're going to see teams that are in the danger zone, I would clearly say here. I'm looking at Nexus Gaming, Eastern Stars, Lost Bullet, even the teams above like GODSENT and Unicorns of Love are not looking too comfortable because you got the runner-ups right behind our bottom 4 teams that need to try their best to catch up, and that's going to be UMBRA, QLASH, QATAR Forces, and GSG Europe. And as I said multiple times, I mean, Jason, you've been just putting me roasting me
whoa. I know what you're talking
times
about.
there. I mean, hey, QLASH.
Into it.
What's happening? This is not what I was expecting from these guys. They were supposed to be one of the few top teams in my eyes, and yeah, today was a very disappointing day 1, I would say.
I think what makes it even more, well, not them in particular. I'm actually move on to another team so I don't roast you too harshly here. Team UMBRA. We talk about, you know, PRZ and ProLord. We talk about like the caliber players they were, the multiple events they played in. I believe even PEC, if I'm not mistaken. And 4 points overall, 1 kill. That's the part that gets me. 1 kill. I expect players like of their caliber to be able to battle out against anyone on the lobby and be able to beat them head to head. I don't know what's going on within this team so far.
Yeah, I mean, I said at the start of the day, oh, it's Team UMBRA. I'm sure we'll be talking about them sometime during the day or sometime during the show.
I mean, you were right.
We are, yeah. Just unfortunately, this is the only time because there were no other times because they didn't do anything. It is a little bit unfortunate. We do know them to be a higher caliber team than this, though. Maybe it's a blip. Again, a small sample size of 1 day. Maybe it's just not gone their way here. There have been, I will say, there have been a lot of playing paths that have caused then with the circle shifts, rotations where people have just tried to plow it and not necessarily go for those wide rotations. I think a lot of their deaths have come as a symptom of that. So maybe they get a bit more fortunate in the next coming days.
Yeah, I mean, they still have some time, and we'll see if they can bounce back tomorrow. But before we get to that, before we get to our next day of games, we take a look at our MVPs who are currently standing in our top rankings at the moment. Now, keep in mind, there's $1,000 on the line for who comes through first as our MVP at the end of the finals, where it'll only be taken with data from the finals. But Clown, we mentioned a couple of times, and he's going to be leading the charge. Remember, it's a combination of damage, kills, and survival time, Colaris.
He wasn't joking around. There's no whoopee cushions. There's no red noses here, Jason, because Clown, I'm just going to keep this going forever throughout the whole show, is making it work. That is some impressive damage. Like the fact that if you can convert, like if you can get a 1-to-1 kill ratio across like a big tournament, then you're doing amazingly. But doing 650 average damage is insane across these 5 games max.
Also on top of that, well, I was expecting to see Detati in our top 5, but we didn't see him there. I thought we were going to have 2 players of ScrimFarm up here, but Clown, I think he was just doing a lot of the situations. He was the backbone of the team. If Detati was not there or was dead, he was going to be the silver lining for the team and able to actually set up a good amount of the reasons why they were able to take themselves the only back-to-back win today. So yeah, I think the Clown, you know, in maybe a little bit more passive than the likes of Detati, but hey, not going to be too surprised to see him in this top position. He has been doing some really big impacts for his team, and that's why we see them so far in the #1 position without any kind of doubt in my mind. Detati Clown just works so well together.
Well, you know, Max, when we get to be able to do telestrations, I'm expecting you to Photoshop his face with clown hair, the nose, maybe some makeup, and include that in your telestrations at some point. I hope you do. I hope you do, because it's going to be phenomenal. Just like our games tomorrow, this is going to round out our actual day here as we finished all 5 of our matches. But keep in mind, tomorrow at the exact same time, we have 5 more matches to come for you guys. And that is our last day of league play here in this first week of play. And then we have our super weekend kicking off a day after that happens. 2 days after that happens if you don't do it correctly. But thanks again to everyone for tuning in. We really appreciate it. Hope you guys enjoyed. And we'll see you guys tomorrow at the same time here for day 2.